The task written on the assessment parchment was that multiple lizardmen tribes existed here, and the one they just encountered was just one of them. Duke and the others planned to search for another lizardman tribe, then kill 2 more lizardmen in the same way. As long as they completed the task, that would be enough. The only concern was that if they had alerted one lizardman tribe, other lizardman tribes might also encounter other wizard apprentices. About 150 people were participating in this assessment, and these wizard apprentices were bound to have conflicts with multiple lizardman tribes. Duke and the others were just lucky. The lizardman tribe they encountered earlier hadn't met other wizard apprentices, so they were unguarded. If they encountered a guarded lizardman tribe, the situation would be different. After a short rest, Duke and the others continued on their journey. The oasis was still not far away, so it wasn't entirely safe yet. Simon took out the map he had been drawing, never forgetting to update it along the way. He glanced at the sun's position and continued drawing the areas they had just traversed. Relying on his perception ability, Duke continued to sense places where water sources might exist. This time, it was much more difficult. Besides the obvious presence of the water element in the direction of the oasis behind them, other directions were all about the same. Duke and the others could only choose a direction opposite to the oasis to make their way. At the very least, they couldn't go back. This time, their journey continued for a long time until nightfall, when they found a wind-sheltered dune to stop. Duke felt like he had entered the depths of the desert's center. No matter how far they walked, it was always undulating dunes with no trace of an oasis in sight. They also encountered many attacks from desert demons that day, besides the sandworms, including giant scorpions. From initially being caught off guard, Duke and the others soon became accustomed and could easily deal with these ambushing demons. These demons weren't very strong. Once familiar with their habits and behavior, dealing with them became quite easy. Even Simon and the others learned to sense the subtle movements underground. The sandworms and these demons were not as concealed as lizardmen. After several encounters, Simon and the others gradually mastered this pattern, and now they could immediately react as soon as there was a slight movement under their feet. As long as they maintained focused spiritual power, dealing with them was actually quite easy. However, maintaining highly concentrated spiritual power in such a hot, monotonous, and barren desert wasn't easy. Even wizards would get tired and relax at times. If it weren't for Duke, Abel and Anley might have been injured by the demon attacks. The late night, the strong wind howled, the sound akin to piercing screams unsettling them deeply. Duke and the others had gotten accustomed to this wind noise, which sounded terrifying but was actually caused by the strong wind passing over the various dunes. All 4 of them stayed awake, engrossed in meditation. The night wind blew over, bringing bone-chilling cold. Suddenly, Duke opened his eyes, looking ahead, hearing extremely faint footsteps. Upon his call, Simon and the others also became alert, looking ahead. There was no moon in the night sky, and there wasn't much firewood to light up around, so it was quite dark. The scene ahead was unclear. Through his own dark vision ability, Duke could see a few dark figures who appeared to be wizard apprentices in robes walking towards them. After he called out, those in front didn't respond, not replying to his words. Soon, Simon and the others also saw these figures, a total of 5, just the size of a small team. "If you come any closer, don't blame me for being rude," warned Duke. However, these 5 still didn't respond, seeming not to hear Duke's words, continuing forward. Duke frowned, prepared to act as soon as these people entered the attack range. Suddenly, he raised his left hand, noticing that the bracelet on it was heating up. This was the evil spirit crown's warning, indicating the presence of evil spirits around. "Be careful, these people might not be human. My demonized items warn me there are evil spirits around," Duke said gravely, conveying this information to Simon and the others. Simon and the others were also quite tense, having never encountered evil spirits and lacking the experience to deal with them. Duke touched the pendant he wore, a demonized item specifically against evil spirits, the holy silver sword. Soon, the 5 figures arrived in front of Duke and his group, and they gradually saw their appearance clearly. With a gust of wind blew over, bringing an unbearable stench, making someone retch. Once they clearly saw the 5 people, it was shocking. Especially for Anley, who covered her mouth, forcing herself not to scream. The 5 were wearing robes, and it was apparent they were wizard apprentices participating in the assessment. But now, they no longer looked human, with many bloodstains on their faces, some with half their faces gone as if gnawed by something. As the night wind blew by, their robes also fluttered, revealing what lay underneath. Their stomachs were entirely empty, looking as though something had devoured them, and the flesh of their thighs had been almost completely chewed away, virtually leaving them skeletons. Duke didn't speak, silently activating the holy silver sword he wore. A lightsaber emitting a silvery white glow appeared, illuminating the surroundings in a dazzling light amid the darkness. The sword swung past, and the person at the front was immediately chopped into a pile of bones, along with a piercing scream, as a transparent soul floated up from the bones, drifting into the dark night sky. Simon and the others used various magic to attack these skeletons. Apart from Simon's fireball technique being quite effective, the others' magic had little effect. One skeleton had both its legs cut off by Abel's wind blade, yet it continued crawling on the ground with its hands, its mouth opening and closing as if trying to devour these few people before it. Duke frowned, using the holy silver sword to settle the 5 skeletons, releasing the souls turned into evil spirits, granting them some form of release. The strength of these 5 evil spirits was very weak, probably because they had just been transformed, and their flesh was still fresh, clearly not long after being victimized. From the start of the assessment to now, it had only been 2 days. These 5 wizard apprentices likely encountered something on the first day, leading to their entire team being annihilated and becoming their current state. After Duke and his team dealt with the 5 evil spirits, their mood was not eased. Instead, it became even heavier. Dealing with these 5 evil spirits was indeed simple. Any second-level wizard apprentice could do it, albeit with some effort. The problem lay in the fact that no one knew why these 5 people turned into evil spirits. There must have been something that attacked this team and used some unknown power to turn them into evil spirits. Duke and his team were well aware that encountering these 5 evil spirits indicated they were likely not far from that thing. After a brief discussion, they immediately decided to leave the area and couldn't stay here any longer. They looked towards the direction the evil spirits came from, which was pitch black, with a wailing sound as if someone were crying. At first they thought it was just the sound of the wind, but now it seemed not to be so simple. They then headed in the opposite direction, marking their first night journey. As they gradually moved away from that place, the piercing cries faded out of hearing. This area seemed quite peaceful, without strong winds. Even a half-moon appeared in the night sky, providing some light for those traveling in the desert. Simon marked that area on the map, and they decided not to approach it easily in the future. Whatever could wipe out an entire team of wizard apprentices, they certainly wouldn't handle easily either. The desert nights were not peaceful, and Duke's team's encounter rate with demons increased significantly. Many demons slept and rested during the day and came out to forage and move at night when the temperature dropped. At some point, the wind rose again around them, blowing the clouds in the sky and blocking the half-moon. The only light source disappeared, and Duke and his team had to rely on themselves to see the way. About 3 hours later, now nearly dawn, everyone felt somewhat exhausted. They hadn't rested well, restarting the journey after the encounter with evil spirits, focusing all their energy on dealing with demons that could appear at any moment. Both body and mind were worn out. Duke, walking at the front, suddenly stopped his steps, sensing something amiss. The surroundings were eerily calm, and they hadn't encountered a single demon along the way, which was unusual. Based on the previous demon encounter rate, it had been peaceful for quite some time. Duke did not think the demons would sleep so early. There was likely another reason. More importantly, he had a creepy feeling in his heart, a warning from his instincts. Due to their high spiritual power, wizards often possess strong perception and warning abilities. They tend to trust their instincts, and it is rare for them to have inexplicable illusions. Drop of liquid fell, landing on the back of Duke's hand. Fully clad in rock armor, he found this unknown liquid corroded the armor, creating a small pit. Looking up, Duke spotted something like a cocoon hanging in mid-air, with some liquid seeping out, dripping right onto him. Noticing Duke's action, Simon and others also looked up and found the anomaly in the sky. Above them hung many cocoon-like things, varying in size and shape. Some appeared distinctly human, others seemed wrapped lizardmen, and some enveloped desert demons. "This is spider silk." Abel used Hawkeye to inspect and saw clearly what was above them. In the air of this area stretched a vast spider web, with many silk threads hanging down, suspending one cocoon after another wrapped in spider silk. Upon seeing this situation, Duke and his team gasped. Such a large spider web almost darkened the sky. What kind of spider could weave such a massive web? After observation, Abel quickly noticed the spider's presence. Not far ahead of them, a colossal spider lay nestled between several sand dunes, seemingly at rest. This spider, nearly as large as a football field, resembled a small mountain to them. Behind the spider, a lot of white eggs piled in heaps, presumably laid by the spider. With this information, they understood what sort of place they had entered. This was the territory of a terrifying demon, and the sky-bound cocoons served as its food reserves, prepared both for itself and its soon-to-be-born offspring. Duke and his team began to retreat slowly, each step taken with utmost caution to avoid making any sound. Roughly 5 kilometers away, they finally dared to breathe deeply. "I swear this is the longest path I've ever walked in my life," Abel gasped, his forehead drenched with sweat, sporting a look of one who survived disaster. As the scout, he viewed the spider from an extremely close distance and felt its incredible power, which strongly intimidated him. If Duke and the others had walked a few hundred meters further, the spider would have sensed them, and they would likely have faced death. To a colossus like that, unless one could burrow to escape, it's challenging to outpace its speed. Even if Duke and his team managed to run 500 meters ahead, the spider could effortlessly leap to appear in front of them. The size disparity too great. At this moment, Duke couldn't help but envy the desert lizard's ability to tunnel through sand. No wonder desert lizardmen could survive here, likely relying on this skill to evade enemy attacks. However, they had just seen in the sky that there were indeed desert lizardmen present, proving they were merely food for the spider as well. Duke was grateful for his keen intuition to halt in time. The sheepskin parchment of the test task made no mention of the spider's presence. Duke suspected even the lizardman leader might not be able to handle the spider. Just then it was sunrise, the sun rising from beyond a distant sand dune, bathing the entire desert in golden light. The sunlight was gentle, providing some warmth and dispelling the cold of the night. Yet in a moment, this gentle sunlight would become increasingly scorching, seemingly ready to bake everything in the world dry. When Duke and the team sat down to rest, they suddenly heard some commotion in the distance. Looking up, they saw the spider climbing along its web to a higher altitude, retracting a dangling thread, lifting a cocoon prey, and beginning its meal. Although far, with few obstructions between, the spider's high position allowed them to clearly see the scene of the spider having breakfast. Duke and his companions quickly lowered their bodies, using the sand dunes as cover, and retreated slowly to avoid being spotted by the spider. If the spider noticed them and fancied a fresh breakfast, it wouldn't be pleasant at all. Though Duke and his group were 5 kilometers away, that distance was not very far for such a giant creature. They continued to retreat cautiously until the spider was no longer in sight, and then everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Duke realized that the desert lizardmen might not be the most dangerous threat in this test. It was the various lurking unknown demons that posed a greater threat. At least the desert lizardmen had fixed tribes that could be seen. Many other entities remained completely unknown, and the unknown was the scariest of all. As the sun rose high, the desert entered its hottest time. After a few hours of trekking through the desert, Duke and his companions encountered other wizard apprentices for the first time. This was a team made up of 2 small groups, totaling 7 people. Originally, they were both 5-member teams but had lost 3 members in the past 2 days, leaving just 7 people now. The leader was a wizard named Brand, who seemed quite competent and held some authority among the 7. The 2 groups had essentially merged into one, realizing after the past 2 days that the place was extremely dangerous, and a 5-member team's strength was barely sufficient to ensure survival. Brand said, "Are you interested in joining us? We found a place that might contain treasure." "What kind of treasure?" Duke didn't immediately accept the invitation. If it were truly a treasure, they wouldn't have disclosed it. They would have taken it already. Given Brand's approach, it signaled they had no assurance of obtaining the so-called treasure, hence the invitation for Duke and his team to join. Things seemed polite now, but during the treasure battle, it might be a different story. "We discovered 2 tribes of desert lizardmen. These 2 tribes guard a place. We have someone capable of detecting treasures who sensed the presence of rare treasures there," Brand explained. "So, interested in joining forces to find a way to seize the treasure inside?" Splitting it evenly based on value, Brand continued to persuade. After pondering for a moment, Duke said, "Forget it, we're too weak, and we probably wouldn't be much help, so we won't get involved." Bran wanted to persuade more, but Duke and his companions had already left directly. He watched Duke's group leave with a flicker in his eyes. Simon and the other two had no objections to Duke's decision. They too were inclined not to fight for any treasure. For them, successfully completing the assessment task was already challenging enough. They wouldn't think too much further. People inherently have greed, and Duke naturally desired the treasure, but reason told him that preserving their lives was more important. According to Brand, the place was guarded by 2 lizardmen tribes, and the treasures inside must be no ordinary. Every lizardman tribe had a leader comparable to an official wizard, meaning the 2 tribes had 2 lizardmen leaders, equating to the combat power of 2 official wizards. For this assessment, there were only 150 wizard apprentices of 2nd class. Duke believed even combined, they wouldn't be enough to fill the teeth gaps of those 2 lizardmen leaders. Trying to seize treasures under such power disparity is akin to pulling a tooth from a tiger's mouth. Moreover, Duke did not trust Brand and his team. What they called cooperation likely meant finding cannon fodder. Nobody would be inexplicably good to you. Brand surely intended to use them as mere tools. Duke and his team now only had one goal: to kill 2 more desert lizardmen and complete the task before considering anything else. Thinking about the information Brand provided. Since there were 2 lizardmen tribes nearby, they could seize the opportunity to kill 2 lizardmen. These 2 tribes should be not far from here, probably just ahead. In fact, Duke had been relying on sensing the concentration of water elements to find his way, and combined with what Brand had said, determined there should indeed be an oasis ahead. Continuing along this direction for another hour, they arrived near an oasis. Abel used Eagle Eye to scout ahead. From the terrain, it was a sunken valley, and the oasis covered a large area. The 2 desert lizardmen tribes were distributed on the east and west sides of the oasis, with a temple-like structure in the center. Many desert lizardmen guarded the temple area, with tight security. Seeing the situation here, Duke's team felt that Brand's group's plan was tantamount to seeking death. Trying to penetrate into the temple to take treasures under the guarding of 2 lizardmen tribes was extraordinarily difficult. For the moment, Duke's team concealed themselves nearby, waiting for isolated lizardmen to appear, planning to kill 2 and then leave this place. This oasis differed from the previous ones they had seen, where lizardmen tribes didn't live within the oasis, but had to fetch water daily. Now these 2 lizardmen tribes lived directly within the oasis and hardly ventured out. Duke and his team couldn't rush in, they could only wait for an opportunity. The entire day passed without seeing a single lizardman venture out. Duke's team remained patient, lurking nearby waiting for the right moment. In fact, the vicinity of the oasis was a good spot to lurk. By keeping a certain distance, this area had fewer demons nearby. Probably because the temple was important to these 2 lizardmen tribes, they had cleared the surrounding demons. Deep into the night, Duke and the other 3 were startled out of their meditation by an earth-shattering explosion coming from within the oasis. Upon looking, Duke realized the temple area was ablaze with raging flames, and several people were casting all sorts of magic there trying to break in. The guards near the temple were quickly taken down by these people, clearly having planned meticulously. Each magic had a purpose and could take down a desert lizardman. Even from such a distance, Duke could tell it was Brand and his group, who somehow managed to infiltrate near the temple and then took action. Sweeping a quick glance, Duke saw there were now 10 people in their group, having found 3 more people from somewhere. After taking down the guards, the frontline group rushed into the temple immediately, with everyone eager to seize the treasure within. At the temple entrance, Brand stood behind the crowd, not rushing to be the first to enter the temple. In front of him, 4 or 5 people had already rushed forward recklessly. Just as they were about to reach the entrance, a burst of golden light suddenly emanated from the temple door, transforming into several long spears that pierced through the approaching people with incredible speed. Only then did Brand charge towards the temple entrance, and nothing happened once he crossed the threshold. As he had suspected, there seemed to be some kind of protective barrier at the temple, but it would not persist indefinitely. Brand walked right past the corpses of several individuals, some of whom had been his teammates. Didn't spare them a glance. After entering the temple, he discovered a golden box being worshipped there. Brand hesitated for a moment, then conjured a long knife with his magic power and used it to push the lid of the box open. He had already braced himself for the anticipated attack, but nothing happened, indicating the box itself was safe. Just as he was about to investigate the contents of the box, two immensely powerful presences arrived. The two lizardmen leaders, upon hearing disturbances and finding the temple ablaze, charged over in extreme anger. Their massive bodies, carrying unparalleled momentum, smashed through countless oasis trees as they barreled directly towards the temple entrance. One of the lizardmen leaders instantly locked eyes on Brand, raised a spear in its hand, and hurled it with incredible speed. Brand's eyes were filled with reluctance, but there was no time to take treasures from the box, so he immediately activated a demonized item on his body, appearing hundreds of meters away. After escaping to this point, he immediately began running outward, not looking back. With him were several others who, upon seeing the lizardmen leaders arrive, were all terrified by their aura and couldn't care less about the temple treasure. Duke noticed they were escaping in his direction, swore, and said, "Run fast." That group fleeing this way would undoubtedly attract a large lizardman pursuit, including the lizardmen leaders. Since they were right in this direction, they would also get caught up in the chaos. Duke and his group immediately began fleeing as well. This time the lizardmen seemed thoroughly enraged, and a large number rushed out from the oasis, pursuing them relentlessly. The two lizardmen leaders charged at the forefront. Duke glanced back just in time to see a wizard apprentice getting ripped apart by a lizardman leader. The lizardman leader, relying on its formidable strength, tore the slow-running wizard apprentice in half. Brand, with the help of his demonized item, quickly distanced himself from those behind, even catching up to Duke's group. They exchanged a glance without speaking, all just focused on running forward. Brand's short-range, teleportation demonized item seemingly couldn't be used indefinitely, as he hadn't used it since reaching this point. Soon the once dark and peaceful night became incredibly noisy. A large group of lizardmen continued chasing Duke and the wizard apprentices relentlessly, seemingly bent on pursuing them to the end. Two lizardmen leaders followed the wizard apprentices closely, intermittently catching up to and killing one of them. Duke felt his heart sink. At this rate, they were all doomed. He immediately said to Simon and the others, "Run sideways, don't follow in their direction." In the urgency of the moment, Duke manipulated the sand below to form a skateboard-like surface, instantly increasing the distance between them and the rest. Simon and the others followed closely, though not as quickly as Duke, but at least they headed in a different direction from those behind. Duke had only recently figured out this mode of movement, which worked well in the desert. However, this method could only be used by him since no one else had his affinity for earth element. It was almost like a roller coaster ride as Duke glided over one sand dune after another, soon losing sight of those behind. When he stopped, he suddenly thought, what if I return to the oasis now? With most of the lizardmen spilling out of the oasis and the two strongest lizardmen leaders pursuing others, it was the oasis's weakest defensive moment. Duke could seize this opportunity, relying on his sand skateboard to return at high speed. Thinking it worth a try, he swiftly changed direction and circled back from the side. Duke slid quickly across the desert, with the sound of the wind whistling past his ears. He soon reached the vicinity of the oasis, finding only a few scattered desert lizardmen active inside. Duke chose a secluded direction and silently slid down a high cliff with the help of sand. He crept near the temple, spotting a desert lizardman feasting on the corpse of a wizard apprentice. Silently, Duke gathered a water arrow technique. Upon reaching the oasis, the water elements were present enough that he could cast water magic again. Water arrow shot out instantly, shattering the head of the desert lizardman crouching in the distance. Duke hadn't forgotten his earlier lesson. Immediately after, another water arrow pierced the lizardman's tail, shattering most of it. After disposing of this lizardman, he entered the temple, reaching the treasure chest. Seeing the chest's lid half pushed open, Duke initially thought Brand had succeeded and felt a bit disappointed. Upon closer inspection, he realized there were no signs of disturbance inside. A transparent diamond-shaped crystal was placed within. Not caring what it was, Duke grabbed it and tossed it into his space ring before turning to leave. Before departing, he drew the black sword, decapitated 3 desert lizardmen, and stored their heads in the space ring before leaving. Although the task only required submitting 4, having an extra might come in handy. Duke's actions went unnoticed by the other lizardmen. Only a few remained scattered within the oasis, all far from here. Most of the lizardmen had gone out to hunt the wizard apprentices, The one just killed was likely posted at the temple entrance, unaware someone would return. Silently, Duke left the oasis, rapidly distancing himself with his sand skateboard. Due to his speed, he even caught up with Simon and the others ahead, who were heading back to their original direction. Duke thought for a moment, then circled around before appearing in front of them. Duke. Simon was delighted to see Duke, having feared they had been separated. Duke didn't mention about his visit to the temple, believing it was better to keep such things to himself and not inform others. They discussed current plans on the spot for a while, consulting the map drawn by Simon to decide on their next steps. The area where the giant spiders were located was definitely not to be approached, nor was the area where they encountered malevolent spirits. The lizardmen near the temple were in a state of extreme anger, with 2 lizardmen leaders present, making it also off-limits. After excluding all these areas, they found there weren't many options left. The remaining areas were unfamiliar to Duke and his team, uncertain if other dangers lurked there. After some discussion, Duke and his team decided to return directly to the oasis they first encountered. It was relatively the safest place in the desert, with only one lizardman tribe nearby, 5 kilometers away from the oasis. As long as they were careful not to draw the desert lizardmen tribe's attention, they would be fine. Approaching the oasis meant they didn't have to worry about running out of fresh water, as they didn't need to enter and could obtain water by gathering water elements around the area. After their discussion, Duke and his team set off towards the oasis. In the endless desert, pinpointing a location was challenging, but fortunately Simon had a map, allowing them to gradually approach the oasis while navigating. As for Bran's situation and his group, Duke and his team didn't concern themselves with it. However, it was evident that being hunted by 2 lizardmen leaders made survival unlikely for them. With 2 lizardmen remaining for their task, Duke didn't inform Simon and the others that he had already completed his mission, as it would reveal his temple visit. He planned on using the obtained lizardmen heads to submit the task only if they failed to complete it by the end. With plenty of time left for the assessment, Duke believed they had sufficient time to accomplish the remaining objectives. It took them a day to return to the oasis, where they initially encountered it. When they arrived, they did so with utmost caution, given their previous encounter had alarmed the lizardman tribe there. However, upon their return, they found no lizardman activity within the oasis. Abel used his hawk eye vision to scout, noting that the lizardman tribe remained unchanged from before. Apparently, after failing to catch Duke and his team, the tribe had resumed their normal lives. Duke and his companions found a wind-shielded dune near the oasis, settling there temporarily. In the following days, they carefully observed and found the lizardmen behaved as before, sending 2 individuals daily to fetch water, sometimes making multiple trips. Duke and his team refrained from taking action, immediately waiting until 2 days before the assessment ended to make a well-planned, decisive move. This time they left no chance for the lizardmen to escape, incorporating Duke's purchased magma bombs. After 2 loud blasts, they successfully collected the 2 lizardmen heads, completing the assessment's mission. After dealing with the lizardmen, they immediately fled, not looking back as before. To ensure absolute safety, they used magma bombs, which made a loud noise, surely alerting the lizardmen tribe to investigate. Once the tribe realized their people were attacked again, they would undoubtedly send pursuers. This time, Duke and his team had pre-planned their escape route, heading straight back to their initial teleportation location. The area was relatively safe, distanced from known hazardous zones. Duke pondered whether Black Sail intentionally designed it this way, avoiding placing the wizard apprentices straight into extremely dangerous zones. The intent was to use the assessment to train these wizard apprentices, not to kill them outright. The final 2 days of the assessment passed peacefully, relying on their large reserves of food and water for survival. By this time, many wizard apprentices faced food scarcity and lack of water. In their quest for food and water, entering the oasis became inevitable, leading to unavoidable conflicts with the nearby lizardmen, resulting in casualties. On the 10th day of the assessment, as Duke and his team calculated the time, a blue portal suddenly appeared before them. They understood this was their exit from the place. The 4 of them immediately entered the portal, experiencing a brief dizziness before finding themselves back in a room with the blue portal behind them. Meanwhile, more wizard apprentices continuously emerged from the portal. Some stumbled out, wounded and bleeding. Duke even saw one individual crawl out, leg broken and face covered with cracked wounds, teetering on the brink of death. It seemed Black Sail anticipated this, quickly tending to the severely injured wizard apprentices. Those individuals were extremely fortunate. As long as there was a breath left, any severe wounds could be healed. Then it came time to submit their task materials. Duke submitted their drawn map and the 4 lizardmen heads receiving an assessment pass remark. After submitting the task, commotion arose behind them. 2 wizard apprentices had been chased by several lizardmen who stormed through the portal into the room. Both wizard apprentices had long stomach wounds, likely inflicted by lizardmen scimitars. As soon as the 4 lizardmen arrived at the portal, Selene snorted coldly, and invisible blades sliced them into countless pieces, leaving a bloody mess on the ground. The 2 wizard apprentices sat on the ground watching the scene, experiencing a sense of relief. Out of the 150 wizard apprentices participating in the assessment, only 104 emerged alive, while 46 perished during this assessment. Moreover, only a few teams completed the task. Out of the 104 survivors, only 47 completed their tasks, submitting a comprehensive map of the lizardman tribe, defense force distribution, and the required lizardmen heads. Duke noted that, looking around, Brand and his team were nowhere to be seen, confirming they had failed to escape the pursuit of the 2 lizardmen leaders. Both lizardmen leaders are level 1 beings, comparable to an official wizard. If Brand's group of second-class wizard apprentices were targeted by them, their fate would only be death. Thinking of this, Duke couldn't help but glance at the crystal quietly lying in his space ring. When he was in the desert, he had never taken it out to study, as it was inconvenient with Simon and others around. Duke waited until now, and after bidding farewell to Simon and the 3 others, returned to his dormitory to take this thing out. It's a palm-sized rhombus-shaped crystal, which, apart from being quite shiny and pretty, doesn't seem particularly special. Only after Duke investigated it with his spiritual power did he discover that it was a special item called yellow sand crystal, currently categorized as a level 1 witchcraft artifact. However, it is not an alchemy creation, not forged by an alchemist, and its exact origin is unknown. The effect of the yellow sand crystal is quite simple. Inside it holds a vast endless space filled with endless yellow sand. The entire desert where Duke and the others' assessment took place was created by the yellow sand crystal. And inside the yellow sand crystal, there truly exists the concept of infinite yellow sand. If Duke wished, he could directly flood the entire wizard plane with the sand from the yellow sand crystal, as long as he has enough time and magic power, or if he could live until that moment. Extracting the yellow sand from the yellow sand crystal requires the consumption of magic power. With Duke's current magic power, let alone creating a desert, even creating a sand dune would be challenging. However, for him now, the yellow sand that can be extracted is already sufficient. From the information within the yellow sand crystal, Duke learned that it can be upgraded by devouring various metals. Whether it's iron or magic metal, the yellow sand crystal can devour them. As long as enough metal is consumed, the strength of the sand inside will become increasingly high. However, since the yellow sand stored within the yellow sand crystal approaches the concept of infinity, it is nearly impossible to upgrade all the sand inside. After calculating a bit, Duke realized that to upgrade all the sand inside the yellow sand crystal, it would almost have to be calculated in planetary units. For example, if an entire planet were entirely comprised of a certain magic metal, demolishing this planet would upgrade all the sand inside the yellow sand crystal. An entire planet. Considering this, Duke found the task somewhat daunting. Currently, it seems almost impossible. Devouring an entire planet would require unimaginable power. The resources the yellow sand crystal can devour are nearly limitless, and its upper limit is also close to infinity. Given sufficient resources, this thing can grow without bounds. For Duke, a more practical approach is to find some magic metal to feed the yellow sand crystal. Upgrading part of the sand is enough. With his current magic power, he cannot control too much sand, and in combat, he doesn't need so much sand. Duke planned to purchase some magic metal later on to feed the yellow sand crystal, and first refine a batch of upgraded yellow sand for reserve purposes. However, magic metal of any kind is extremely expensive, and Duke can't afford it with his current wealth. It could only be a plan for the future. After establishing a spiritual power link with the yellow sand crystal, it directly embedded itself onto his left arm, forming a rhomboid gemstone pattern. With a thought, Duke infused some magic power into the yellow sand crystal, and then some yellow sand emerged, slowly revolving around him. For Duke, having this yellow sand makes casting earth magic much easier, as he can directly utilize the yellow sand inside the yellow sand crystal instead of having to condense elemental energy particles or dig out earth elements from the surrounding ground. Duke's next plan is to grind 4 earth magic spells to max level and then advance to a first-class wizard apprentice. He intends to acquire 4 free attribute points and allocate them to his spiritual power, which should be nearly enough to prepare for advancement. If he wishes to continue grinding free attribute points through spells or magic potions, it would take a very long time. Duke sensed the plane coordinates in his palm, which showed no activity for now, but it is uncertain when it might transport him to the nightmare plane again. He must enhance his spiritual power as much as possible before the plane coordinate energy fills up again to seize control when that happens. The nightmare plane poses too much danger to him now, containing many resources and opportunities, but one must possess the strength to seize them. Duke suddenly thought of a problem. The yellow sand crystal should have been placed by the wizards of Black Sail. If he takes it away, would someone come looking to reclaim it later? During his spiritual power connection with the yellow sand crystal, Duke found no residual spiritual power marks left by others within, indicating that the yellow sand crystal was previously ownerless. The assessment rules didn't mention that wizard apprentices couldn't take the item. If the rules don't prohibit it, then it is allowed, which has always been an unspoken rule of Black Sail. Duke felt that perhaps this was a hidden reward given by Black Sail. Since it was guarded by 2 lizardman tribes, it's the apprentices' skill to claim it if they can. Brand and others essentially paved the way for Duke, and despite all their efforts, ended up achieving nothing, losing not only the treasure but also their lives. For now, Hela doesn't need Duke to visit. Rila successfully became a level 1 official wizard and acquired her own island, located next to Hela's. This island is particularly important for an official wizard. It allows constructing a personalized, exclusive environment according to one's needs. The island can be regarded as a miniature version of a wizard tower, not as powerful but capable of possessing some basic functions. For example, a laboratory, energy well, etc. Though these things require a large investment of resources. Rila, having just advanced to an official wizard, has already depleted most of her wealth for the advancement, lacking funds to complete these constructions. She returned to assist Hela, where her capabilities to help have significantly increased now that she's an official wizard. Consequently, the amount of magic stones she can earn has also increased. Duke went to the small grove beside the dormitory area, surrounded by a mass of yellow sand. With a thought, the yellow sand covered him, forming a set of rock armor. You have completed a rock armor practice. Proficiency +1 rock armor. LV3, 104/150. During this period, Duke consumed a large amount of basic magic recovery potions, constantly replenishing his magic power and continuously honing the proficiency of 4 earth magic spells. With the assistance of the yellow sand crystal, each time he cast an earth magic spell, the magic power consumed was greatly reduced, thereby accelerating the progress of grinding proficiency. The spells Rock Armor, Rock Spike, and Petrification, Skin finally reached max level, providing 3 free attribute points and introducing 3 new traits. Rock Armor, LV5 trait, Diamond Hardness Petrification Skin, LV5 trait, Petrification Permanence Rock Spike, LV5 trait, Rock Bomb Diamond Hardness, greatly enhances the defensive capability of the rock armor you cast Petrification Permanence. Petrification Skin becomes a permanent spell and does not affect the nature of the flesh rock bomb. The rock spike you cast gains explosive properties. Duke organized the feedback from the skill tree and conducted experimental tests on each of these traits. First was Rock Armor, whose Diamond Hardness trait effect was very direct, significantly enhancing the defense strength of rock armor. Duke's original rock armor defense strength was only 7 or 8 degrees, but now with the trait, it directly increased to 15 degrees, doubling in strength. After casting, the surrounding yellow sand gathered around him, forming a set of rock armor on his body. However, its appearance had changed greatly. Now the rock armor had transformed into the shape of diamonds. Duke's entire body was covered in sparkling diamonds, crystal clear. "This is too flashy." Duke was speechless as he looked at his reflection in the mirror. The original rock armor was earth yellow, very simple. Now it had directly become diamond armor, somewhat too dazzling. Although the defense capability had improved, the target had also become more conspicuous. Duke couldn't change the trait, so he would have to use this spell judiciously in the future. For example, when he was being chased by the lizardman leader last time, it was best not to use this spell. Otherwise, the target would be too conspicuous. Next was the petrification skin spell, whose trait is petrification permanence. Simply put, Duke no longer needs to spend magic power to actively use petrification skin, as his body automatically possesses the ability. The original petrification skin strength was only 3 or 4 degrees, now it has nearly 7 degrees of strength. Moreover, it is a passive ability. Duke's body will always be protected by petrification skin, and the flesh feels completely unlike the previous texture of petrification skin, no different from its normal form. Duke calculated that the strength of the shadow water covering his body is 12 degrees. With the petrification skin's 7 degrees, his permanent defense has 2 layers of protection. However, this defense strength is not 12 plus 7, it can only be calculated as 12 degrees, because energy capable of penetrating 12 degrees won't weaken much when reaching the layer of petrification skin. For ordinary spells of wizard apprentices, Duke now possesses extremely strong defense. Even if hit by a few fireballs, he can remain unscathed. The permanence trait of petrification skin is very similar to many wizards' body modifications. Many wizards conduct experiments to modify their bodies, enhancing their capabilities. The most advanced field among these methods is bloodline modification. If done well, the bloodline can even be passed down to descendants, which is how many wizard clans are born. Wizard clans have been optimizing their bloodlines through the efforts of many generations of wizards, making the bloodline power increasingly strong. The petrification skin Duke is akin to such effects, except his body's essence hasn't changed. It's only the skill tree traits that have achieved this effect. That means this is a power that can't be passed on through bloodline. Even if Duke had descendants, they wouldn't possess the permanence trait of petrification skin, as it's a trait unique to Duke himself. After testing the petrification skin, Duke began researching the Rock Spike spell. Rock Spike's trait is Rock Bomb. Originally, Rock Spike was just a magic-infused earth element spell, only 6 or 7 degrees in strength. But now Rock Spike has greatly transformed, becoming a Rock Bomb, with the explosive energy released reaching 16 degrees. Such energy strength is considered quite high. Duke needs to maintain a safe distance when using it, or else he'd be affected by the explosive energy. The strength of Rock Spike is now on par with that of the water arrow technique, becoming another powerful weapon in Duke's arsenal. Duke no longer needs to buy magma bombs, as casually throwing out a Rock Spike is stronger than a magma bomb. For wizard apprentices, such spell techniques are extremely powerful. If Duke encounters Bell again, even if Bell is in the form of bloodline power, Duke would handle it much more easily. After testing the data of these 3 spells, Duke focused on the last earth magic spell, Gravity Slowdown. Gravity Slowdown. LV4, 156/200. Due to not being able to complete Gravity Slowdown with yellow sand from the yellow sand crystal, the magic power consumption remained high, resulting in slow proficiency progression. The Gravity Slowdown spell requires communication with the surrounding land and completion with underground earth elements. This is a range-type spell, causing Duke's internal magic power to deplete rapidly. Even after spending considerable time grinding over the past half-month, it still hasn't reached max level. After maxing out the other 3 spells, Duke can then concentrate fully on maxing out Gravity Slowdown. Drank a basic magic recovery potion and started casting Gravity Slowdown. Gravity Slowdown level increased, Spirit plus 0.2, free attribute points plus 1 Gravity Slowdown. LV5 trait, Gravity Manipulation, Gravity Manipulation. You can now control gravity more precisely. Duke experienced it and found this trait very useful. As the name Gravity Manipulation implies, Duke can now precisely control the size and multiple of gravity displacement range. Previously, when casting this spell, a gravity field would be released directly, with a range that couldn't be reduced to a smaller size, resulting in high magic consumption. but now Duke can precisely control it to a range as thin as a needle, consuming much less magic power. Moreover, Duke discovered some other ingenious uses. He could adjust his own gravity to be very low, allowing him to float gently with a leap, and with practice, he could eventually float in the air directly. Duke doesn't need to learn flight-type magic anymore, and can already achieve the effect of flying in the air, though the speed is relatively slow. After gravity slowdown reached max level, all the skills he could consistently perform, except for the corrosive mud potion, have reached maximum level. The corrosive mud potion is still far from max level and will require a lot of magic stones. Duke must conserve his magic stones now, as they need to be used for purchasing the Dawn and Dusk potion for promotion to a first-class wizard apprentice. The market price for the Dawn and Dusk potion is usually between 8 to 900 magic stones, with the raw materials costing around 4 to 500 magic stones. He also considered refining the Dawn and Dusk potion himself, which would reduce the production cost slightly, but the learning cost is too high. Though the Dawn and Dusk potion is merely a secondary potion, the refining process is still extremely complex. If Duke wanted to succeed in refining it in one go, it's almost impossible, making the cost too high. He doesn't have many magic stones at hand now, unable to afford repeated attempts. Free attribute points. Duke glanced at the current attribute panel, finding 4 free attribute points remaining. His spiritual power has reached 31.8 after this period of practice. With a thought, he allocated all 4 free attribute points to spirit. After reaching this level of spiritual power, it's challenging for Duke to improve further through meditation, as he has surpassed the second-class wizard apprentice limits. If Duke wants to continue improving, he can only rely on upgrading skills diligently or using free attribute points to enhance his spiritual power. Only by advancing to a first-class wizard apprentice, he can continue to improve his spiritual power through meditation. Duke rented a meditation room on Academy Island, placing a green Dawn and Dusk potion and a spiritual power stabilizing potion in front of him. These 2 potions have consumed most of his wealth, leaving only a little over 300 magic stones in his space ring. Using a spiritual power stabilizing potion during the wizard apprentice phase to aid in promotion is extremely luxurious, but Duke has experienced the benefits of this potion, indeed significantly helping with promotion. To increase the success rate of promotion, such investment is worth it. As long as the promotion is successful, he can earn back in the future. Duke tilted his head back and drank the entire spiritual power stabilizing potion in one go, then picked up the Dawn and Dusk potion, uncorked it, and smelled a fishy stench. Knowing this is the normal smell of the Dawn and Dusk potion, he didn't hesitate to drink it all. Once the Dawn and Dusk potion entered his body, it transformed into a pure energy that surged throughout his body with immense medicinal power. As the Dawn and Dusk potion started to take effect, Duke's whole body temperature quickly rose, as if every cell in his body was vibrating at high speed. A large quantity of free energy particles frantically poured into Duke's body, one of the reasons he rented this meditation room. The concentration of free energy particles in the meditation room is significantly higher than outside, providing good auxiliary effects for the promotion process. The large influx of free energy particles continuously washed over Duke's body, and under the effect of the Dawn and Dusk potion, they gradually fused into every cell in Duke's body. A quantitative change led to a qualitative change, with the immense medicinal power carrying these energy particles to impact a higher life level. This process was not easy, even extremely painful, comparable to several extreme punishments. Duke endured the pain from all over his body, maintaining a clear mind without letting his consciousness become muddled. Suddenly, a purple mist rose silently in the quiet meditation room, from which a pair of white, tender, plump, long legs emerged. Looking up, Duke saw Grace walking out from the mist, wearing only a loose bathrobe, just like he saw before. Grace's bathrobe wasn't tied, and as she slowly walked over, the scenery inside was vaguely visible. She gradually came to Duke's side, gently blowing a breath into Duke's ear, causing a tingling sensation and a strange stir in his heart. Duke knew it was a hallucination appearing during the promotion process. He took out the black sword, attempted to cut his palm to clear his mind with the pain. However, due to the petrification skin's permanent effect, the black sword couldn't even scratch it. Seeing this, Grace's phantom charmingly smiled. her voice melodious like a silver bell, reverberating in the meditation room. Interesting little guy, after hearing Grace's words. She dissipated, and silence returned to the meditation room. Meanwhile, Duke realized that he had successfully completed the promotion process, with his body temperature gradually decreasing, and all parts of his body in relatively good condition, albeit a bit weakened due to significant consumption during the promotion. Dragging his exhausted body, Duke forcibly lifted his spirits to glance at the attribute panel on the skill tree. Constitution, 15.2, 17.8 Agility, 15.2, 17.2 Free attribute points. 0. The overall attribute improvement was substantial, with the basic attributes of the body enhancing once again. The increase in spiritual power seemed relatively small as usually. The greatest improvement during a wizard apprentice's promotion is in spiritual power. However, since Duke's base spiritual power was already high during promotion, the numerical value seemed lower. Duke entered a meditation state, adjusting his body's and spiritual power status. His successful promotion to a first-class wizard apprentice means he is just one step away from becoming an official wizard. The threshold for spiritual power for an official wizard is 50 points, and he is still nearly 13 points away. Duke knows he must now start preparing for the promotion to an official wizard. Though spiritual power is relatively easy for him to achieve without much difficulty. To become an official wizard, one must choose a level 1 magic to complete the magic model construction during promotion, solidifying it as one's talent magic. Once the magic becomes a talent magic, a wizard won't need to consume magic power when casting it. Therefore, choosing magic during promotion is critically important for any wizard. Duke hasn't decided which level 1 magic to choose yet, but there's no rush. There's still some distance before becoming an official wizard, giving him enough time for consideration and selection. After tidying up, he returned to his dormitory and entered a dream to recover his body's and spiritual power state through deep sleep. Before sleeping, Duke specifically checked, finding that the energy in the plane's coordinates hasn't fully charged, so he doesn't need to worry about getting dragged into the nightmare plane during his sleep. Upon waking, he discovered a message from the Black Sail badge. The message indicated that Black Sail sensed through the badge that Duke advanced to a first-class wizard apprentice, prompting him to register and fill out some information. Duke didn't expect the news to arrive so quickly. According to the rules of Black Sail, after a promotion, you are indeed required to register and report it, but generally, it's done voluntarily. If you don't go, usually no one will come looking for you. After all, there are so many wizard apprentices on Academy Island. Asking each one would be too time-consuming and labor-intensive. From the time of the message in the Black Sail badge, it seems it was sent almost on the same day I was promoted, probably when I was sleeping. He thought for a moment and sent a message to Simon, inquiring and informing him of his promotion to first-class wizard apprentice. Simon quickly replied, "I'm not too sure about the specifics. I just heard there will be some big movements soon. The information is very confidential and I can't find out much. I was about to tell you." After talking with Simon, Duke learned that Black Sail indeed has some big actions recently, even involving them, the wizard apprentices. They don't know the exact details, only that they need to quickly enhance their strength to always be ready for whatever happens next. Duke arrived at the job hall on Academy Island, found the corresponding counter, and began to register. He received a parchment requiring him to fill in which magic spells he is proficient in, and his skill level in magic potions, alchemy, and other related skills. If he knows magic potion, he must specify which magic potions he can refine, all needing to be written clearly. Duke frowned, thinking that there were no such requirements before. He wondered what Black Sail was planning. He then started filling it out according to the content on the parchment, but he didn't complete all the information, merely filling out part of it. To no one does he want to reveal all his cards completely. After Duke finished filling out the parchment, there was nothing else to do and no further inquiries. He noticed quite a few first-class wizard apprentices coming here, like himself, holding the same parchment and filling in information. Unlike Duke, who just got promoted, these individuals had clearly been first-class wizard apprentices for some time. Pondering over this matter, Duke left the job hall and turned to the magic store in the town. The magic store predominantly sells various magic-related materials, like books on magic models and such. The books there are all new and extremely expensive. Duke had visited the vendor stalls many times before, failing to find the magic spell he wanted. After obtaining a yellow sand crystal, he had new ideas, so he came to the magic store to see if he could find a suitable spell. Since the store is located on Academy Island, most of the spells are sub-elemental spells, with only a few level 1 spells. As for higher level ones, they're not available here. The clientele is mainly wizard apprentices. After strolling inside for a while, Duke indeed found something, discovering a spell suitable for him. It was an earth magic spell named Rock Wall. Rock Wall is quite a strong defensive spell within Earth. Sub-elemental magic, able to summon a wide and solid wall from the ground. Infused with magic power, Duke roughly calculated that if he currently casts Rock Wall, the defense strength should reach 21 degrees. Though the defense strength of Rock Wall is high, its drawback is evident. The spell is somewhat cumbersome and lacks flexibility. After all, it's merely a wall rising from the ground. If the enemy attacks from a different direction, it's still vulnerable, primarily serving for emergency defense. Moreover, for wizard apprentices, casting this spell consumes quite a lot of magic power, making it somewhat impractical. However, the situation was a bit different for Duke. With the yellow sand crystal in his possession, he could use the sand within to perform these spells, not consuming much magic power. Duke then inquired about the book's price, which was 220 magic stones. Now he had only slightly more than 300 magic stones on him, making the purchase quite a significant investment. Fortunately, there were still many magic potion materials in his space ring. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have magic stones for refining magic potions later on. After acquiring the book, Duke returned to his dormitory to study and learn. The complexity of the Rock Wall spell was N7, the most challenging spell he had encountered so far. But for Duke now, the structure of the Rock Wall magic model was not overly complex. While grinding the levels of 4 earth magic spells to max, a wealth of related knowledge surged into his mind. This knowledge became his accumulation, laying a solid foundation for him. Now, with his background in earth magic spells, Duke found it easy to understand and master. He constructed the Rock Wall magic model successfully in no time. Afterward, Duke returned to the familiar grove. He first followed the regular casting method of Rock Wall, communicating with the earth element in the ground, summoning a rock wall at a designated spot. Even for Duke, completing this process wasn't easy. After consuming considerable magic power, a rock wall rose before him. The rock wall was approximately 5 meters high, 3 meters wide, and nearly half a meter thick. This wasn't an ordinary earth wall, it was imbued with the magic power Duke had just input. Generally, such a strong rock wall would be difficult for a regular wizard apprentice to break through. The magma bomb in Duke's hand couldn't penetrate this rock wall, at most leaving small pits on it. He then, based on his understanding, summoned a lot of sand from the yellow sand crystal, manipulating it according to the rock wall magic model. Soon, a sand-constructed rock wall materialized in front of him. Gazing at this sand wall, Duke suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Why must it be in the shape of a wall? With a thought, the sand wall before him instantly disintegrated into countless grains of sand, wrapping around Duke entirely, forming a sand sphere. Since sand is looser than earth rocks and clumps, its form can be more freely controlled. Duke could completely transform it into any shape he wanted, customizing and altering it according to his needs. In battle, he could envelop himself in sand, ready to solidify into a rock wall for defense at any moment. Duke experimented for a long time, finding the effects quite satisfactory. Rock Wall LV1, 15/100, on the skill tree, a branch corresponding to Rock Wall appeared, sprouting a green bud. Duke also discovered that because he didn't need to form a complete wall, each magic power expense was minimal. Simply condensing it to shield size would increase the proficiency of the Rock Wall, consuming far less magic power than a full rock wall. This equated to accelerating the increase in rock walls. Proficiency indirectly. Rock Wall skill level up. Spirit plus 0.1 Rock Wall. Level 2, 1/130, Duke looked at the feedback from the skill tree. Now the secondary magic only brings him 0.1 spirit when upgraded. This indicates that he's nearing the limit of secondary magic, and afterwards, he'll probably only be able to gain free attribute points. Duke was well aware that, to continue gaining spirit through skill level upgrades, he would most likely have to rely on higher level 1 magic. He then started to absorb some of the knowledge from the rock wall upgrade. What Duke found strange was that the feedback was all related to using yellow sand to cast magic. Perhaps because he continually practiced in this way, the skill tree fed back related information. After studying this knowledge for a while, Duke suddenly had some new ideas. Most of the magic he had mastered so far was defensive in nature, lacking offensive magic. The knowledge just fed back by the skill tree gave him some new inspiration. With the gravity slowdown's gravity manipulation feature, if he combined the abilities of gravity manipulation with the rock wall skill, maybe he could produce some new effects. Once he had the idea, he quickly began researching. Duke took out the magic model of gravity slowdown and the rock wall magic model, along with the knowledge he had gained over this period. An idea was gradually forming in his mind, and he realized it was a new spell. Creating new magic is not uncommon. Even wizard apprentices often manage to create some new spells. Generally, wizard apprentices with a bit of talent, after accumulating enough knowledge and having sufficient thought and experimentation experience, often reach this point. The key lies in whether the created magic can have a good effect and provide significant practical value. This is the most crucial aspect. Countless spells have been born since ancient times. Even just secondary magic numbers are probably uncountable. But most wizard apprentices still use the common ones because the spells must be effective. Many spells endure the test of time, becoming more suitable for most people, with relatively fewer drawbacks, hence becoming more widely used. While many spells are novel due to their drawbacks, they often lack practicality or are easy to counter, so fewer people use them. Duke planned to design a unique spell based on his specific situation. With the yellow sand crystal and gravity slowdown's gravity manipulation feature, he could tailor-make a spell for himself. Duke quickly began calculating and designing and sketched a preliminary magic model. This magic model was crude, so Duke conducted some experiments, continuously adjusting and refining it based on experimental data. In the laboratory, a lot of yellow sand floated around Duke and suddenly converged into a fist-sized ball, as if something was attracting them. Adjusting the direction of gravity is finally done. Duke sighed in relief at this sight. Previously, the gravity he cast was based on the Earth, with the direction of gravity pointing downward. After numerous tests and attempts, he finally managed to adjust the direction of gravity. The yellow sand is centered around a point in the air, attracted by gravity from this point, continually converging towards it, as if forming a small planet. For a moment, Duke even had the illusion of creation, as if a planet was slowly taking shape under his control. This was a preliminary effect of his idea, with much more content needing testing and experimentation. Over the following days, Duke immersed himself in the lab, experimenting tirelessly. The sense of accomplishment of getting closer to his goal made him reluctant to stop, occasionally grabbing a bite of dry provisions and then continuing the experiments. A large amount of yellow sand floated in front of Duke, and he extended his hand. The sand immediately converged into a mass forming a human hand, and then squeezed fiercely. The tranquil laboratory erupted with a muffled sound, emanating from within the mass of sand. Countless grains of sand pressed against the center, exerting enormous pressure. If someone were inside, they'd likely be crushed by this force, leaving broken bones and becoming a heap of mud. This was the spell Duke wanted to create. In his conception, he could eventually manipulate surrounding mountains and earth to seal enemies inside, crushing them. However, this level is currently unattainable. A secondary spell alone cannot achieve this, and Duke's own spiritual power and magic power cannot support such feats. Still, Duke was quite satisfied with his progress, naming the spell Gravity Yellow Sand. The corresponding branch for this skill appeared on the skill tree, proving the spell was indeed created successfully. Gravity Yellow Sand, Level 1, 1/100. Duke looked at his pile of experimental data. Currently, Gravity Yellow Sand's strength can reach up to 23 degrees. The strength of this spell is related to the amount of magic power he infuses and the inherent strength of the sand. 23 degrees is Duke's current maximum limit, typically around 16 or 17 degrees in regular use. Among Duke's current spell arsenal, this doesn't count as very strong. But in the realm of general secondary spells, this strength is already quite good. It's through his own gravity manipulation feature, incorporating part of the gravity slowdown structure into the magic model, that Duke achieved this effect. Even if others obtain this magic model, they cannot replicate Duke's result. Even the basic step of changing gravity direction would be impossible, because they lack the gravity manipulation feature. Duke also tried three-headed dog saliva to strengthen the sand, but found the yellow sand crystal doesn't absorb this substance, preferring the metal type instead. He plans to buy some magic metals when he has enough resources to strengthen several tons of sand, which should be sufficient for some time. Duke stood on a mass of sand, slowly lifted himself into the air, floating mid-air. This was a clever application of his abilities, achieving this effect, essentially lifting himself up. In the laboratory, yellow sand swirled, occasionally condensing into a sphere, sometimes transforming into a giant hand, and other times forming a solid wall. Duke knew the spell was still just a prototype and needed continual refinement. His mind is full of ideas, yet most are unachievable with secondary spells. While Duke was practicing his self-created magic, a high-level Black Sail meeting started. In the vast sea within Black Sail, there was a ship, more accurately, a mobile fortress that looked like a ship. This ship stood on the sea like a small continent, and you couldn't see the edges of the ship at all. The owner of the ship was the founder of Black Sail, Level 4 Mage Black Hand Morgan. He named this ship the Elizabeth after the first ship he owned as a pirate. At the center of the Elizabeth, there was a high tower named Black Sail Tower. At this moment, at the top of the Black Sail Tower, there was a round table in a conference room, surrounded by 12 chairs. If all the members were present, 11 would be seated, leaving one chair temporarily unoccupied. On Academy Island, there are 70 or 80,000 wizard apprentices, which seems like a lot. But compared to the number of official wizards, this number is still quite small. Currently, Black Sail has 300,000 official wizards, spread throughout the endless plain, mostly located in plains under Black Sail's jurisdiction. For Black Sail, these official wizards are their most important force. Official wizards have long lifespans, living at least 500 years once they become a level 1 mage. If they use certain methods, they can extend their lifespan even further. 500 years is enough to allow many generations of wizard apprentices on Academy Island to change. Black Sail's loose management of Academy Island is due to this, and for Black Sail, the reasons behind some wizard apprentices' deaths are not worth investigating. Every year on Academy Island, many new official wizards emerge. The death rate among official wizards in Black Sail is steadily decreasing, gradually reaching its current scale. The 300,000 official wizards are divided into 10 legions, with each legion having 30,000 members, and each legion further divided into multiple battle groups. All legion commanders are at least level 3 mages, and each legion often has more than one level 3 mage, usually possessing multiple level 3 mages. Furthermore, legion commander is generally at the peak of level 3 mage, also known as a demigod level, just one step away from becoming a level 4 mage. The gap between demigod level and level 3 is still vast, similar to the gap between level 3 mage and level 2 mage. Apart from official wizards, Black Sail also possesses tens of millions of slave creatures, distributed among the dozens of planes they control. Usually, a slave creature legion consists of 500,000 serving as the vanguard important force for wizards during plane wars. The slave creature legion is cannon fodder in war. Wizards can disregard their casualty rate, filling their strategic objectives with countless slave creature lives. As Black Sail controls dozens of planes, they have an inexhaustible number of slave creatures and need not worry about their loss. They use these slave creature legions as shock troops, conquering one plane after another, plundering those planes' resources, and then transforming the conquered plane's creatures into slave creatures. Thus, like a snowball, they continuously develop and strengthen their power. Many organizations in the wizard plane have developed in this way. Attending the Black Sail meeting this time were 3rd Corps Commander Swain, 7th Legion Commander Arnold, and 10th Legion Commander Edric. Of course, there was also the ruler of Black Sail, Black Hand Morgan. Morgan looked just like an ordinary captain with a bushy beard, wearing simple clothes, a Black Sail insignia embroidered on his chest, with a pipe in his mouth. Apart from his burly physique, he looked no different from an ordinary person. If Duke were here, he would surely remember that this was the person who patted him on the shoulder at the wizard arena. Morgan sat at the head of the round table, surrounded by the 3 legion commanders, who also took their seats. Third Corps Commander Swain was a middle-aged man with a somewhat stern expression, his gaze exceptionally sharp, with a calm temperament. 7th Legion Commander Arnold was a bald man, appearing somewhat carefree, wearing heavy black armor. As for 10th Legion Commander Adric, he looked more like a noble with very handsome features, wearing traditional noble attire. If he were said to be an elf, no one would likely doubt it. Seeing everyone present, Morgan puffed on his pipe and said, "You all understand the situation. The 7th and 10th Legions will go to the green-skinned orc plane, aiming to conquer this plane within a year. The question now is whether to send the 3rd Legion along." Arnold touched his shiny bald head and laughed. "No need, Adric and I are enough. They are just a bunch of primitive beastmen, no need to mobilize so many people. Swain is too full of rules. If he comes, I won't have the pleasure of battle." Swain was famously cautious in Black Sail, highly skilled in unified command and strategy, with strong leadership abilities. Whenever Morgan was too busy for Black Sail, Swain was the one managing the overall situation. Arnold disliked cooperating with Swain because Swain would often set many rules, and his conservative style made Arnold feel restrained. Though Swain's strategies often proved right, Arnold still disliked being restricted. Swain glanced at Arnold and said, "Arnold, don't underestimate those green-skinned orcs. Based on the intelligence we have, they are not so easy to deal with. If taken lightly, we could suffer losses." "Adric, what do you think?" Morgan turned to ask. Adric, with his noble demeanor, seemed not very interested in the meeting and simply said, "Let Swain's 3rd Legion join us. I can't control Arnold, but he can." Adric's thought was simple. He didn't want to clean up Arnold's mess nor waste words with this brute. If Swain were involved, he could relax more, handing over many matters directly to Swain. Arnold immediately showed dissatisfaction, having guessed that Adric would say this. The two were originally at odds, neither liking the other, and Arnold couldn't understand why Morgan insisted on sending the two of them to complete this plane opening war together, adding the annoying Adric to the bothersome Swain. Arnold found this operation unpleasant from the start. Morgan didn't mind Arnold's obvious dissatisfaction. He turned to Swain, who immediately understood and said, "Then I will lead the 3rd Legion to participate in this operation." Morgan nodded and took a puff from his pipe before continuing, "Now let's discuss the relevant information about the beastmen plane." After discovering the existence of this plane, they conducted a series of detailed investigations and obtained extremely rich intelligence information. The beastmen plane is a low-level plane, with the strongest being detected at the demigod level, and multiple level 3 life forms have also been discovered. The beastmen plane consists of 3 continents, and the most powerful race here is the green-skinned orcs. This is a very special race. Their bodies are half plant and half animal, with no distinction between male and female. Due to their unique body structure, green-skinned orcs can absorb energy through photosynthesis even without eating. They have 2 methods of reproduction. One is that after reaching adulthood, they automatically emit spores at certain times each year, which fall to the ground around them. Some spores grow into new green-skinned orcs. Another method is when green-skinned orcs die, their bodies also release many spores. These spores are their seeds, which will grow into new green-skinned orcs once they land on the ground. Thanks to this rapid reproduction method, green-skinned orcs quickly became the dominant race of this plane. Through reconnaissance, Black Sail also found that while green-skinned orcs appear bulky and primitive, they are actually highly intelligent and learn quickly. Nowadays, within the beastmen plane, there are many massive armored vehicles, energy cannons, and other such technologies. They have even discovered the outside endless plane and are trying to break through the planar barrier to explore the outside world. For a low-level plane, it's already quite remarkable for the life forms within to achieve such a level. It can be foreseen that if the beastmen plane is allowed to develop steadily, becoming a middle-level plane, its development speed might even surpass that of the wizard plane. The viral reproduction speed, astonishing learning ability, and seemingly a unique talent. These factors combined made Black Sail quickly aware of the immense potential and potential threat of this race. The beastmen plane is not far from the wizard plane. If allowed to develop, it will likely discover the existence of the wizard plane. For the wizard plane, allowing such a race to grow next to them is impossible and will undoubtedly be nipped in the bud. Black Sail has already informed the Wizard Council of the wizard plane of this matter, assuring there's no need to worry about other wizard organizations coming to seize it. According to the rules set by the Wizard Council, the one who first discovers the plane has the preferential right to exploit it. Unless Black Sail feels its own abilities are insufficient to conquer this plane, it might invite other planes to handle it together. The Wizard Council is the highest organization in the Wizard plane, composed of multiple level 6 powerhouses. The Council quickly provided an opinion on the green-skinned orcs, which is to allow Black Sail to exploit. Never let any green-skinned orc enter the Wizard plane. Throughout its long history of development, the Wizard plane has realized the destructive effects an alien creature could have on its plane, all learned through countless painful lessons. Therefore, in future planar wars, there are strict restrictions on any alien species, forbidding them from entering the Wizard plane freely. If green-skinned orcs were allowed to enter the Wizard plane, they would quickly spread like a virus, contaminating the entire Wizard plane. Handling this would be somewhat troublesome, but for wizards, it's merely a minor inconvenience. Black Sail places great importance on the beastmen plane, as it contains many excellent resources. Firstly, the green-skinned orcs are an essentially perfect slave race for wizards. Green-skinned orcs reproduce quickly, preventing any concerns about excessive loss, and a batch can soon be raised after another. This race's strong learning ability means that when equipped with the wizard's alchemy technology, they can become proficient faster and display greater strength. Moreover, Black Sail has discovered that the beastmen plane possesses extremely rich mineral resources, most of which are magic metals. Some types of magic metals have never even been seen before, and their properties are still unknown. The green-skinned orcs are utilizing these magic metals to continually advance their civilization, creating various technological products. Once Black Sail had gathered enough information, they formally began preparations for conquering the beastmen plane. The Black Sail 3rd Legion, the 7th Legion, the 10th Legion, a total of 60,000 official wizards, and 1.5 million slave creature legion make up the combat force for this war. Not all official wizards in the 3 legions participated, as some had other matters preventing their involvement. After wizard apprentices of Black Sail are promoted to official wizards, they're assigned to a legion, becoming its member. After joining a legion, official wizards can attain a sense of contribution by completing a variety of tasks, thereby elevating their status within Black Sail and exchanging contribution points for numerous resources. Assignments are generally self-selected without enforced dispatch, allowing a relatively high degree of freedom. If you're laid back enough, you might never partake in any legion actions, though you would gradually be marginalized. But in reality, very few official wizards miss out on an opportunity like planar warfare. Any resources wizards obtain in planar warfare are entirely theirs to keep. Anything you can take is yours to take without giving Black Sail anything. Only acts like claiming territory are prohibited. You can only take what you can carry. Planar warfare features a plethora of resources, making it the fastest way for wizards to accumulate resources. Despite the considerable risks, the bounty entices numerous wizards to keep investing in it. Not just Black Sail, but most wizard organizations impose no limits on what members can gain in planar warfare. Compared with an entire plane's resources, what an individual wizard can carry is a mere drop in the ocean. While those resources may be numerous for individuals, for the organization, they only constitute a small portion. The most lucrative operations often require sign-ups and screenings to participate. Many wizards want to go but lack qualification. Black Sail places substantial importance on the beastmen plane, offering everyone who wants an opportunity to go, eventually gathering 60,000 official wizards. 3 days later, a piece of news broke the tranquility on Academy Island. The 3rd, 7th, and 10th Legions of Black Sail are soon to commence a new dimensional war, and all who have attained the power of a first-class wizard apprentice can apply to participate, responsible for some logistical tasks. This is also common in previous dimensional wars, with some less important and less dangerous chores left to the wizard apprentices to handle. Wizard apprentices participating in dimensional wars don't engage in frontline battles. Given their strength, it is very difficult for them to survive in the war, and the tasks they perform are relatively safe. However, within a dimensional war, there is no absolute safety, and nobody can guarantee so-called absolute safety. By simply participating in a dimensional war, one is bound to carry risks. Nevertheless, for the first-class wizard apprentices on Academy Island, this is still an opportunity not easily found. Laxale offers significant benefits for the recruitment of first-class wizard apprentices, where just participating counts as completing the assessment for the first-class wizard apprentice stage, and no further assessments are needed thereafter. At the same time, wizard apprentices will be directly enlisted into one of the legions, becoming a member of it. Laxale will provide a large number of contribution points based on the contributions of wizard apprentices in the dimensional wars. With these contribution points, wizard apprentices have almost no need to worry about the resources required to advance to an official wizard. Moreover, like official wizards, wizard apprentices own all the resources acquired in the dimensional wars. Wizard apprentices do not fight at the forefront, so they usually do not gain a lot of resources. However, they do not need a feast, just a little of the soup is enough for them to gain substantial harvests. So, after the news came out, many first-class wizard apprentices went to sign up. None of them wanted to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even many second-class and third-class wizard apprentices went to register, hoping to see if they could get an opportunity. Laxale's selection of wizard apprentices is relatively strict, and all those who are not first-class wizard apprentices was screened out. Duke did not need to register, as he directly received a conscription invitation from the 3rd Legion. After previously advancing to first-class wizard apprentice, he had been to the affairs hall to fill out the information. Because he has skills in magic potion, he was directly noticed by people from the 3rd Legion, so they sent him a conscription invitation. Duke could refuse, but he thought for a long time and consulted with Simon, Hella, Vivian, and others for their opinions. Among them, Vivian preferred that Duke not go, considering Duke's safety. But including Miss Hella, all strongly recommended that Duke go, treating it as an opportunity. As long as Duke accepts the invitation, he can directly become a member of the 3rd Legion. Strictly speaking, having this layer of identity marks him as a true member of Laxale. Henceforth, unless Duke commits major treason, he will not be expelled by Laxale. Like other wizard apprentices, who must regularly undergo assessments, he won't need to attend assessments once he joins a legion. After weighing it over, Duke chose to accept the conscription invitation from the 3rd Legion. Indeed, participating in a dimensional war involves some risks, but risk and opportunity coexist. After confirming, Duke immediately received a lot of information, all concerning the 3rd Legion and some details about this mission. He joined a squad belonging to the 5th Regiment under the 3rd Legion, led by a level 1 mage named Wine. The war will officially start in a month, after which Duke will receive further arrangements. Duke also received news from Merrick, and only then did he realize he was in the same squad as Merrick. Talking with Merrick, he understood that it was thanks to Merrick's recommendation, through his connections, that Duke got this opportunity. Otherwise, with Duke's just advanced status as a first-class wizard apprentice, even with capabilities related to magic potion, the probability of being selected was still quite low. Rest assured, my teacher is also part of the 5th Regiment and will be acting with us this time. So there won't be much danger, Merrick said. After lengthy conversations with Merrick, Duke learned that Master Land was also a member of the 3rd Legion and held a relatively high position. Master Land, as an alchemy master, is of significant importance to the 3rd Legion. This time, because the beastmen plane is rich in mineral resources, which interested Master Land, he also participated in this dimensional war. Naturally, Merrick, being Master Land's disciple, was brought along to gain experience. Land himself hardly participates in combat, mainly responsible for research-related work, so following him is very safe for Merrick. After learning about the matter, Merrick mentioned Duke, who left a good impression on him in the wizard arena before. After Duke confirmed his participation in the dimensional war, he immersed himself in a life of tirelessly refining his skills. He still has the new spells of gravity yellow sand and rock wall not yet at the maximum level, and improving them would enhance his ability to preserve himself in the dimensional wars. Besides skill proficiency, Duke also needed to speed up the refining of magic potions, exchanging for some magic stones, and then using the magic stones to purchase materials, converting them into his resources. After learning of Duke's idea, Vivian did not try to dissuade him. Being of knightly origin, Vivian was indeed somewhat concerned about Duke, but she gave more encouragement and appreciation. Vivian brought Duke a pocket watch named Lifebell, a level 1 witchcraft artifact. The effect of Life Bell is that it restores the bearer's body and mental state to peak condition immediately before or shortly after death. This is a life-saving witchcraft artifact, similar to the substitute Death Grassman, and is also extremely rare. Originating from the wizard organization Doomsday Bell. This was a life-saving witchcraft artifact that Grace had given to Vivian, which Vivian now handed over to Duke. I'm very safe at the Thorn Holy Tower. I don't need this, you take it, Vivian said in a note accompanying the package. Duke held the pocket watch tightly in silence, and nobody knew what he was thinking. He then established a spiritual power connection with the Life Bell, sensing the lingering spiritual power information left in it by Vivian. After establishing a spiritual power link, the pocket watch would automatically trigger in the event of life-threatening danger to Duke, granting him a chance to live again. As time passed, a month quickly approached, and the start of the dimensional war drew nearer. The recruitment of first-class wizard apprentices had long ceased. All names had been confirmed, and no further personnel were being recruited for the time being. Duke saw the Elizabeth for the first time. He never imagined that such a colossal structure would be anchored in this sea, within the Black Sails territory. The Elizabeth, resembling a small continent, did not immediately reveal itself as a ship at first glance, at least not to Duke, who couldn't see its entirety. Duke accompanied Merrick to a wide plaza. At the center of the plaza stood a gigantic light gate, its interior pitch black, with a vortex slowly rotating within. Wizards continuously entered and exited, their destinations unknown. Merrick quickly found Master Land among the surrounding crowd and introduced Duke to him. Master Land, Duke greeted respectfully. Master Land merely glanced at Duke, nodded slightly and said, If not for Duke being Merrick's friend, Master Land probably wouldn't have spared even a glance at this ordinary wizard apprentice. Beside Master Land were 4 official wizards, exuding powerful auras, all belonging to Land's lineage. After Duke and Merrick arrived, they set off. Duke and Merrick followed behind, heading towards the massive light gate. Master Land and his group, without the slightest hesitation or pause, stepped directly into the light gate, their figures and auras vanishing entirely. Duke followed closely and also crossed into the light gate. After a brief sense of dizziness and darkness, he found himself standing on another expansive platform. Overhead and all around, they were enveloped by a transparent, glass-like material through which the vast starry sky could be seen. Turning back, Duke realized he was now inside a gigantic space fortress. He had heard of the existence of space fortresses before, massively voluminous space strongholds capable of traversing the endless plane freely. Building each space fortress requires enormous manpower and resources, and even a wizard organization like Black Sail possesses only this one. Rumor had it that Black Hand Morgan's Elizabeth was actually a space fortress too, but since no one had seen it set sail, this couldn't be verified. This particular space fortress of Black Sail was called the Raider, covering an area about half the size of the Appalachian continent, a small continent in its own right. It embodies nearly all advanced technology from the wizard plane, representing the pinnacle of wizard civilization. The technology it incorporates includes not only that of wizard civilization, but also techniques from other planes. Wizards learn broadly, humbly adopting advanced technologies from other plane civilizations to enhance their own development. Once Duke appeared on the deck, he continued to follow Master Land and the others. Master Land and his companions seemed very familiar with the place, walking and chatting as they moved forward. The space fortress had over 100 layers from top to bottom, and they were currently on the 51st floor, the midsection. Duke and Merrick both received a space fortress handbook, a single piece of thin parchment, seemingly sparse. However, by entering it with spiritual power, a wealth of information appeared, detailed about the space fortress in many aspects. The handbook documented most areas of the space fortress, with clear labels for living areas, training zones, slave creature sectors, combat regions, and more. It also included procedures for emergency rescue and escape methods in emergencies. Corresponding manuals for common facilities on the space fortress were detailed. Duke found it to be an encyclopedia of sorts, requiring 1 or 2 months to read thoroughly. The entries were clear, making them handy for reference when needed. However, those working long-term on the space fortress must memorize it fully. Being sufficiently familiar with the handbook allows one to know how to handle situations immediately during emergencies. The colossal space fortress relies on countless personnel to operate smoothly, with staff functioning like precision parts maintaining its operations. From the handbook, Duke learned that the primary power source of the space fortress was energy crystal stones. Mystical stones are a type of energy crystal stone, a specialty of the wizard plane. Other planes have different kinds of similar energy. Crystal stones with similar properties, usable as energy sources. The space fortress mostly uses energy crystal stones from other planes, generally avoiding using the wizard plane's mystical stones unless necessary. This strategy of conserving local resources is widely adopted by various forces on the wizard plane to prevent depletion. Whenever possible, they tap into resources from other planes. Should resources in other planes be depleted, wizards simply move on to the next plane for resource extraction. Duke could hardly imagine how much resources this space fortress would consume in a single day. Indeed, the resource outlay per second was astronomical. The internal routes of the space fortress were complex, resembling a most intricate maze. Even with signs everywhere, one could easily get lost without memorizing the handbook's map. Most newcomers to the space fortress go through a phase of getting lost. Duke and Merrick stuck closely to Master Land's group, traversing through the space fortress diligently. Throughout the journey, Duke worked hard to memorize the routes they traversed, cross-referencing them with the 51st floor map in the handbook to solidify his impressions. Merrick was doing the same, equally awestruck by the grandeur and precision of this civilization product he saw for the first time. Suddenly, Master Land turned back, pointing to 2 adjacent rooms and saying, "These are your rooms already registered. Use your black sail badges to unlock the doors. I need to attend a meeting, stay nearby and don't wander off." Having said this, Master Land left hurriedly with the others, seemingly summoned to an urgent meeting. Both Duke and Merrick entered their respective rooms, finding them more cramped than Duke had imagined. The space was extremely compact, featuring a single bed, a small bathroom, and a simple little kitchen. The entire room's area adds up to only 10 square meters, utilizing nearly every inch of space. The Duke checked the manual regarding the living quarters. To maximize resource conservation and utilization, every resource is used with extreme caution in the space fortress. The ordinary room where the Duke and his companions live hasn't used space magic to expand, also to conserve resources. The space here isn't even as large as the dorms on Academy Island, so it's naturally far from comfortable, just livable at best. This is the norm of the space fortress. It's not a place for leisure and entertainment. The Duke hasn't forgotten that the essence of the space fortress is a war machine for conquering multiple planes. Currently, the space fortress is docked next to the planar barrier of the wizard plane. Crossing the barrier ahead leads to the endless plane. Once leaving the planar barrier, protection will be lost, facing all potential threats from the endless plane directly. The past month's time has been a gathering period, with wizards continuously arriving on the space fortress's deck via the teleportation gate, joining the massive expedition team. The Duke found a window-like thing on the wall, and after studying it for a bit, realized it was a projection screen. By communicating with it using spiritual power, he opened the screen and saw various angles of scenes outside and inside the space fortress. Through this screen, the Duke saw the outside situation, mostly an endless sea of stars. He also saw a gigantic blue planet behind him with multiple continents spread across it. Through the shapes of these continents, the Duke could even identify the Florence continent. Those he once knew, Earl Hardy, Mr. Wood, Uncle John, probably never imagined that one day the Duke would be observing the land they lived on from the starlit sky above in such a unique way. By observing with the naked eye, the Duke saw that the planet where the wizard plane is located is very large, at least several times the size of the planet he knew in his previous life. However, this is just visual observation without specific data, so no conclusion can be made. During the subsequent 5 days, when the space fortress was still docked, the Duke familiarized himself with everything about the space fortress. He first looked into how to escape in an emergency, found the locations of many escape shuttles inside the space fortress, and memorized how to operate them. After these 5 days ended, it was finally the time for the space fortress to set sail. Inside the space fortress, the Duke couldn't feel any movement, but through the room's screen, he could see the space fortress had begun to slowly move, the blue planet behind growing more distant and gradually fading. the outlines of the Florence continent becoming indistinct. He also received information via the Black Sail badge, notifying him with spiritual power that the space fortress had started and instructing everyone in various departments to attend to their duties. As the space fortress was about to reach the edge of the planar barrier, a black-purple vortex appeared ahead, its contents obscured from view. The space fortress slowly sailed into this vortex, and the screen suddenly blackened, showing no scene. Moments later, the screen returned to normal, again surrounded by the vast sea of stars. The only difference was that the blue planet housing the wizard plane was no longer visible behind them. This wasn't because the planar barrier hid the planet, but because the space fortress had just completed a space jump. Arriving far from the wizard plane, space jumps are a common navigation method within the endless plane, necessary for relatively fast movement there. The endless plane is vast and boundless. Even at light speed, movement there appears slow. The Black Sails had long obtained the coordinates of the beastmen plane through early reconnaissance, also finding a suitable place for the space fortress to dock. In the endless plane, the situation is extremely complex, with many highly dangerous areas. Even the space fortress appears minuscule as an ant. Here, securing a safe, suitable docking location is essential. After a space jump, the space fortress traveled forward slowly for 7 days, reaching its docking site. This was a relatively calm area in space, with few other celestial bodies around, relatively open. Once the space fortress docked here, the beastman plane was not far ahead. It seemed devoid of anything, as though nothing existed there. You could even go through it without obstruction. This was because the beastman plane was protected by a planar barrier, while hiding the plane. At this moment, a burly figure stood on the front deck of the space fortress, a pipe hanging from his mouth. However, from other perspectives, this burly figure was just a small black dot at the front of the space fortress, barely noticeable without careful observation. Through the screen, the Duke saw Black Hand Morgan, remembering immediately upon seeing Morgan that he'd once encountered him in the wizard arena. At that time, he also received spiritual power information from the Black Sail badge. The great Black Sail leader Morgan is about to open the planar barrier of the beastman plane, during which period, please do not leave the space fortress by any aircraft. This message repeated several times, as leaving the space fortress now would likely be affected by the upcoming actions. Black Hand Morgan drew on his pipe, squinting at the distant space, produced an exquisitely crafted ancient dagger, and then stepped into the void ahead. His body, after stepping forth, continuously inflated, quickly reaching thousands of meters in height. The dagger in his hand expanding immensely alongside. In a few steps, Morgan reached the planar barrier of the beastman plane, where the dagger in his hand began emitting dazzling golden light. As if casually, he lifted the dagger and lightly chopped. A space rift thousands of meters long instantly appeared before him, faintly revealing hidden planets within. Upon the rift's appearance, it began automatically healing, visibly shrinking with each moment. At this rate, it would completely heal in a few hours, showcasing the strong self-repair capabilities of planar barriers, breakable only with ultimate force. Black Hand Morgan naturally wouldn't watch the rift heal automatically. He extended both hands, directly grasping the rift's edges, explosively flexing the muscles of his arms and back. Morgan took a deep breath, then suddenly exerted force with his arms, tearing open the dimension barrier that was healing. The originally shrinking crack suddenly expanded several times, and Morgan, as if peeling off an animal's hide, ripped the wound open immensely. Even just witnessing this scene through a screen left Duke utterly shocked. The power Morgan displayed had already far exceeded his understanding. He had never imagined a wizard could be so powerful. In Duke's view, Morgan's power probably surpassed many gods in myth and legend. Gods were merely legends, whereas everything unfolding before his eyes were real-life occurrences. Children, move out. At that moment, mental message from Morgan appeared in the minds of everyone on the space fortress. The voice was incredibly gentle, completely incongruent with Morgan's rugged appearance. After Morgan gave the order, countless space airships that had been prepared on the space fortress immediately flew out, continuously surging through the crack, heading to the beastman plane. Duke instantly saw the screen filled with a dense mass of various space airships, almost completely occupying his field of vision like a sky-covering swarm. This was the first batch of forward troops, primarily composed of slave creatures, and even if some wizards accompanied. They were only responsible for command. The mission of the forward troops was to land and fight according to the task objectives. They would sound the horn for this dimension war. Duke and other wizard apprentices temporarily did not need to depart. His current task was to refine magic potions, requiring the preparation of various magic potions. Although the Black Sail had prepared extensively in advance, countless experiences had taught them that there could never be too many supplies. So whenever there was an opportunity, strengthening the preparation of supplies would definitely be done, with magic potions being one of them. Duke could learn the refining of many magic potions on site, and completing the refining of each magic potion would contribute points. He quickly immersed himself in the work, starting to earn Black Sail contribution points through magic potion refining. The Beastmen plane has a total of 3 continents, and this time, the action targets of the wizard plane are aimed at one of the continents. They decided to concentrate their forces to capture this continent first, then proceed to attack the other 2 continents. This was Swain's strategy, as they did not deploy many troops this time, and if dispersed across the 3 continents, it could lead to stalemates in the short term without quick capture. Therefore, they concentrated all their forces to besiege one continent first. Arcane is an ordinary green-skinned orc on the wilderness continent, living in a city called Moon Shadow. He has a good talent for combat, quickly reaching the level of a beastman warrior. According to prior investigations by the Black Sail, the levels in the beastman plane are generally divided into beastman warrior, beastman champion, and legendary warrior, corresponding to level 1, level 2, and level 3 beings respectively. A beastman warrior is already considered a fairly powerful presence within the orc community, where strength determines status. Arcane soon became the city defense commander of Moon Shadow City, responsible for maintaining the city's safety and order, commanding an army of 20,000 green-skinned orcs. Apart from the city lord, he is the strongest within this city. As usual, Arcane came to patrol on the city wall, this being his regular routine task. Despite having become a commander, he showed no laziness, nor indulged in pleasures. On Moon Shadow City's wall, a flag is fluttering in the wind, featuring an orc head pattern. Upon seeing this flag, Arcane immediately knelt on one knee, placed his right hand on his heart, and silently recited something with his head bowed. This flag represents the strongest entity in the Beastman plane today, the legendary warrior Reynolds. No orc knows when Reynolds appeared, but the orcs only know that when Reynolds emerged before the world, he was already a legendary warrior. After Reynolds appeared, he swiftly unified multiple orc tribes and unified the 3 continents of the Beastmen plane within 10 short years. Now, across the 3 continents of the Beastman plane, every city's flag carries this emblem. Reynolds has thus become the king of orcs, revered and supported by all orcs. Anyone refusing to comply with Reynolds' commands has vanished from this world. After Reynolds unified the 3 continents, he soon enacted various policies, unifying the script and language of his plane. He also reformed the previous tribal system of the Beastman plane, retaining tribes but constructing massive cities. These cities absorbed surrounding orc populations, gradually blurring the boundaries between tribes. Today, many people no longer remember which tribe they belong to, they only recall which city they live in. And every city shares one common ruler, the Beast King Reynolds. It's been over thousands of years from ancient times until now, with other legendary warriors occasionally challenging Reynolds during this time. Reynolds welcomed these challenges, gladly accepting any legendary warrior-level orcs challenge. However, without exception over the millennia, no one has defeated Reynolds, they all lost to him. Reynolds is very lenient towards orcs who failed in challenges, and these challengers ultimately became loyal followers under his command. Eventually, challenging Reynolds became a glory among green-skinned orcs, their name remembered by the world upon reaching this point. After unifying the Beastman plane, power was highly centralized under Reynolds, and orc civilization began to rapidly develop. Arcane stood up, gazing at the boundless wilderness outside the city wall, watching the continuous flow of people in and out of the city gates, feeling quite proud inside. He deeply admired Reynolds. Without this king's existence, the orcs could never have developed to today's scale. While on patrol, Arcane received a report from an orc subordinate that a magic-guided cannon on the city wall was broken again. Magic-guided cannons on the walls often broke down, which Arcane was aware of, as these cannons were quite old and easily damaged. Ackman went to the broken magic-guided cannon to find it unable to absorb energy from the energy crystal stone, thereby unable to fire. He looked at it, but couldn't determine the exact point of failure in this magic-guided cannon. Ackman scratched the back of his head in thought, suddenly emitting an energy fluctuation he himself did not notice. "I reckon this should do." He then scraped a bit of mud from the city wall, applying it onto the magic-guided cannon. Afterward, this magic-guided cannon could absorb energy from the energy crystal stones normally, ready to bombard the area ahead at any given moment. After Ackman had repaired the magic-guided cannon, he clapped his hands in satisfaction and continued to patrol the city walls. The green-skinned orcs have always been adept at production and manufacturing, and repairs are their forte. Even though Ackman often did not understand why he managed to fix something, he'd never let such questions bother him. If he couldn't figure something out, he'd rather not think about it and instead enjoy a few more bites of food. After completing his patrol, Ackman would, as usual, head into the city to arrest some beastmen who liked to relieve themselves indiscriminately. Reynolds had long ago stated that the beastmen civilization should develop into a stronger civilized race. Relieving oneself indiscriminately was not permitted, as it would pollute their city and spread disease. Even though Reynolds had established these regulations, many beastmen still did not abide by the rules, often choosing to relieve themselves indiscriminately. Actually, Ackman also felt that relieving oneself indiscriminately wasn't a big issue. Going to the toilet required quite a distance. Moreover, the beastmen had lived like this for thousands of years. Nonetheless, Ackman knew his duty and deeply respected Reynolds, determined to execute Reynolds' orders without fail. Just as he was about to leave the city walls, he suddenly sensed something amiss and instinctively looked up at the sky. What he saw next was an image he would never forget in his lifetime. Rift appeared in the azure sky. The rift seemed to be very far away, yet it remained distinctly visible. Behind the rift was utter darkness, penetrated by a few starlights, though they were overshadowed by the sunlight. Once the rift appeared, it was clear to see it was healing, like a wound slowly closing. When Ackman saw this rift, an immense fear inexplicably arose within him. He couldn't explain the source of this fear, but after a brief search, Ackman realized it was the whole world trembling in fear. As the rift gradually closed, a pair of hands suddenly appeared, gripping the edges of the rift tightly. At that moment, Ackman felt as if those hands were strangling his throat, causing him to suffocate. The hands exerted force abruptly, tearing open the wound that was about to heal, turning the small rift into an enormous gap. It was then Ackman clearly saw the owner of those hands and saw an eye appear in the rift, spying on everything in this world. As the eye locked onto him, Ackman's hair stood on end, an overwhelming sense of danger and profound helplessness gripping his heart. He recalled his childhood when he crouched by the grass watching ants, feeling the same then. In the face of such an existence, they were merely insects. All life on the beastman plane witnessed this scene, an indescribable fear and confusion welling up inside them, unsure of what awaited them next. After the rift in the sky was torn open, countless small black dots appeared at the rift. Initially, these dots were insignificant, and many people couldn't notice them at all. However, as the dots approached this world, everyone could see clearly that they were space airships, rapidly descending and about to land. Although the green-skinned orcs could produce some aircraft, they were limited to high-altitude flights and could not yet leave the planet. The appearance of these airships indicated that the civilization behind them had developed beyond the current beastman plane. Ackman forced himself to calm down from the shock, striving to keep his mind steady. Quickly ran to the watchtower on the city wall, snatching the horn from the hands of a stunned and trembling guard, then took a deep breath and blew the horn. The horn's sound instantly echoed throughout the entire Moon Shadow City and even reverberated across the surrounding wilderness. With the sounding of this horn, it signified that peace would no longer exist in the world. After the Black Sails space airships landed, they did not directly descend into the beastmen cities, but landed in some pre-arranged areas. The various slave creatures inside the airships emerged, quickly regrouping and assembling formations. The slave creatures were clearly tasked, some immediately starting to construct fortifications and set camps. Others, having organized into an army, began to majestically march forth, targeting the beastmen cities ahead. Among these slave creatures were ogres, kobolds, crocodile men, lizard men, and other races, all captured by the wizards from other planes. Muscular kobold rode atop a kodo beast, his indifferent eyes fixated silently on the chaos unfolding in Moon Shadow City. His name was Reed, a veteran of many planar wars, of formidable strength, and had reached the level 1 peak stage. Reed observed the chaos in Moon Shadow City, reminiscent of his homeland when invaded by the wizards. Back then, the kobolds didn't comprehend the wizards' terror and power, even attempting to resist and drive them out of their homeland. Only later did Reed understand that once the wizards appeared in this world, the outcome was already predetermined. Reed had grand aspirations. He sought to transcend the identity of a slave creature. It's not easy, yet it's achievable. Slave creatures were not entirely worthless. In fact, the wizards often offered better conditions than their original worlds. All they had to do was follow orders unconditionally and conquer one plane's beings after another. Reed started as a weak kobold, but through countless wars, grew to his current level. During his journey, he made many friends among the slave creatures and endured pesky enemies. But as wars raged on, Reed witnessed numerous friends and foes fall beside him. He's become accustomed to blood and death, the norms of war. Reed's goal was to strive to ensure he would not be the next to fall. War indeed was brutal, but it also facilitated rapid growth. At least Reed had now touched tiers he previously dared not dream of, realizing power was everything. This batch of slave legionnaires were battle-hardened veterans, indicating the wizards' considerable regard for this war. With a wizard's order echoing in the minds of the slave creatures, a legion of nearly 80,000 slave creatures swarmed towards Moon Shadow City like a tidal wave from all directions. Facing the massive enemy force suddenly appearing ahead, Ackman felt not even a trace of fear. He clutched his long knife tightly, glanced at the flag fluttering beside him, feeling an unprecedented surge of fighting spirit and courage. Beastmen have always enjoyed war and slaughter, and the cities they build naturally serve the purpose of warfare. The walls of Moon Shadow City stand about 20 meters high and are constructed entirely from massive stones. As the Slave Legion entered the range of the magic-guided cannon, the cannons on the walls began to gather a blue glow, and then a blue orb shot out instantly, exploding amidst the Slave Legion. The magic-guided cannon contains extremely high energy, and after exploding, it releases overwhelming energy, consuming everything around it, accompanied by intense heat. Some slave creatures at the center of the explosion instantly lost half of their bodies as the rampant energy devoured their flesh. Such a scene did not frighten the nearby slave creatures, whose steps continued without the slightest hesitation toward the city walls. The magic-guided cannons continuously exploded around them, and the cannons on the walls grew intensely hot, causing worry among the beastmen operating them that the cannons might suddenly detonate. Such incidents have happened before. These magic-guided cannons have been around for years, older than many of the beastmen. The beastmen are indeed good at repairing things, but what they fix often isn't very reliable and tends to break after a while. Ackman stood atop the wall, watching the magic-guided cannons harvest batches of slave creatures' lives, but he felt far from relaxed. He had sent messages to other cities for reinforcements, hoping to hold on longer with the tall and sturdy city walls until help arrived. However, Ackman was unaware that such scenes were unfolding in many cities across the wilderness continent. Other cities were struggling to protect themselves and had no strength to spare for aiding him. The Slave Legion is quite experienced in dealing with walls like these, having taken down walls even taller and thicker before. There are many solutions, but the most resource-efficient and convenient way is to have some slave creatures carry the wizard's high explosive energy bombs and directly blow down these walls. The high explosive energy bomb is an extremely dangerous alchemy creation that can be detonated at long range through spiritual power. Among these slave creatures, quite a few carry these bombs, which are only the size of a fingertip. Their task is to bring the high explosive energy bombs to the base of the walls, completing their mission. However, to charge through the enemy's torrential assault to reach the wall base is no easy feat. For those slave creatures carrying these bombs, their lives no longer matter, as their fate is likely death. Many slave creatures are aware of this, but branded with the slave mark, they have no choice. The Slave Legion could indeed use the super energy cannon to bombard and collapse the wall, but that would excessively waste energy resources. The wizards, upon calculation, still found it more cost-effective to have some slave creatures carry the bombs. The war has just begun, and the resources they carry are limited, not to be squandered carelessly. Among the 80,000 slave creatures, only over 1,000 have reached the first level of power, while most are cannon fodder yet to reach the first level. But even such a force surpassed Ackman's understanding. It's worth noting that in all of Moon Shadow City, there are only 2 entities of the first-level life form. Many of the first-level life forms within the slave Legion have yet to deploy, such as Dogman Reed, who is currently stationed at the rear observing the battle. It's not yet their turn to enter. The war's early stages are when casualties are highest, and the opposition almost devotes all their strength to halting their advance. Ackman had never seen such an enemy before. The beastmen race is also fearless and courageous, but they would never be as insane as these creatures. In the eyes of these slave creatures, Ackman saw nothing but madness, as if they had no feeling toward death. He even saw some slave creatures revealing a sense of relief in their eyes as they fell. Ackman could not understand the scene before him. These creatures were clearly from different races, yet they were working together with relentless determination. In Ackman's view, these were incredibly strong races, possibly on par with their green-skinned orcs. Facing such an enemy, the beastmen race was bound to endure a fierce battle, yet he still did not believe they would be defeated. However, Ackman was unaware that what he faced were merely cannon fodder, with the real enemies yet to appear before him. Soon, the magic-guided cannon was unable to stop the slave legion's advance. The magic-guided cannons on the walls were limited, and their garrison numbered only 20,000, while the besieging slave legion amounted to 80,000. Ackman did not know the exact figures, but the situation made it clear they were at a tremendous disadvantage. From any perspective, this was undoubtedly a losing battle, a matter of time before the city fell and its people perished. But Ackman did not think so. He believed, "I think we can win." The surrounding slave legion also believed they would win, hence were not rushing into an all-out attack, with their true core forces remaining in the rear. The ones charging ahead were weak slave creatures, merely expendable pawns existing solely to deplete Moon Shadow City's garrison's strength. Many orc archers and gunners on the walls were continuously shooting at the slave creatures below. One slave creature after another fell, yet this did little to hinder the slave legion's forward momentum. The slave legion below was not just taking hits passively. Many slave creatures possessed ranged attack capabilities. Some slave creatures could spit acid, and the green acid corroded the beastmen's flesh quickly upon impact, causing them unbearable pain as they fell headfirst from the wall, dying instantly. Other slave creatures wielded special bows, small magic-guided cannons, and similar items, accurately targeting the beastmen on the walls. The equipment possessed by the slave legion was exchanged for military merits. The wizards only provided them with some basic gear. To obtain better equipment required the slave creatures to exchange it for battlefield performance. Moreover, slave creatures could not own any spoils of war. All spoils belonged to the wizards. This was an iron rule etched into their slave mark, and no slave creature could violate it. Confined by the slave mark, no slave creature had ever secretly taken any spoils. Every time an orc fell from the wall, another immediately filled the position. The offensive capabilities of the magic-guided cannons and these beastmen were ultimately limited. The vast numbers of the slave legion eventually brought them to the base of the walls. The gates of Moon Shadow City are forged from a magic metal called golden scale celestial iron, incredibly heavy and nigh impossible to open or close by human power. The gates are protected by special magic set by beastmen priests. Only those with a special key can control their opening and closing. Once the gates are closed, unless someone inside the city uses the key to open them, they are nearly impregnable. At least Ackman believes this, and it's one reason why he is confident in holding the defense until reinforcements arrive. Ackman knows that even using a magic-guided cannon to bombard the gates would take several days to knock them down, and he has not yet seen the enemy use such means. Ackman assumes the enemy likely does not possess things like magic-guided cannons, otherwise they would have already used them. Otherwise, so many people would not have died. However, he is completely unaware of the cruelty and indifference of the wizards. The opponents indeed have such things, but considered it not worth deploying after calculating the value. A slender, yet incredibly agile and swift plant creature rushed to the wall. This was a sunflower person from the plant elf world, his body resembling a sunflower, particularly small. He held a small shield, quickly deflecting a rain of arrows. After rushing to the wall, the sunflower person took out a transparent cube crystal and stuck it on the gates, then turned to flee. Just as he turned to run, the high explosive energy bomb he had placed was detonated under the spiritual power. Manipulation of a distant wizard. The immense energy swept the surroundings, and the sunflower person, seeming experienced, curled up his body, wrapping himself in green leaves and forming a ball. He was blown far away by the formidable energy wave, rolling across the distance like wind-borne tumbleweed. After stopping, the sunflower person unfurled his body, coughed up blood, with green liquid containing tiny bits of plant tissue that was his internal organs. Lucky to have survived. The sunflower person felt immensely grateful at that moment. He knew that as soon as he placed the explosive on the gates, it would be detonated immediately. The wizards wouldn't care about their fate. For them, detonating immediately was the most rational choice, avoiding unforeseen changes. As for a tiny slave creature, no one cared about its life or death. Below the walls, the indestructible gates forged from golden scale celestial iron at that moment actually showed a small crater. Compared to the enormous gates, this crater was tiny, but enough to shock and terrify the beastmen on the walls. They couldn't imagine what kind of bomb could so easily create such a mark on the gates. For now, it seemed just a small crater, insignificant. But if these slave creatures continued bombarding the gates, it wouldn't be long before the gates crumbled, leaving Moon Shadow City's defenses practically useless. Stop anyone trying to approach the gates, Arcane shouted loudly on the walls. The surrounding beastmen also realized the severity of the situation, concentrating their firepower on the slave creatures attempting to sprint to the gates. Dogman Reed, riding on a Kodo beast, had been observing the situation ahead. When the timing seemed right, he said to a nearby Batman, "Deploy your men." Batmen are a type of slave creature standing only about 1.4 meters tall, small in stature, but extremely fast in flight and skilled in aerial combat. A moment later, hundreds of Batmen flew overhead the slave legion, wearing light armor and carrying various weapons as they flew toward the walls. The Batmen's numbers were not many, which was why they were not deployed initially. Without knowing what anti-air measures the opponents might have, sending out the Batmen recklessly could easily result in high casualties. This kind of preferential treatment for Batmen was earned through battle after battle, leading to strategic considerations for their casualties. With the Batmen appearing, even though their numbers were few, they immediately created tremendous pressure for the beastmen on the walls. Batmen can unleash a highly destructive sonic wave, capable of directly wrecking the enemy's brain tissue or heart, causing instant death. Whenever a Batman flew over the wall, one beastman would bleed from 7 orifices and die instantly, tumbling from the wall. Arrows and artillery were immediately targeted at the Batmen, but the beastmen couldn't keep pace with the Batmen's speed, struggling to even track their flight path, let alone carry out precise shooting. With the arrival of the Batmen, pressure on slave creatures below the walls suddenly diminished, allowing multiple slave creatures to charge towards the gates in an instant. After several violent explosions, the entire wall shook and trembled. Accompanied by the deaths of those slave creatures, several pits of varying sizes appeared on the gates. At that moment, Arcane could only shout desperately, continually directing the defenses on the walls while constantly mobilizing beast forces from behind to fill the gaps in the wall's defenses. Batman seemed to have recognized Arcane's position as commander, instantly flying over and releasing a sonic wave aimed at Arcane's head, intending to destroy the beastman's brain. However, while Arcane appeared to be commanding those around him, he was in fact always monitoring the activities of every Batman in the sky. Pretending not to know, as the Batman lowered its elevation to the closest, Arcane's longsword suddenly shot out. The sword carried Arcane's own energy, incredibly swift, so swift that even for the fast-reacting creatures like Batman, they couldn't respond. After all, Arcane was a level 1 life, while the attacking Batman had only super-ranked magical beast strength. The longsword, turning into a white light, instantly pierced through the Batman's head, the violent energy within exploding its head entirely. The Batman's headless body immediately plummeted, accompanied by a shower of blood. With a cold snort, Arcane waved and retrieved the longsword. Only a special observation method could see Arcane using a special energy to adhere the sword, with a long invisible energy rope in between. Though the sword seemed to fly out, it was actually always under Arcane's control. The fall of this Batman quickly attracted the attention of the other Batmen, who transmitted the information through sonic waves, and all drifted away from Arcane. For them, their task was merely to harass the beastmen on the wall. It's best to avoid courting death by provoking Arcane this level 1 life. After Arcane killed the Batman, he felt no relief in his heart. Just taking down this Batman didn't help the situation at all. Explosions kept echoing from below the city walls, and slave creatures repeatedly bombarded the city gate with bombs. The entire city wall was constantly shaking, as if it was about to collapse. Arcane didn't have any good ideas either. The enemies didn't care for their lives and were numerous, making them difficult to fend off. The entire Moon Shadow City was embroiled in a fierce battle, the city filled with various clamors and shouts of killing, like boiling water. Mid the thunderous sounds of the magic-guided cannon and high-explosive energy bombs, slave creatures and beastmen continued to perish. Blood of various colors splattered across the battlefield, the pungent smell of blood stimulating everyone's nerves. On the battlefield, many slave creatures could no longer feel pain or exhaustion. The blood of war they drank was unleashing their inner power. As long as the last drop of blood in their bodies hadn't run dry, they wouldn't fall, nor would they stop fighting. The battle began at noon and continued until nightfall. The slave legion's assault didn't recede in the slightest. Due to nightfall instead, it became even more fierce. It had noticed the fatigue on the faces of the beastmen, naturally not giving the beastmen any chance to breathe. The slave legion's strength and numbers far surpassed the beastmen, allowing them to continuously replenish forces in optimal condition. Arcane wielded a long knife, his armor stained with various colors of blood. Throughout the afternoon's battle, many slave creatures had already ascended the city walls. These slave creatures came from multiple planes, possessing all sorts of bizarre abilities. 2 hours ago, Arcane even encountered a batch of invisible lizard men, whose limbs could climb directly up the towering city walls. Due to their invisibility, until they launched an attack on the beastmen on the walls, the beastmen didn't notice that enemies had reached them. This ambush caused the beastmen tremendous losses. At that time, Arcane was commanding on another section of the wall and rushed over upon learning this. Only with his involvement did they barely repel the attack of these invisible lizard men. Deep into the night, a muffled sound echoed from the city gate after a loud bang. This muffled sound struck every green-skinned orc's heart. Like a heavy hammer, all the beastmen knew what this meant. Arcane had long foreseen this event and positioned a large force to defend behind the city gate. When the slave creature legion burst through the gate, the beastmen stationed there clashed directly with the slave creatures. The slave creature legion, with unstoppable momentum, charged directly into the beastmen's troops, marking the beginning of the cruelest and bloodiest battle. Close combat, enemies in every direction, no one could guarantee survival on such a battlefield. When you pierce the chest of the enemy in front of you, a long knife might already be skimming across your neck. Inside the city, it had turned into a slaughterhouse, constantly reaping lives. Slave creatures kept flooding in through the gate, like floodwaters surging in after a sluice was opened. Moon Shadow City had completely fallen, not held for even a day before succumbing entirely. As the slave creature legion poured in, they slaughtered every beastman they saw, no distinction between beastmen soldiers or civilians. No constraints on this aspect were included in Black Sail's wizard's strategic plan. Due to the rapid breeding of green-skinned orcs, there were no worries that excessive killing would drastically reduce the population of this race. Every beastman's corpse was a source for spreading beastman seeds. The wizards only needed a little cultivation later to produce a large batch of beastmen. So, for the slave creature legion, capturing the city was their most crucial task. Arcane led the beastmen to continually shrink their defense perimeter, gradually reaching the vicinity of the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion was a small fortress with some rudimentary defensive works, which were hastily reinforced in the afternoon. Standing before Arcane was an elderly beastman, the city lord Ross of Moon Shadow City. Ross was a beastman priest, capable of casting various magic powers. He was the other primary life in Moon Shadow City. During the afternoon defense battle, he and Arcane each managed half of the defense, but both failed. Both gates were breached, forcing them to retreat to the city lord's mansion. Beastmen civilians in Moon Shadow City were killed, injured, or taken away as captives. Ross stood on the fortress, observing everything in front of him with a face full of sorrow. No one knew where these enemies came from or why they had come. The once peaceful Moon Shadow City turned into a wasteland within half a day. Ross seemed to have resolved something. He looked at Ackman, the young beastman, and said, "Run, Ackman, go elsewhere, gather stronger forces to defeat these enemies." He had always admired Ackman, promoting him to his current position. They were both mentor and friend. Ross knew that failure was inevitable. He didn't want this promising beastman to perish here. He remained convinced that the beastman race wouldn't lose. Only the unexpected ambush and disparity in forces led Moon Shadow City to ruin. In this world, countless beastmen remained, along with the undefeated Beastman King. As long as Ackman could escape, when the Beastman forces are assembled, they will surely cleanse the enemy. "No, I won't run." Ackman shook his head. He wouldn't flee disgracefully. Ross smiled knowingly, seemingly expecting Ackman's response, and said, "The Beastmen aren't lacking in courage, but unnecessary sacrifice is pointless. Even if one must die, one should die with value." With this, he stepped forward into the air. Cracks appeared all over Ross, emitting a strange red glow. "City Lord." Ackman realized what was happening and tried to stop Ross, but it was too late. As a beastman priest, Ross possessed immense internal energy. Despite his advanced age, his energy remained abundant. When the slave creature legion appeared, Ross foresaw Moon Shadow City's inevitable defeat and prepared a simple teleportation array in the City Lord's mansion. Time was too tight. Normally, such a teleportation array couldn't transport over long distances. Ross, using himself as fuel, released turbulent energy within, infusing it all into the teleportation array. After Ross infused his inner energy into the teleportation array, over 1,000 beastmen within the fortress's array range were all teleported hundreds of kilometers away to the wilderness. 8,000 more beastmen remained inside and outside the fortress, still resisting the slave legion's attack with difficulty. The temporary teleportation array constructed by Ross couldn't send everyone away. Sending out these over 1,000 had already cost him his life. The ensuing battle had no suspense. The brutal slaughter continued until dawn before gradually subsiding. The remaining beastmen either died or were captured, and the entire Moon Shadow City had completely fallen under Black Sail's control. And they didn't lose a single wizard. The only cost was some slave creatures. After the battle ended, the slave creature legion began sweeping through the entire city, collecting all valuable items, which were handed over to Black Sail's wizards. The captured beastmen were sent by space airships to the slave creature area in the space fortress, where they would be branded with the slave mark, thereby becoming part of the slave creature legion. These beastmen who became slave creatures might even participate in future battles, wielding blades against their own kin. However, the wizards generally would not do this, because slave creatures need to learn some things to better cooperate with other slave creatures in completing tasks. More importantly, having slave creatures wage war against their kin would evoke significant resistance from the depths of their souls, making control somewhat troublesome. When there are enough slave creature troops, the wizards generally wouldn't send these beastmen to participate in the war this time. As the war began, slave creatures continuously died or were injured. Those slave creatures who were lightly injured would directly return to the camp to heal and rest. If the injuries were too serious to continue fighting in a short time, they would be sent onto space shuttles to return to the space fortress for treatment and healing. Duke was responsible for refining magic potions in the space fortress during this time, specifically working on a secondary potion called Quick Healing Potion. This was a pale yellow potion, which could be used both internally and externally, exhibiting particularly good effects on external injuries. For typical surface wounds, applying one Quick Healing Potion would cause the wound to rapidly heal and recover under the potion's effect. Wounds healed by this potion usually leave no scars. Those with slightly stronger physiques could even fully recover on the same day. Quick Healing Potion Level Up, Spiritual Power plus 0.1 Quick Healing Potion. LV2, 1/70. Unknowingly while busy, Duke raised the level of this potion to LV2, with a surge of knowledge about this potion flooding into his mind. The materials for potion refining were naturally provided by Black Sail. Each magic potion refined was documented. Contributions were settled uniformly for him in the end. This batch of first-class wizard apprentices, including Duke, had to stay for at least 3 months, after which they could return to Black Sail or choose to stay. Duke took this opportunity to grind proficiency, as he didn't have to pay for the materials. Moreover, the materials given were extra, accounting for the failure rate. Duke aimed for success in each refinement, pocketing all leftover materials. Black Sail didn't mind this either, as they weren't bothered to calculate and precisely distribute materials, regarding this as some benefits for the wizard apprentices. Potion refining was just a temporary task. The apprentices were distributed to different places based on their situations. Merrick was directly assigned to the alchemy laboratory side, tasked with some odd jobs. Duke was in the magic potion laboratory area, specifically the most basic lab. The space fortress housed numerous large-scale magic potion laboratories, able to support the refinement of most potions. According to Merrick, once the situation of the beastmen plane stabilized, they would also head there. However, they didn't need to engage in frontline warfare, but were responsible for guarding, managing cities, resource points, or clearing remaining forces. Upon learning this, Duke cherished his current time for potion refining even more. After the sun set 7 times on the beastman plane, Duke maxed out his quick healing potion skill. Quick healing potion level up, spiritual power plus 0.1, free attribute points plus 1 quick healing potion. LV5 feature. Accelerated healing, accelerated healing. The quick healing potion you refine can make wounds heal faster simultaneously. Reaching this skill's max level, Duke received his next assignment. He would follow the 5th Brigade of the 3rd Legion to guard a place called Moon Shadow City. This was also where Master Lan would go, with Duke and Merrick accompanying his team. Reportedly, Moon Shadow City was surrounded by rich mines producing a magic metal called Golden Scale Celestial Iron. Golden Scale Celestial Iron possessed extremely high strength, very suitable for crafting various magic metal armors or defense-related alchemy creations. Master Lan, encountering this magic metal for the first time, wished to study it. Moon Shadow City had long been captured, now serving as one of their supply points and a resting area for many wizards returning from the front. The next morning, Duke and Merrick came to a spacious room where many space airships were docked. Previously, Duke had seen these space airships from afar, appearing small at the time. Yet upon closer inspection now, they found these space airships enormous, requiring at least 2 football fields for parking space. This area could roughly accommodate more than 30 space airships. The specific space airship Duke boarded contained around 300 wizards, mostly official wizards with only a dozen wizard apprentices. These wizard apprentices were students, descendants, or somehow related to the official wizards. Once everyone settled, the space airship began its journey, moving slowly along a long passage for several minutes until the magic metal doors ahead slowly opened, allowing the airship to fly out from there. Observing outside the window, Duke realized he was truly amidst the void of the endless plain, beside the vast space fortress. In the distance was the planet of the beastman plane, with the fissure torn open by Morgan still present, many wizards working near the fissure, responsible for maintaining its expansion, preventing it from automatically healing. As the space airship approached the rift, Duke finally realized how massive this rift was. From a distance, he had just perceived it as a wound. But once Duke looked outside through the window of the space airship, he discovered that the width of the rift was at least 10,000 kilometers. When the space airship passed through the rift, Duke saw the edges of the rift in the distance shimmering with purple-red light, feeling a particularly strange sensation. After the space airship crossed the rift, it was as if they had entered the interior of the beastman plane. Duke instantly felt uncomfortable, as if a set of shackles had been put on his entire body, feeling especially heavy. Also found that the flow of magic power became somewhat obscure, far less smooth and free as before. Merrick also felt this way, but he clearly knew the reason. This is normal. It's the suppression of the planar will of the beastman plane on outsiders like us. Listening to his explanation, Duke learned that this was a very common phenomenon in the endless plane. Any life form not from the native plane would be suppressed by the planar will, preventing them from fully exerting their inherent strength. Although this suppression wouldn't directly lower one's level, it would constantly limit them. Native beings of the plane naturally wouldn't be affected, which was an advantage in territorial combat. This was Duke's first time entering another plane. He had never had such an experience before. His current spiritual power was 37.8, but he felt that the magic he was now able to cast barely equaled the strength of spiritual power between 32 and 34, decreasing by a full 4 or 5 points. Duke also learned that planar will was something possessed by every plane. Planes like the beastmen plane, being a low plane, had a planar will that had not yet awakened, still in a hazy state. Only when something particularly significant happened within the plane, or by taking certain special means, could the planar will be temporarily awakened. The planar will would select some individuals to become the children of the plane, who would possess extremely high talent and good luck, often encountering various fortuitous events. These fortuitous encounters were actually arrangements by the planar will in the dark, aiming to help these individuals grow rapidly. The planar will did this actually to let the plane develop faster and advance quickly to a higher level plane. For example, for a low plane like the beastman plane to advance to a middle plane, a level 4 life would need to emerge. Only with the appearance of level 4 life can the progression of the entire plane be driven. This is one of the reasons the planar will cultivates the children of the plane. As the space airship moved forward, the planet of the beastman plane became gradually larger within view. It was a blue planet with only 3 continents, and everything else was blue ocean. When the space airship passed through the atmosphere, the friction between the airship's surface and the atmosphere generated intense heat, emitting numerous sparks. However, this had no impact on the space airship. With the material strength of the space airship, such an ordinary atmosphere couldn't leave any traces on its surface. The space airship stopped in the wilderness outside Moon Shadow City, and as Duke and his team disembarked and took a breath, they felt somewhat uncomfortable. The air composition of the beastman plane was different from that of the wizard plane, and newcomers like Duke often needed a period of adaptation before their lungs felt better. When Duke stepped off the airship and onto the wilderness ground, he felt quite peculiar since it was his first time setting foot on the ground of another plane. The battle outside Moon Shadow City had long been over, but Duke could still discern from the surrounding traces that a fierce battle had occurred here recently. The ground around was covered with various craters created by explosions, and many places still held remnants of blood, faintly visible. The Moon Shadow City ahead still stood tall, but there wasn't a single trace of beastmen on the city walls, and the city gates had been replaced with ordinary wooden doors. 3 military corps encamped around Moon Shadow City, with the 5th Corps of the 3rd Regiment being one of them. They were not responsible for seizing territories, but were to stay and guard this area, and also carry out more detailed reconnaissance and extraction of resources in the region. Where Duke and his team stayed was within Moon Shadow City. Only wizards were qualified to reside in the city, while slave creatures could only live in the surrounding wilderness. The living condition here was much better than in the space fortress. At least it wasn't as cramped and stifling. When Duke arrived below Moon Shadow City's walls, he clearly saw various battle traces spread across the city walls. The traces were very fresh, and one could imagine the war scene simply through them. The style of the buildings inside the city was quite peculiar, rough and simple, without excessive complex designs. Most buildings were constructed with a mix of wood and stone, and many houses still bore traces of having been burnt, although from the traces they appeared to have been extinguished quickly. Slave creatures hadn't massively vandalized here. After all, their task was to occupy rather than destroy. Duke accidentally stepped on something. Upon looking down, it was a flag with an image of a beastman embroidered on it. But the flag now was filthy, smeared with numerous footprints, and bore traces of having been soaked by rainwater. Duke and his team were to rest here for a night and was scheduled to investigate nearby mines the next day. He was allocated a small cabin and a small yard. It seemed that the beastmen who lived here before quite enjoyed gardening, as there were many unseen flowers in the yard. Merrick lived in the yard next to him, smiling as he said, "Fortunately, these green-skinned orcs have no gender distinction, otherwise they would face some things worse than death." Duke understood his meaning. There were many perverts among wizards. Ordinary stimuli could no longer satisfy them. These wizards harbored peculiar fetishes for some strange races from other planes and often, upon conquering cities like Moon Shadow City, would take the opportunity to savor the local youths and maidens. Luckily, these beastmen seemed to be just burly bachelors, but it couldn't be ruled out that some wizards liked this sort. Duke had long been immune to this, even if he saw someone calling a few beastmen into their room at night, he wouldn't feel surprised. After a simple meal of dry rations at night, Duke started contemplating future matters. Duke already knew that the vicinity of Moon Shadow City was rich in minerals, and the golden scale celestial iron produced here was an exceptionally high-quality magic metal. He glanced at the emblem of yellow sand crystal on his left arm and thought to himself, I wonder if there's a chance to acquire some golden scale celestial iron to nourish the yellow sand crystal. This magic metal would certainly be unaffordable for me if sold on the wizard plane. But here, maybe I can find an opportunity to obtain some. Duke urgently needs a large amount of magic metal to enhance his strength. The yellow sand inside the yellow sand crystal can devour various magic metals to improve the quality of the sand. However, magic metals are expensive, and the price of any kind of magic metal is not cheap. Duke had previously looked up some relevant information and found that the general price for magic metals is 20 magic stones per pound. It seems not particularly expensive, and he can afford to buy some. But the key is, Duke needs a large amount, and just a few pounds of magic metal is far from enough. When he conducted tests in the laboratory, he calculated that he needs at least 5 tons of yellow sand to sustain daily combat operations. This means that Duke needs to devour at least 5 tons of magic metal to enhance the quality of the yellow sand, which translates to a full 200,000 level 1 magic stones. For Duke now, 200,000 magic stones are an astronomical number, and even making magic potions every day would take an unknown amount of time to gather. These 200,000 magic stones are only enough to improve the quality of 5 tons of yellow sand, barely meeting basic combat needs. If it involves larger-scale battles and magic spells, like Duke has envisioned, manipulating hundreds or thousands of tons of yellow sand against enemies, the magic metal consumed would again be an astronomical number. Currently, he certainly can't manipulate such a massive amount of yellow sand, but once he becomes an official wizard and his power gradually increases, he will naturally reach this stage. But even if he achieves this, he still needs a vast amount of magic metal to support the strength of the yellow sand. Just 5 tons of magic metal is already unaffordable for Duke now, let alone hundreds or thousands of tons, which he can only imagine. After arriving at the beastmen plain, Duke naturally targeted the rich mineral resources there. Only here might he obtain a large quantity of magic metal at a relatively low cost. At dawn, Duke and his group were walking through the wilderness outside Moon Shadow City. This team was led by Master Land, followed by 6 official wizards, as well as Duke and 5 other wizard apprentices. In addition, there was a slave legion following behind them, totaling over 60 slave creatures. The strongest among the slave creatures was a kobold named Reed, with level 1 peak power. Their task was actually to do some miscellaneous work and, incidentally, to protect Duke and the other wizard apprentices. Land and the others didn't need protection from these slave creatures. Having them follow was entirely for the benefit of the wizard apprentices. In the squad, there was also a green-skinned orc following, an orc named Colin. He had already been marked with the slave mark and was now responsible for leading Land and the others to a nearby already exploited mining area. Colin's expression was complex. He naturally harbored extreme hatred towards these outsiders, but ever since being marked by the slave mark, he could no longer feel hatred towards the wizards in his heart. This left him deeply conflicted, with a strong sense of dislocation. The slave mark made it impossible for him to even feel hatred, at least not towards the wizards. The mining site closest to Moon Shadow City was under exploitation, but had been halted due to the sudden outbreak of war. Duke and his group soon arrived at this mining site located in the mountains, surrounded by evident traces of mining, as well as numerous mining carts and special drilling tools and other equipment. The beastmen race was also skilled in craftsmanship, producing many peculiar tools that were extremely convenient for mining stones. Master Land casually picked up a stone from a mining cart, holding it in his hand and continuously examining it. This was just a primitive ore. A series of complicated smelting processes were necessary to obtain golden scale celestial iron. A very fine piece of magic metal. Let me think, many alchemy creation formulas can be altered. Master Land then started conversing with the people behind him. Those people were either students of Master Land or his colleagues, all skilled in alchemy. Duke also picked up a piece of ore from the ground, remembering the appearance and characteristics of the golden scale celestial iron. The piece of ore he picked up was only about the size of a fist, and not much golden scale celestial iron could be refined from it, so naturally, he wouldn't absorb it in front of everyone. Duke casually placed the ore into his space ring. No one would comment on this, as taking a sample back for research was quite normal. As the mining site was not yet under the management of Black Sail, picking up some ore randomly was not an issue. Most of the wizard apprentices around were doing just this. Some even directly placed a huge stone weighing at least 2 tons into their space rings. Duke even suspected that if their space rings weren't too small, they might try to take an entire mining site clean. That's also one of the reasons wizard organizations allow wizards to take resources from other planes. The amount an individual can take is really too little. Duke glanced at the yellow sand crystal on his left arm, thinking to himself, "Hope I can find an opportunity." For him, as long as he had enough time, he could even scour clean all the ores on this entire plane. The magic metal that the yellow sand crystal could devour was virtually limitless. Subsequently, the group slowly delved deeper underground along the already dug tunnels. Master Land needed to conduct a thorough investigation of the geological environment, here to better perfect the information related to the golden scale, celestial iron magic metal. Master Land already had plenty of ideas in mind, feeling that maybe once he goes back, he could acquire some arcane master points. He was currently a level 3 arcane master, which was one of the reasons for his high status. The credentials of a level 3 arcane master are even more significant than those of a level 3 wizard, crucial for a wizard's faction, providing immense value. Master Land seemed very interested in the geological environment here, keen on further exploration underground. However, the mine passages below were not stable. It didn't matter much to Land and his peers, but it could pose a danger to Duke and the other wizard apprentices. After thinking for a moment, Master Land said, "You guys go and explore nearby to see if there are any other mineral veins. Take those slave creatures with you, but don't go too far." That was actually the purpose of their visit, to identify the locations of some mineral veins, which would facilitate future mining. Finding a mineral vein could earn them a substantial amount of contribution points, which was also an opportunity given by Master Land to the young ones, depending on whether they could seize it. As for safety, he wasn't too worried. Most of the nearby beastmen forces had been cleared out. Even if there were remnants, they were merely stragglers. Within the defeated remnants of the beastmen, there are unlikely to be any powerful figures. With this group of slave creatures as protection, the safety of Duke and the others would be greatly increased. Duke and the 5 wizard apprentices then returned to the surface, and more than 60 slave creatures were divided into 5 10-man squads, following these few wizard apprentices. Some slave creatures were left on the surface to stand guard. The strongest among the slave creatures, Reed, followed Merrick, as he could tell that Merrick was the highest ranking among this group. However, Merrick directly ordered, "You go with Duke, I don't need your protection." He seemed extremely confident, displaying a nonchalant attitude towards Reed's protection. After speaking, he took a group of slave creatures and set off in a chosen direction. Duke did not say much either. He looked around and randomly chose a direction to explore. This place was exceedingly vast, located in a mountain area with a complex terrain. Previously, Duke had not learned any knowledge related to alchemy, and was completely clueless on how to prospect for veins, unlike the others who at least had some relevant knowledge. He could only rely on luck, hoping for an unlikely stroke of fortune. Even if Duke discovered a vein, he planned to attempt absorbing the ore himself, intending not to report it. With the yellow sand crystal, he could absorb a large amount of ore, and the rewards would far exceed the contribution from reporting the vein. Duke then proceeded with Reed and the other slave creatures, walking on the mountain paths. Wolfman with blades growing under his arms led the way, belonging to a race called Night Wolf with incredible speed. Night wolves are born with something similar to blades, growing under their arms, which are essentially mutated bones, but much harder and sharper than most creatures' bones. This creature is a natural-born killer and warrior, making it an extremely excellent slave creature. Duke was already considered tall among humans, but among these slave creatures, he instantly became a shorty. Reed was close to 3 meters, and the Night Wolf reached 2 meters. Only up close could one feel the power and imposing pressure of these slave creatures. Duke felt that even in a solo fight, he couldn't defeat a Night Wolf, let alone Reed at the level 1 peak. A kobold like Reed with such strength could easily crush him with a single slap. The Night Wolf cleared the path up front, removing all the obstructing shrubs and branches, creating a clear path for Duke. Duke searched within this area for about 2 hours and still hadn't found anything. Looking at Dogman Reed, he suddenly had an idea, and taking out a piece of ore from the space ring, he said, "Reed, can you find nearby ores based on the scent of this piece of ore?" Reed nodded and then sniffed the ore, looking in a certain direction. The kobold's sense of smell is extremely keen. They can easily detect whether there are nearby ores based on the scent of ore. Reed was particularly honest and would not do anything unless it was asked of him, reducing the chance of making mistakes. For slave creatures, this was a kind of survival wisdom. There was basically no reward for doing well unless it was for some battle merit, but if a mistake was made, punishment was certain. Reed had already figured this out, so he absolutely would not take initiative on matters he wasn't asked to do. Subsequently, under the guidance of Dogman Reed, Duke proceeded deeper into the mountainous area and gradually arrived at a valley. There were obvious signs of excavation, and roads had been carved out by people. However, these roads were quite narrow, nowhere near as spacious as the previous mining site. Duke followed the road forward, reaching the inside of the valley and found a very small mine, surrounded by many scattered stones and piles of soil, evidently dug out from inside the mine. He observed beside the mine for a while, feeling certain this was a small mining site, or more accurately, a secret one. The mining sites near Moonshadow City all belonged to Moonshadow City. Private mining of veins was not allowed. One would face severe punishment otherwise. However, profit tempts the heart, and this is the same regardless of which plane one is on. There will always be beastmen risking it all for profit, creating small mines in vein-distributed areas and extracting ore to sell, thus earning large profits. Due to wartime conditions now, naturally, no one was secretly mining here. Dogman Reed sniffed and said, "There is some beastman scent here, but it's very faint." Previously, at the mining site, the kobold had also detected leftover scents from beastmen. The faint scent indicated no recent beastmen presence, just some lingering trace from before. Duke noticed Reed's sharp sense of smell there, and then got the idea to find veins using this method. He thought for a moment and said, "Stay at the entrance. I'll go down to take a look." "I'll follow you," Reed said. Duke shook his head, "No need." Naturally, he hoped Reed would accompany him down, just in case he ran into danger. However, Duke planned to use the yellow sand crystal to absorb the ore below, and he didn't want others to see. These slave creatures fundamentally did not belong to him nor were under his management. They merely temporarily protected his safety. Duke had every reason to believe that once Reed returned, he would surely report what happened here accurately. For slave creatures, deception is not allowed. They cannot deceive wizards under any circumstances. Even if Reed wanted to help Duke cover things up, it would be impossible due to the restrictions of the slave mark. Moreover, Reed had no reason to cover things up. Duke couldn't offer him anything beneficial. After weighing it, Duke decided to go down by himself. Before going down, he summoned a large amount of yellow sand to surround his body as protection. This way, even if there was a collapse later, Duke would not be too endangered. A collapse was not frightening for him. He could entirely rely on his abilities to climb out from underneath. Duke then entered the dark mine, with his spiritual power highly concentrated. Ready at any moment to handle potential dangers, he knew going alone here was risky, but there was no choice for the sake of consuming magic metal. The underground mine was very winding. After taking 2 turns, he found himself engulfed in darkness, as light from the surface could no longer reach here. Occasionally, he spotted a mining cart at the side of the mine, partially filled with ore. Directly, he began to use the yellow sand crystal to absorb these ores. The yellow sand crystal pattern on his left arm faintly glowed, emitting a strong attraction that drew in the ores from the mining cart. As the yellow sand crystal absorbed, the mine carts soon contained only a pile of stone debris. The golden scale celestial iron and other substances already completely absorbed by the yellow sand crystal. The yellow sand crystal itself is a highly efficient refining tool capable of precisely absorbing the minerals within the ore without any loss. Typically, extracting magic metal from ore, after processes like smelting and separation, will result in some loss. The yellow sand crystal can achieve 100% absorption. Still, the amount absorbed is minimal because the content of golden scale celestial iron within the ore is really low. This whole cart hasn't absorbed much golden scale. Celestial iron, only a small portion of the yellow sand improved in quality. In Duke's palm sat a small handful of yellow sand, which was recently enhanced in quality by absorbing the ore. After absorbing golden scale celestial iron, the yellow sand's hardness and density improved a lot, and its surface gained a metallic sheen. Moreover, having absorbed the magic metal golden scale celestial iron, these sands now have a better affinity with magic power, greatly enhancing the magic capacity of each grain, indirectly raising the sand's strength limit. Just this small amount of sand was not enough to be useful, not even sufficient to form a single rock spike. Duke continued to advance along the mine tunnel, absorbing visible ore all the way, meticulously collecting every piece. As he gradually ventured deeper, he reached a slightly lower area underground, where the walls of the mine tunnel were often rather damp. In some places, there were little pools of water, and the sound of droplets falling into these pools echoed crisply throughout the tunnel. After a while, Duke arrived at a relatively spacious area, seemingly specifically excavated to store mined ores. The mine carts transport the ores from this place to the surface, with at least 8 or 9 tons of ore piled here, yet it's uncertain how much golden scale celestial iron can be absorbed from it. Duke then urged the yellow sand crystal to begin absorbing these ores, with the absorption speed of the yellow sand crystal very fast. Momentarily, only a heap of debris remained in front of Duke, as those ores turned into a sand-like substance. From these 8 or 9 tons of ore, Duke only absorbed a little over 8 pounds of golden scale celestial iron. This demonstrates that generally, the content of golden scale celestial iron in 1 ton of ore is about 1 pound. This is under the circumstance where the yellow sand crystal causes no loss. Ordinary refining processes would incur significant losses. This is the commonality among most magic metals, with low contents within ores. Otherwise, their prices wouldn't be so high. Duke looked at the pitch-black, deep tunnel ahead, contemplating continuing forward, proceeding along the winding, meandering tunnel downwards. Gradually reaching the mining area, a small open area suddenly emerged ahead, but rather than a room, it resembled a wound violently gouged out. The low ceiling was covered with grim gouge marks, coarse, damp wooden beams tilted, seemingly burdened to breaking point. The ground was a chaotic mess, strewn with angular stone fragments, ore residue, and rusted tool remnants. The air was thick with dust and the scent of decaying wood, and each breath carried a scent of earthy grime. On the surrounding rock wall, a conspicuous, deeper-colored mineral vein shimmered faintly with metallic gleam, embedded in the rock like the blood vessels of a monstrous beast, fresh gouge marks covering it. A few pickaxes lay casually by the mineral vein, besides some harvested, yet untransported raw ore. Several extinguished mine lamps hung on wooden frames, their shades covered with a thick layer of dust. This was the first time Duke saw the distribution of the mineral veins, clearly manifested on the rock wall. These ores containing golden scale celestial iron was slightly reddened, starkly distinguishing them from ordinary rocks. Ahead lay several branching paths, extending deeper. It was evident this area was deeply excavated and likely had been mined for a long period. Duke commenced absorption directly. As the mineral veins here were plentiful, he just needed to be careful during absorption, ensuring the structural integrity here was not damaged. The quantity of mined ores here far exceeded those earlier. Merely untransported mined ores amounted to 20 or 30 tons, not to mention those yet to be mined, which were of unknown extent. If not for the fear of causing a collapse, Duke would have absorbed without restraint. Being some depth from the surface now, Duke had to remain cautious, lest a collapse ensue, making the escape quite taxing. As Duke started absorption, these ores gradually turned into a heap of loose sand, with the golden scale celestial iron continually flowing into the yellow sand crystal. After absorbing the mined ores on the ground, he then proceeded to absorb those unmined ores in the rock wall. Before absorption, Duke scrutinized the structure on the rock wall. He discovered that the golden scale celestial iron veins distributed in strip-like formations within the rock, allowing him to use the yellow sand crystal to absorb these ores precisely, preserving the structural integrity of the rock. Due to the presence of granite and other solid rock structures within the rock wall, these could temporarily support and maintain the structural integrity here without significant changes. Duke promptly commenced absorption, albeit at a slower pace, exercising greater caution. After absorbing the golden scale celestial iron, he manipulated the ground's yellow sand to fill in the voids left behind. The distribution of golden scale celestial iron veins here far exceeded his initial expectations, gradually revealing even richer veins as absorption continued. Seeing this, Duke couldn't help but be astonished. The abundance of golden scale celestial iron veins here perhaps rivaled that of the previous mining site. As time passed, within the ensuing hour, he was madly absorbing the mineral veins, accumulating over 2 tons of sand transformed from golden scale celestial iron. Then suddenly, Duke heard some commotion from the mine tunnel ahead. He instantly became vigilant. A pile of yellow sand appeared in front of him, which already looked somewhat darkened, hardly distinguishable from metallic granules. Duke paid close attention to the mine passage ahead, where the urgent footsteps and rumbling sounds were coming from. Both sounds captured Duke's attention, as he realized they signified 2 issues. The first issue was the surprising presence of someone deep within these mining tunnels. The second issue is that despite maintaining the structural integrity during the absorption of the mineral veins, the underlying rock layer, being whole, allows the stress distribution to flow. Even if he sustained the structural integrity during absorption, he was unable to control the alteration of stress direction in the process. Force distribution is an extremely complex matter, and Duke couldn't control this process. This caused a flow change in the force distribution within the rock layers during his absorption of the mineral veins here, leading to a cave in elsewhere. Those hiding deep in the front tunnel had to come out after discovering the cave-in. By this time, Duke had already refined nearly a ton of golden scale celestial iron, surrounded by countless sand grains glistening with metallic luster. He stared intently at the front of the tunnel, and as the footsteps gradually approached, the figures of these people became visible. It was a squad of green-skinned orcs, 6 in number, wearing simple leather armor with swords and other weapons in their hands. Judging from their attire, they were likely former guards of Moon Shadow City, probably escaping here amidst the war. This tunnel was quite hidden, probably making them think it was safe to hide here, which is why they ran to this place. But unexpectedly, a sudden cave-in occurred here, and upon rushing out they saw Duke. Seeing Duke, a surge of anger welled up inside the 6 orcs, a fury filled with extreme hatred. They immediately recognized Duke as one of the intruders from another plane, as neither his appearance nor attire matched the natives of the beastmen plane. It was these foreign invaders who occupied their homeland and slaughtered their kin. And seeing Duke, how could these orcs not be angry? Seeing that Duke was alone, with no particularly strong aura around him, they immediately charged at him, brandishing their weapons, intending to cut Duke into pieces to vent their pent-up frustration. Duke sensed the aura of these orcs. None of them were first-level beings, with the strongest only comparable to advanced magical beasts. "Just perfect for a test," he said, surrounded by yellow and black sand. Even after a ton of golden scale celestial iron had reinforced it, the sand was not much, less than a cubic meter. Due to the narrow tunnel and the burly nature of these orcs, only one could dash forward at a time. The orc leading the charge held a long knife, muscles bulging, and swung the blade toward Duke's neck. Duke stood still, unmoving, as the surrounding yellow sand surged forward, tightly wrapping the orc. The sand acted like a gigantic hand, firmly immobilizing the orc. Despite the orc's strong physique and power, it was unable to break free from the sand's grasp. With a slight clench of Duke's palm, the sand constricting the orc began to shrink, transmitting a colossal compressive force onto the bound orc. The orc withstood the pressure for only a moment before the bones within its body began to fracture extensively, the sound of breaking bones echoing continuously, with internal organs also shattering under the immense pressure. The orc instantly spewed blood, with blood seeping out from all over its body. After sustaining such grievous injuries, the orc died on the spot, experiencing sudden death. Duke manipulated the sand as easily as crushing an insect, effortlessly killing an orc comparable to an advanced magical beast. He had not yet conducted experiments to measure precise data, but from the effects demonstrated just now, it could be estimated that the strength of the gravity yellow sand had surpassed 30 degrees. Previously, the strength of gravity yellow sand generally hovered around 19 degrees, reaching a maximum of 23 degrees with the infusion of magic power. But even without fully infusing magic power now, the strength of the gravity yellow sand had already reached 30 degrees. This is the strength of the sand after absorbing golden scale celestial iron, resulting in a qualitative leap for this magic. The sand within the yellow sand crystal, enhanced by golden scale celestial iron, could also house more magic power. Duke felt that the upgraded sand could contain an extremely high amount of magic power. Even by infusing all his magic power, he couldn't reach its upper limit. After a quick calculation, he found that if he infused all his magic power into the sand grains now, the strength of gravity yellow sand could even exceed 40 degrees. And this was just the beginning of the magic metal absorption, allowing for such an improvement, with further advancements possible later on. Even the sand with already enhanced quality could continue to improve. However, Duke needed to first increase the amount of sand, letting more sand devour the magic metal, requiring at least 5 tons of such sand refined for daily combat needs. Once he gathered 5 tons of magic metal enhanced sand grains, Duke could consider whether to continue using the magic metal to refine more sand or to further enhance the existing magic metal sand grains. As Duke pondered these matters, he retracted the sand binding the orcs, keeping it circulating around him. He hadn't moved throughout the entire process, standing still, not even sparing a glance at the orcs. The remaining 5 orcs were subdued by Duke's display. They couldn't comprehend this kind of power. But now, with no retreat as they met on a narrow path, their only chance of survival lay in desperately fighting forward. Duke, controlling the sand as before, systematically eliminated the orcs, while keeping some sand guarding around him for defense. Seeing no hope of reaching Duke, one orc threw its long knife, attempting to pierce Duke's heart. However, sand quickly coalesced into a shield before Duke, blocking the flying knife. This scene brought a trace of despair to the last 2 orcs alive. They realized they couldn't contend with this enemy at all. The bizarre sand abilities of the opponent left them helpless, the enemy not even needing to move a step from the original place to kill them all. The last 2 orcs exchanged a glance and turned to flee. Knowing they didn't stand a chance, to continue fighting would be akin to sending themselves to death. With a few forks behind in the tunnel, they could only split and run, hoping to find another way out within the tunnels. Of course, Duke wouldn't let them escape. A long band of sand flew out like a toad's tongue, directly ensnaring a fleeing orc. Amidst cracking bone sounds, another corpse fell to the ground. The last remaining orc also failed to escape death, its speed no match for the flying sand, quickly being caught and eliminated. The tunnel once again returned to peace, the humid air now mingling with the thick smell of blood. Blood trickling along the ground's patches, gradually flowing into the depths of the tunnel, as if someone had drawn a long stroke using blood as ink. Duke hurriedly continued, absorbing golden scale celestial iron veins, realizing the structure here was becoming increasingly unstable. Leaving him with little time, the content of golden scale celestial iron in the ore was too low, even though the yellow sand crystal could absorb it with utmost precision. The efficiency remained low. Duke absorbed while paying attention to the surroundings. As he absorbed, the rock layers around him began to change visibly. He still hadn't left to absorb more golden scale celestial iron, ready to escape at any moment. After Duke extracted and refined about 3 tons of golden scale celestial iron, he knew he had to leave because the rumbling sounds from deeper within the mine tunnel could be heard. This indicated that a large-scale collapse had begun, and if he didn't leave, he would be buried here. He then directly surged ahead, stepping on the metallic yellow sand, flying through the mine tunnel towards the surface. As Duke flew upwards along the tunnel, he heard the rumbling behind him grow louder and closer. He accelerated the yellow sand under his feet to fly out, moving extremely fast. Having memorized the path and terrain on his way down, Duke didn't worry about suddenly crashing into anything. Before long, Duke shot out of the mine, stepping on metallic yellow sand. The dogman Reed and other slave creatures were at the cave entrance, peering inside. The dogman Reed naturally heard the commotion inside, and was hesitating whether to go in and check. But because Duke ordered that no one was allowed inside, he couldn't violate that command by entering. Seeing Duke safely burst out, the dogman Reed also sighed in relief. As long as Duke was safe, he wouldn't be punished. Duke said nothing upon coming out, as he didn't need to explain anything to these slave creatures, simply stating, "We can go back." He had discovered a mineral vein, and with everything collapsed below, many traces could now be covered up. It was unknown when someone would come to mine here, but by then, even if they saw some strange traces below, they wouldn't think too much of it. Duke then led Reed and the other slave creatures back to the mine field, realizing he was the first to return. As the other wizard apprentices were still outside, Master Land and others were still underground conducting research and investigation, yet to return to the surface. About half an hour later, Master Land and others emerged from the mine, while Merrick and others returned one after another. Only Duke and Merrick found new veins and went to the specific locations to investigate and record. Duke and Merrick would receive some corresponding contribution rewards to be distributed later. Inside Duke's yellow sand crystal, there were already 3 tons of yellow sand, enhanced with golden scale celestial iron. Still not much. These 3 tons, when converted to magic stones, equate to 120,000 level 1 magic stones, undoubtedly exceeding the contribution from discovering the vein. Duke and the others stayed in the mine area for a day, mainly conducting exploration, investigation, and recording the vein locations. Subsequently, Black Sail will dispatch manpower for mining and send troops here for garrison duty. Their task in the meantime was to map out as many metal veins as possible before Black Sail's miners arrived, compiling detailed documentary reports to send back. The work was generally very light. Aside from traversing back and forth in the wilderness and mountains, there were no hardships. Dirty and strenuous tasks were done by the slave creatures, almost like sightseeing and leisure. During this time, Duke also came into contact with alchemy, and after showing a sliver of interest, Merrick gifted him a book called Alchemy Basic Introduction. Master Land and the others were all wizards proficient in alchemy, and through constant exposure, one could learn quite a bit about alchemy. But since Duke had no foundational knowledge of alchemy, he could understand very little. This was actually a loss as he missed out on free knowledge. Duke began his alchemy studies, and after reading Alchemy Basic Introduction, he gained a systematic understanding of alchemy. Alchemy is an immense field, and alchemy creations encompass a vast concept, including demonized items, witchcraft artifacts, special magic metal materials, and even space fortresses as alchemy creations. During the long development on the wizard plane, alchemy had become a comprehensive discipline, integrating techniques and concepts from various planes, resulting in a very complex system. Even Rand, a master of alchemy, regarded himself as merely scratching the surface of alchemy. This wasn't modesty, it was a fact. Duke planned to start with refining basic demonized items, which are essentially alchemy creations that carry lesser magic. To refine a demonized item, suitable magic materials are needed, with magic metal being an excellent choice. Magic materials alone can carry magic, whereas ordinary gold, silver, and iron cannot bear the power of magic. However, among metals accessible to ordinary people, there is one material capable of carrying magic power, that being mithril. After finding suitable magic materials, one must engrave a magic model onto the material using spiritual power. Only after this step is completed is a demonized item successfully refined. The process of refining demonized items isn't as simple as merely engraving a magic model. It requires integrating knowledge related to witch arrays. Witch arrays are a fairly broad concept, composed of various will runes to form a formation, thus unleashing immense power. A common example is a teleportation array that allows for transportation over varying distances. Refining demonized items and witchcraft artifacts generally involves knowledge of witch arrays, like constructing a self-circulating energy witch array inside a demonized item to automatically absorb free energy particles and store them. Thus, after refining, the user only needs a tiny bit of magic power or spiritual power to activate the magic within the demonized item. The majority of demonized items have this function and store energy internally, allowing for multiple uses until the stored energy is exhausted, after which it needs time before being usable again. Unless the user infuses their own magic power into it, it can't continue to be used. Depending on whether the demonized item has a corresponding charging witch array structure. Duke's Round Table Knight's protection, after a single use, requires about 10 hours to recharge before it can be used again. However, he could also choose to infuse it with magic power to continue using it, although the magic power consumed would be significant. Learning about witch arrays requires mastering will runes, a step requiring talent. Without sufficient talent, mastering many will runes is difficult. The number of will runes is vast, with thousands of common ones and countless more that wizards have researched themselves. Generally, when learning alchemy, one only needs to master some basic will runes. However, if you wish to achieve something in alchemy, you must master more will runes. Will runes determine your level of witch array skills, and the level of witch array determines the upper limit of alchemy. The two complement each other. Mastering will runes requires engraving them in your mind, similar to constructing a magic model in your mind. Duke, holding Alchemy Basic Introduction, was observing 3 basic will runes related to magic power. The structure of these will runes was very complex, looking like randomly drawn symbols with no order. Duke carefully observed the structure of the will runes and then tried to engrave them with spiritual power in his mind. The process was somewhat difficult, at least more difficult than Duke had anticipated. The process of engraving will runes was clearly not simple. Duke spent a full 3 hours before he successfully engraved 1 basic will rune. He still needed to successfully engrave the remaining 2 will runes to perform the most basic refining of demonized items. Duke spent almost the entire day on this, only completing the engraving of the 3 will runes by the end. He asked Merrick how long it had taken him initially, and the answer was 10 minutes. Merrick only took 10 minutes to complete the engraving of these 3 basic will runes, highlighting the gap in their talents. Master Land noticed Merrick's extraordinary talent and took him as his student because of it. Duke was not discouraged, he always knew his talent wasn't great, relying on the skill tree to gradually get to where he was. If it were truly about talent, Vivian would outshine him significantly. After completing his daily patrol and exploration tasks at the mining site the next day, Duke returned to Moon Shadow City and went to a small blacksmith shop. He had a small piece of Earth Radiance iron that he acquired from Merrick, which was also a type of magic metal and quite common. Duke intended to use this small piece of Earth Radiance iron to craft a ring. Although there were blacksmiths in the Slave Creature Legion who could forge it for him, Duke felt he should do this himself, as he couldn't always rely on others for help. Thus, he began attempting to craft a ring himself, with a kobold blacksmith nearby guiding him and explaining basic blacksmithing techniques. Once Duke actually started, he realized that it was not easy. After spending more than half a day, he finally ended up with a silver-white ring. The ring was somewhat crooked and irregular in shape, but it could barely fit onto his finger. Looking at the somewhat unsightly ring on his finger, Duke felt rather satisfied, murmuring, "It's okay as long as it works." The kobold blacksmith beside him twitched his mouth upon seeing this scene. After finishing the ring, Duke hurried back to start the next step of his work. His next task was to choose a magic spell and engrave its magic model into the ring. Duke thought for a moment and chose the spell Petrification Skin. He then began engraving the magic model of Petrification Skin onto the ring using spiritual power, a process that was not simple either. Previously, when constructing magic models in his mind, he was doing it within his mind, easily maneuvering his spiritual power. But now, to engrave a magic model onto the ring required a strong control over spiritual power. Duke spent a considerable amount of time completing this step, and then began engraving the 3 will runes into the ring to form a self-charging miniature witch array. This step failed several times before he finally succeeded through repeated attempts. Petrification Ring, Level 1, 1/30, as expected. After completing the refining of the Petrification Ring, a corresponding branch appeared on the skill tree, similar to magic potions. Duke calculated that the cost of refining this Petrification Ring was about 17 or 18 magic stones. If sold, the ring could generally fetch dozens of magic stones. The price of demonized items is usually not cheap due to high refinement costs, often requiring magic metals as materials. However, selling these items is not very easy. If Duke were to refine 30 petrification rings, it was uncertain when he would sell them all. Generally, one needs to sell them in bulk through the channels of the Commerce Association to actually make sales. On Academy Island, for example, there are not many people in need of a demonized item like the petrification ring, making it very difficult to sell dozens of them. Demonized items differ from magic potions. Magic potions are consumables. Once used, you need to buy another. However, demonized items can be used for a long time. They last with the person one ring used for 3 generations. Considering the sales rate, Duke became a bit hesitant. Without an easy way to gain proficiency in alchemy, it likely required a high-cost investment. He planned to ask Merrick later if there was any alchemy related work he could do on the space fortress, allowing him to gain proficiency in alchemy without cost. Despite the large upfront investment in alchemy, the potential payoff is very good if one manages to achieve something significant. This was apparent from Duke's own demonized items, for which he spent thousands of magic stones, taking up the bulk of his expenses. During Duke's time of studying alchemy, the war on the wilderness continent of the Beastmen Plain continued. Wilderness City is the largest Beastmen city on the wilderness continent, capable of housing millions, making it an incredibly large city for this era of the Beastmen Plain. Once the largest and most prosperous city on the wilderness continent, the atmosphere in Wilderness City was now extremely tense, with hundreds of thousands of Beastmen troops establishing a defense line centered around it. Since the sudden appearance of enemies from beyond half a month ago, the Beastmen on the wilderness continent have been retreating, with numerous cities falling and most not even surviving the first day before being breached. As these cities fell, countless Beastmen were forced to migrate, their range of movement shrinking under the intentional control of the wizards, all converging near Wilderness City. This place has gathered the strongest Beastmen force on the wilderness continent, boasting over 400,000 Beastmen troops and the continent's mightiest legendary warrior McKinney, who is also the disciple of the Beastman King Reynolds. McKinney was once a challenger of Reynolds, and Reynolds gladly accepted his challenge. However, after the challenge, McKinney realized that even though they were both legendary warriors, there was an insurmountable chasm between him and Reynolds. McKinney realized that Reynolds was not a legendary warrior in the traditional sense. He was called a legendary warrior only because the highest realm in the Beastman Plain was legendary warrior, but Reynolds had long surpassed this level, stepping into a realm that no Beastman had ever reached. According to the strength assessment given to Reynolds by Black Sail, Reynolds was actually already in the demigod realm, very close to level 4 life. McKinney's challenge ended almost in disastrous defeat. He didn't even have the ability to make Reynolds strike a second time before he was defeated. After defeating him, Reynolds didn't kill him, but instead appreciated McKinney's talent and took him in as an apprentice. From then on, McKinney became Reynolds' right-hand man, responsible for maintaining the order of the wilderness continent for hundreds of years. After the wizard invasion, McKinney immediately issued orders to many cities on the wilderness continent. Gathering their forces around Wilderness City, he had witnessed the power of the slave creature legion, as well as the strange weapons they used. McKinney knew that the enemy's strength far exceeded theirs, and dispersing their forces would surely lead to them being defeated one by one. The only way to have the power to fight was to unite as one force. Even so, for months the Beastman Legion was still retreating step by step, losing one important city after another, countless Beastmen dying, countless Beastmen being captured. Until now, only Wilderness City remained. Of course, the fighting power of the Beastmen was still very strong. Apart from being caught off guard at the beginning of the war, they quickly adapted and adjusted in the ensuing time. They knew the slave creature legion's frontal strength was immense, so they minimized frontal confrontations and instead engaged in frequent small-scale ambushes. The wizards discovered that these orc ambushes had a clear strategic objective, which was to seize the weapons and equipment from their hands. Some of the magic metal crafted exoskeleton armor. The immensely destructive super-energy cannons was seized by the orcs during these ambushes. These orcs also showed astonishing learning ability, quickly learning how to use the seized equipment, and even began studying how to manufacture such equipment. The super-energy cannons seized by the orcs dealt a heavy blow to the slave creature legion, as the energy from a single shot was enough to destroy half a city. When such energy cannons fell into the slave creature legion, it immediately caused a massive number of casualties. The use of super-energy cannons was not so simple. Even a wizard apprentice like Duke needed some time to learn how to use them. Initially, the Black Sail wizards were just shocked at the orcs' learning ability, until half a month ago when a space distortion bomb was seized by the orcs and quickly used on the battlefield. That space distortion bomb directly caused thousands of slave creatures to disappear from the battlefield, not being transported elsewhere, but swallowed by the sudden emergence of a space storm, tearing them into countless fragments. It was then that the Black Sail wizards realized that this was not something that could be explained merely by learning ability. Base distortion is a level 3 alchemy creation, with extremely complex principles, integrating cutting-edge technology from multiple planes. Such an alchemy creation could absolutely not be learned to use by the orcs within just a few days, because it also required a command key to activate, currently held by 3rd Corps Commander Swain. He has not yet planned to use this weapon, so has not issued the command key. Without the command key, it was absolutely impossible to activate the space distortion bomb. However, the orcs not only seized the space distortion bomb, guarded by a slave creature unit, but also successfully detonated it. The wizards were greatly curious about the reasons behind this event, and after conducting various experiments, they confirmed one thing. The green-skinned orcs possessed an extremely special talent, which the wizards called heart thought. Heart thought was basically embodied in one phrase: wishful thinking. The stronger the beastmen, the more powerful the effects their heart thought could achieve, and the higher the success rate. When the green-skinned orcs wanted something to happen, very powerful will would arise in their hearts to make it happen. This is a talent involving rule-level abilities, which is extremely rare even among the many planes. However, this heart thought is not without limits and is difficult to exceed the inherent capability limits of the green-skinned orc. For example, an ordinary green-skinned orc, even if he wished in his heart to become a god, it would be to no avail, and such a goal couldn't be achieved. But if it was something relatively simple, like a broken war chariot, a green-skinned orc might find a few stones to plug in. Thinking, I reckon this should work. Then the broken war chariot might very well be repaired and soon running normally. This is one reason why orcs are adept at repairing. They don't need to understand the principles of various complex components, and with the presence of heart thought, they can restore broken things to normal operation. Once the Black Sail wizards discovered this, they understood how the orcs were able to use the super energy cannons and space distortion bombs. They didn't need to understand the principles behind these things, but just needed to ponder, I reckon this should work. Realizing this, Black Sail immediately imposed stricter control over their weapons and equipment, strengthening the defense. They still had many powerful alchemical creations, which, for various reasons, could not be used casually. The aim of Black Sail was to conquer here, not to destroy it. For instance, the dimension collapse device they held could create an area with a massive gravitational field, absorbing all surrounding material, causing a collapse of space, swallowing everything within the affected area. The impact caused by the dimension collapse device is permanent, even continuously expanding, until it devours the entire planet. Black Sail could only be thankful that what was plundered was not this device, or it would cause great trouble, and the Beastmen plane would be doomed to destruction. The war was still ongoing. The Beastmen Legion around Wilderness City, having no way out, erupted with great combat power, making it difficult for the Slave Creature Legion to break through for the time being. In the following month, the war reached a fever pitch. Black Sail commanded an army of over 1 million slave creatures, launching a frenzied attack on the 300,000-strong Beastmen Legion. During this time, Black Sail also deployed the Floating Fortress, a type of battle fortress that could fly at low altitudes. Though not overly destructive, it was still a dimensional strike against these Beastmen. After a month, the original 1.5 million slave creatures were now reduced to just over 1 million, a loss of 500,000. But things were not good for the Beastmen either. The 300,000-strong Beastmen Legion around Wilderness City had dwindled to less than 100,000. The defensive line of Wilderness City had also contracted again, leaving nearly only a solitary Wilderness City. Since green-skinned orcs are half plant and half animal, they can obtain energy through photosynthesis, maintaining the minimal life activities. Some siege tactics commonly used by wizards were rendered meaningless against the green-skinned orcs. As long as there was starlight shining upon them, they could live and not starve to death. The fighting power of the Wilderness City Beastmen was indeed strong, but they faced slave creatures attacking mindlessly at all costs. Under the storm-like attacks of these slave creatures, the losses of the Beastmen Legion were too severe. Inside Wilderness City, Ackman looked at the tall and robust beastmen before him, filled with respect yet endless sorrow. Since the invasion of the Beastmen Plain, 2 months had already passed. In 2 months, the Wilderness Continent was reduced to just a solitary Wilderness City. The rapid pace left no time for reinforcements from the other 2 continents. Reynolds on the Greenfield continent had long heard of the situation and was reinforcing defensive structures and consolidating military forces. They did not anticipate the wizards' advance to be so swift that 2 months were not enough time to cross the sea from the Greenfield continent to provide support. Even if there was enough time, Reynolds would not choose to let the army cross the sea to support the wilderness continent. He had seen the massive entity in the Beastmen plain, and believed that since the wizard civilization possessed something like the space fortress, surely other large-scale strike methods would not be lacking. If the army reached the sea, they would become targets for the wizards, very likely leading to complete destruction at sea. Reynolds knew that only by quickly strengthening the defenses of the remaining 2 continents could they face the imminent crisis. Since being teleported away, Ackman led over 1,000 beastmen, fighting and retreating, joining up with other beastmen units, finally arriving at Wilderness City. Originally, with McKinney's presence, it was thought that cleaning out those invaders would be easy. However, unexpectedly, among the invaders were several existences stronger than McKinney. They were constantly watching McKinney, preventing him from entering the battlefield, otherwise they too would join the fight. With beings of this level, once a fight breaks out, it could easily lead to earth-shattering changes, even altering the world's environment with ease. This is also why Black Sails Swain and others haven't stepped in yet. They want to preserve this world's integrity as much as possible. Once a fight with McKinney ensues, it could irreversibly impact this world, a situation neither side wishes to see. McKinney stood atop Wilderness City's walls, looking at the enemy camps spread across the wilderness, his heart filled with endless sorrow. He knew the outcome was already determined. Regardless of what happens to the Beastmen plain in the future, it was already hard for the wilderness continent to hold out, and failure was just a matter of time. McKinney planned to do something, at least for the 90,000-strong Beastmen Legion behind him. He moved with a thought, directly arriving at the front of the wizard camp, quickly drawing their attention. The bald-headed 7th Legion Commander Arnold appeared. Instantly smiling, "What brings you out here for a stroll?" "I want to talk with you," McKinney said steadily. "Talk my ass, let's wipe you out first then talk." Arnold didn't care in the slightest. If Swain hadn't restrained him from taking action, he would have cleared this place long ago. Arnold was itching to fight, even now having never made a move which left him feeling bottled up. The 3rd Corps Commander Swain also appeared at this time and asked, "What do you want to talk about?" "I will fight you." "If I win, you'll let them leave," McKinney proposed. "Fine, agreed." Arnold agreed without even asking what would happen if they lost, because he simply didn't believe he would lose. He originally thought Swain would oppose, but to his surprise, Swain said, "Okay, but you better choose the ocean side as the battlefield." "Just as I wanted." "You cannot attack Wilderness City until the battle is decided," McKinney said. Swain agreed to this condition and sent Arnold and McKinney to the distant center of the ocean to commence battle. For beings of this level, such a distance was a mere thought away. On the boundless seas of the Beastmen plain, Arnold and McKinney both levitated above the ocean. Here, far from the 3 continents, the aftermath of their battle wouldn't affect the living beings on the continents. Arnold let out a sinister smile, black flames emerging from his body, donned in a suit of black armor. His eyes were as black as ink, akin to endless abysses. Those with low spiritual power, at a mere glance, would have their souls drawn in. As the Legion commander of the 7th Legion, Arnold possessed unquestionable strength. As a demigod-level expert, he was also known as the Hell Lord. His fighting style was unlike that of a wizard and more like a warrior, wielding a black giant hammer. McKinney drew a longsword. From Arnold he felt an immensely powerful aura, one he had only felt with Reynolds. This bald man was actually a powerhouse on Reynolds' level. Realizing this, he felt no fear. When he took this step, he did not think he could return. McKinney only hoped to secure a slim chance of survival for the remaining beastmen in Wilderness City, hoping the wizards would keep their promise. It's just a pity that a single duel seemed possible initially. Now, even that slim chance appeared more and more hopeless. The battle commenced quickly, with no excess words exchanged. The ocean already surged with 10,000-meter-high waves. Black flames burned on the ocean, sometimes creating a transient vacuum zone where the sea floor was clearly visible. The vacuum zone quickly covered again by the surrounding sea water. Managing to hold out for only half an hour. McKinney's left arm drooped, black flames still burning upon it. McKinney tore off his crippled left hand expressionlessly, and countless blood instantly spilled out, raining down like a bloodstorm. This blood, containing level 3 life, merged into the ocean, attracting countless creatures to devour it. But the blood of level 3 life is not something lower life forms can touch. Many sea demons exploded and died after devouring the blood, staining the ocean with blooms of blood. Only after the blood is constantly diluted by seawater can some physically strong demons devour it. Even demons capable of devouring this blood must rely on luck to digest the energy contained within. With a bit of luck, they might advance further, even experiencing some peculiar evolution. But if they are unlucky, the violent energy in the blood could cause mental disturbance, rendering them unable to control such powerful energy, ultimately leading to their demise. And all of this was merely inconsequential ripples from the battle. Arnold's strength far exceeded McKinney's imagination. He even felt Arnold was stronger than Reynolds. But this thought was extinguished in an instant. Reynolds is invincible. McKinney always believed that. After losing his left hand, McKinney did not become despondent. Instead, he burst with even more intense battle spirit. Arnold, wielding a giant hammer, looked relaxed, while McKinney in front was already in a sorry state, covered in various bloodstains. How boring! Arnold shook his head, initially thinking he could have some fun. But the opponent was just an ordinary level 3 life, unable to give him any sense of urgency. McKinney looked at Arnold ahead of him. He had tried his best, but could not pose even the slightest threat to Arnold. The gap between them was too great. He knew he might be facing death, a word that once seemed so distant to him. Even in death, I can make you pay some price, McKinney thought to himself. He believed he could unleash tremendous power, at least making it not so easy for Arnold to leave. A strong heart thought emerged, and McKinney's aura skyrocketed, continuously climbing, reaching demigod level within moments. Arnold sensed the change in McKinney. This beastman was on the brink of death a moment ago, suddenly became a demigod-level beastman. Moreover, McKinney's aura was still rising, seemingly unstoppable, heading toward the realm Arnold had always dreamed of. Arnold did not intervene to stop McKinney's transformation. He wanted to see what level McKinney could reach, not believing he would lose to this strange beastman. When McKinney's aura reached its peak, he felt he had reached an unprecedented realm, sensing many previously unperceived domains. He seemed to have grasped something profound and mysterious. But as he was savoring it, a beam of light pierced through the rift in the beastman plane and accurately hit McKinney. This beam, only about 2 meters in diameter, carried unimaginable energy and destructive power for McKinney. Already a demigod-level being, McKinney melted instantly when struck by the beam. The beam not only melted McKinney, but also melted all the seawater in that area of the ocean. Arnold had already sensed the beam coming and had retreated far away to avoid it. This beam originated from the space fortress, fired by its precision fixed star orbit cannon, capable of eliminating level 3 life with one shot. This weapon's technology stems from the fixed star orbit cannon, once a civilization-level weapon of a powerful civilization, capable of annihilating an ordinary planet with one shot. Wizards analyzed and deconstructed its technological structure, developing the precision fixed star orbit cannon, which is less powerful but more precise and has a smaller strike range. This is only one of many weapons mounted on the space fortress, generally used for the elimination of specific individuals. Arnold, looking indignant, returned to the tent and found Swain shouting angrily, "Why did you intervene in my fight? Your fight means watching the enemy grow stronger, possibly even condensing divine status and becoming level 4 life." Swain replied expressionlessly. Only Swain had the authority to use the precision fixed star orbit cannon in this operation. Arnold had planned to fight McKinney after he became stronger, but didn't expect Swain to obliterate him with one shot, leaving him feeling stifled and with no outlet for his built-up strength. Level 4 life, that's impossible. If becoming a level 4 life were that easy, wouldn't you and I be jokes? Arnold found Swain's reasoning absurd. He did sense McKinney growing stronger rapidly, but didn't believe McKinney could reach level 4 at most, stopping at demigod, just right to have a fight with him. Swain glanced at Arnold and said, "Even if it's just a 1 in a million chance, I won't allow such a thing to happen, as it would affect the entire battle situation." Swain pursued strategic stability. He disliked these sudden factors and didn't want them affecting the war's progress. After sensing the strong heart thought on McKinney, he immediately ordered the space fortress's precision fixed star orbit cannon to prepare and target McKinney. McKinney was absorbed in the enlightenment of advancement and didn't notice the threat from beyond the plane. When the precision-fixed star orbit cannon fired, McKinney sensed the threat of death and was about to evade when he realized he had already been hit. The fixed star orbit cannon is not purely an energy weapon, it integrates power at the rule level. This kind of power cannot be dodged simply by reaction. It's too late once you realize it. Still, using the precision-fixed star orbit cannon, this time disrupted their plans. As it was originally meant for Reynolds, and Swain intended to use this weapon to end the king of beastmen. Now, having used the precision-fixed star orbit cannon, Reynolds is sure to be more guarded, making it harder to target him. Swain had to adjust his plans and reconsider how to deal with Reynolds at minimal cost. At the moment McKinney was hit by the fixed star orbit cannon, his body had melted, leaving only a trace of his soul remaining. He looked toward the direction of the Greenfield continent. With only one thought in his mind, fortunately it was me. After McKinney's death, Swain immediately commanded the Slave Creature Legion to begin attacking Wilderness City. When they attacked, they found that the resistance was even weaker than they imagined, and soon discovered that many orc troops within Wilderness City had escaped via multiple special teleportation arrays. It was just because of their large numbers and the few teleportation arrays that they couldn't all evacuate within a short time. McKinney's challenge to Arnold was actually to buy time for the orcs inside the city. The Black Sail wizards discovered this only after detecting frequent spatial fluctuations. Otherwise, Wilderness City might have soon become an empty shell. Black Sail immediately seized the momentum and directly took Wilderness City, also sending a significant number of slave creature legions to various parts of the Wilderness continent to pursue and capture green-skinned orcs. These green-skinned orcs can only escape disaster by heading to the Greenfield continent. The entire Wilderness continent has fallen, with no place for them. At this point in the war, those escaping orcs are no longer important. To conquer the Wilderness continent, Black Sail lost approximately 500,000 slave creatures, equivalent to the forces of one slave creature legion. However, this wasn't the largest consumption in this war. The resources spent on that precise orbital cannon fire alone exceeded the value of the entire slave creature legion. For wizards, slave creatures are a low-cost war tool with minimal negative impact. Unlike large-scale war weapons, slave creatures don't cause particularly destructive effects, so the world won't be shattered. After conquering the Wilderness continent, the Black Sail Legion didn't rush to attack the Greenfield continent, but instead entered a brief period of rest. They officially began exploiting and utilizing resources across the Wilderness continent, even building some basic infrastructure on site to produce various equipment, supporting the subsequent wars. This step is not only a preparation for war, but also to ensure faster utilization of the resources from the Beastmen plane after conquering it. Deep Blue Tide Meditation Technique Level Up, Spiritual Power plus 0.3 Deep Blue Tide Meditation Technique. LV6, 1/3000. Duke has been in the Beastmen plane for a month, with the main tasks focusing on mineral exploration and patrolling. The practice of the meditation technique has never been neglected, and unknowingly, he has improved it to level 6. Now, ordinary skills can only provide 0.1 spiritual power, and only the meditation technique can enhance it by 0.3. The wilderness outside Moon Shadow City has undergone tremendous changes, with buildings rising one after another. These buildings are mainly used to extract magic metal from ore, followed by the production of various related equipment. Duke's mineral exploration tasks ended with the arrival of the construction team, and he secured a task to refine demonized items. Secondary Black Sail Shield, LV1, 12/30. This is a demonized item made from golden scale celestial iron, appearing as a small black shield with good absorption effects on energy attacks. It can be expanded and contracted freely, lightweight, and easy to carry. The content of golden scale celestial iron in the secondary Black Sail Shield is very low. For demonized items that need to be equipped on a large scale, too much golden scale celestial iron can't be invested in, or the cost would be too high. Merrick doesn't understand Duke's actions. Going to the factory to produce demonized items seemed like seeking punishment, and it doesn't result in much contribution. The main purpose for Duke coming here is naturally to boost alchemy proficiency. Contributions are secondary. He's not going to miss the opportunity to practice proficiency using materials for free. Moreover, the place is sufficiently safe. With a large-scale slave creature legion stationed around, the orcs' remnants have no ability to launch attacks here. This is already the second month in the beastmen plane, and in another month, Duke will be able to apply to return to the wizard plane. But he temporarily doesn't want to go back. The alchemy factory is well suited for him. Due to the wartime status, the demand for various equipment is almost limitless. Even if temporarily sufficient, more must be produced as backup. Duke immersed himself intensely in the alchemy factory, even using basic magic recovery potion to create demonized items, leaving the other wizards nearby dumbstruck. About 7 days later, the proficiency of the secondary black sail shield reached full level. The reason Duke could achieve this so quickly was entirely due to leveraging the advantages of the alchemy factory's assembly line. He didn't need to complete the crafting of the secondary black sail shield from start to finish. He obtained a shield crafted by artisans and only needed to handle the enchantment process, which still increased proficiency. Secondary black sail shield level up, spiritual power plus 0.1, free attribute points plus 1 secondary black sail shield. LV5 fruit will rune after Duke maxed out the skill, although he didn't gain a trait. The fruit representing the secondary black sail shield matured and dropped. When this fruit fell into his mind and disappeared, a brand new will rune appeared in Duke's mind. Duke recognizes this will rune, though he hasn't mastered it yet. His talent isn't very good, and the speed of mastering will runes is too slow. However, now the skill tree saved him this step. The fruit provided a will rune once the skill reached full level. Duke realized this is a unique aspect of alchemy. Similar situations haven't occurred when grinding other skills. Aside from the will rune, the knowledge related to alchemy provided during skill upgrade is a wealth. Duke then proposed to the people at the alchemy factory to switch to a different assembly line, planning to refine different demonized items. The people at the alchemy factory knew Duke was sent by Master Land, so naturally, they didn't have any objections. Duke then moved to another assembly line, which produces the secondary energy shield, appearing as a bracelet-like object. Next came the continuation of the monotonous but not painful life of grinding proficiency. The 3-month term for this batch of wizard apprentices has ended, most of them choosing to return to the wizard plane. Merrick was the same. His main purpose for coming here was actually to follow his teacher Land to mix reputation and contributions. Duke thought for a while and decided not to return yet. He had only maxed out the levels of 4 demonized items. Apart from gaining 4 free attribute points, he also gained a wealth of alchemy knowledge and 4 will runes. If he left here, it would be difficult to find such an environment again. Thus, Merrick followed Master Land back to the space fortress, preparing to return to the wizard plane. Master Land conducted extremely detailed investigations of the mineral resources in the beastmen plane during this period, requiring to go back for some research and data organizing. After Master Land left, Duke was still able to stay in the alchemy factory thanks to his connections. However, the situation here had changed somewhat. Originally, there were 50,000 slave creature legions stationed near the alchemy factory. Now only 10,000 remain. The reason is that after a period of rest, the Black Sail Legion was preparing to officially launch an invasion on the Greenfield continent and needed to gather most of its forces there. Troops from many parts of the wilderness continent were transferred, mostly leaving some basic defense forces. In addition, Black Sail had dispatched 2 more legions of slave creature forces from the space fortress, mounting to a whole 100,000 slave creatures. The Black Sail had detected activity on the Greenfield continent, where the beastmen were gathering the remaining forces from 2 continents and assembling them on the Greenfield continent, clearly ready for all-out war. In previous wars, Black Sail had recognized the combat strength and talent of the green-skinned orcs and did not underestimate this race, so they dispatched 2 additional slave creature legions. Not only that, but they also sent a large number of floating combat fortresses and war machines like breakers to the beastmen plane. The so-called breaker is an alchemy creation with its own awareness, having the individual strength equivalent to a level 1 life, but purely a war machine, capable of great impact on the battlefield. Ordinary level 1 life can hardly cope with the breaker. Generally, only level 2 life can handle such a tricky thing. But the breaker's goal is the conventional battlefield, and does not clash with higher-tier lives. Their task is to become meat grinders on the conventional battlefield. Duke noticed the departure of troops around the alchemy factory, which would inevitably lower security somewhat. But to leech off the equipment and materials here to grind proficiency, he could only continue to stay. Duke glanced at his current attribute panel and decided to use the free attribute points directly. Free attribute points. 5. He was now in the beastman plane, where unexpected situations could arise at any moment, so he must always maximize his combat strength. More importantly, after increasing his spiritual power, he also had more magic power inside him, and the efficiency of grinding proficiency could be higher. Duke then assigned all 5 free attribute points to spiritual power. The minimum standard of spiritual power for an official wizard is 50 points. Duke was only 6 points away now. His advancement speed was already considered very fast, not inferior to a genius like Merrick, who had a lot of resources at his disposal. Nonetheless, such speed of Duke was not considered outstanding in the wizard plane. There were still countless prodigies advancing far faster than him. Some were born in Rome and could easily cross this spiritual power threshold due to their innate bloodline talent. Duke had now mastered 4 types of alchemy creations, including the secondary black sail shield, all of which was secondary demonized items. This alchemy factory still had many manufacturing lines for secondary demonized items. He planned to try each one, maxing out 1 line at a time. The reason he provided to the higher-ups was very simple and reasonable: learning alchemy. Duke then switched to another manufacturing line, producing a demonized item named Activated Spirit Bird. This was a reconnaissance type of demonized item. Although it had bird in its name, it could actually transform into spiders, ants, stones, and other forms, able to adapt to various environments to complete complex intelligence reconnaissance tasks. The Activated Spirit Bird was more complex compared to other demonized items. It took Duke some time to learn how to master the refining of this demonized item. In the dead of night, Duke was still in the alchemy factory focused on refining the Activated Spirit Bird, when he suddenly heard a loud explosion outside. He quickly learned through the Black Sail badge that a small, elite beastman force had sneak attacked the alchemy factory. They carried a super energy cannon. It forcibly penetrated the alchemy factory's energy shield. This group of beastmen was very powerful, possessing multiple level 1 strong individuals. Their objective was clear. After breaking into the alchemy factory, they killed anyone they saw and headed straight for the warehouse, evidently having already probed the situation inside. The warehouse in the alchemy factory stored a large number of materials and various refined demonized items and equipment. Duke and others stayed inside this warehouse and did not go out. The beastman's target was not here, and there were multiple layers of protection here, making it temporarily safe. Outside, there were various clamors and shouts, which gradually quieted down after about 10 minutes. After breaking through the warehouse's defense, those beastmen grabbed many materials and immediately fled, leaving only 2 level 1 beastmen corpses. This time the raid was evidently well planned. The beastmen acted swiftly and decisively, with clear goals, and they retreated immediately after achieving their objectives. By the time the slave creature legion stationed near the alchemy factory arrived, the beastmen had already fled without a trace. The alchemy factory suffered relatively few casualties, as these beastmen were not here primarily to kill enemies. However, the warehouse suffered significant losses, losing a large number of materials and equipment, as these beastmen had come with space rings. Aside from items that couldn't fit into space rings, most materials and equipment was stolen by the beastmen. Although Black Sail had largely occupied the wilderness continent, the beastmen on this continent were not completely eradicated. They lurked in various corners of the wilderness continent, surfacing at opportune moments to cause trouble for Black Sail's troops. Such incidents occurred frequently in other cities, and now, beastmen shadows have also appeared in Moon Shadow City. In the 2 days following, the atmosphere in the alchemy factory grew tense, as multiple signs of beastman activity were detected nearby. There were only 10,000 slave creature forces left in Moon Shadow City to maintain basic order. The detected beastman force was not large, probably just a few hundred, yet they caused considerable disturbances. At night, Duke was resting in Moon Shadow City. He hadn't stayed up late at the alchemy factory these past 2 days. The alchemy factory, as the most important target nearby, had an excessively high risk of being attacked again. Thus, Duke did not continue staying up there, but only continued grinding alchemy proficiency during the daytime. Unexpectedly, this time the beastmen's attack target turned out to be Moon Shadow City, a city that once belonged to the beastmen. With a loud bang, a fire broke out directly in the city lord's mansion within the city, and several wizards immediately flew into the sky to scan the surroundings. Beastmen had lurked along the underground conduit system of Moon Shadow City and planted some high-energy explosives beneath the city lord's mansion. Stationed at Moon Shadow City was a level 2 mage named Lucas. Duke knew this man. It was Lucas who welcomed him when he first arrived at Black Sail. But since then, Duke hadn't seen Lucas again until on the Beastman plain, when he finally saw this gaunt-faced man from afar. Lucas had always lived in the city lord's mansion in Moon Shadow City, responsible for overseeing various affairs there, including mining excavation, production work at the alchemy factory, and transporting supplies to the front lines. He never expected those beastmen to be so audacious, daring to come right underneath the city lord's mansion intending to blow it up. Seems the beastmen have strong intelligence capabilities as well, knowing that relatively important individuals reside here. Such a bombing attack posed no real threat to Lucas, but many slave creatures died in this attack. Lucas immediately decided he couldn't just sit and wait. He needed to take the initiative to eliminate the orcs lurking around Moon Shadow City. Due to a lack of manpower, Duke was also dispatched to a unit responsible for scouting the nearby areas for signs of orcs. This unit comprised 5 level 1 mages and over 700 slave creatures, including 3 slaves with level 1 life force. A unit of this scale need not worry about orc attacks, as those lurking orcs were neither numerous nor strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't be sneaking around in the first place. Duke had to suspend his life of honing skills at the alchemy factory once war status was declared, requiring him to follow orders. Lucas surprisingly still remembered Duke and knew of Duke's connections with Thorn Holy Tower's Grace and Master Land, specifically assigning him to a relatively safe unit. Duke promptly followed this unit, starting the patrol along a predetermined route, entering the nearby mountains. The paths in the mountains were hard to find, and the numerous members of this unit formed a long line in the mountains. Duke was positioned in the middle of the team, guarded by slave creatures both in front and back, with Dogman Reed nearby. As they delved deeper into the mountains, they started noticing signs of orc activity, clearly indicating their hiding within these mountains. The team continued to probe, vowing to root out and eliminate the orcs hiding here. 2 hours passed, yet Duke and they still saw no trace of the orcs, so they began to rest on the spot. At that moment, the surrounding space suddenly rippled. Not good. Spatial fluctuations. Spread out quickly, a wizard immediately sensed the anomaly and cried out in alert. Duke reacted swiftly, summoning black metallic sand to encase himself, rolling off a nearby cliff. He didn't know what would happen next, but this choice and reaction followed his instincts. That moment, Duke felt death looming over him. Only by rolling away did he have a slim chance of survival. Moments later, the mountain space started to warp, like a crumpled parchment. Countless slave creatures were sucked into the twisted space, either bursting into a rain of blood or being devoured into unknown realms. Everything happened so fast, apart from a few level 1 mages and slave creatures who reacted in time. Most of the troops were swallowed by the distorted space. Half the mountain peak disappeared, seemingly sliced away by a giant sword, with the cut surface perfectly smooth. This was the attack of a space warping bomb, which swallowed most of the troops and half the mountain peak cleanly. Duke tumbled down the slope, more precisely being propelled downwards by the metallic sand encasing him. He maneuvered the metallic sand to propel his body down quickly. This enabled him to narrowly escape the attack. Had he been any slower, the merciless spatial tornado would have consumed him. Soon after, hundreds of beastmen emerged from all around, attacking the surviving people. No one had expected them to have a space warping bomb and use it here. The lost items from the alchemy factory previously didn't include a space warping bomb. A weapon of this caliber is usually stored in specific locations. These beastmen probably acquired the space warping bomb from elsewhere and used it here, unable to transport it to the Greenfield continent. Having rolled to the foot of the mountain, Duke temporarily encountered no beastmen. He knew he needed to quickly find a safe place to hide. Numerous beastmen were dispersed around, just that none noticed him at the mountain's foot for now. This was deep in the mountains, and Duke quickly recalled several good hiding spots along the way. Nearby was a mining area, a well-developed, long-standing mine with intricate underground tunnels. Duke intended to scout the area, planning to hide there if no orcs were around, waiting for the chaos to subside. This group of beastmen was just harassing. They wouldn't stay long. Once the main force from Moon Shadow City arrived, they would inevitably be annihilated and have to retreat. Duke enveloped himself in metallic sand, transforming into a shadow swiftly moving through the forest, quickly reaching the mine. The mine appeared somewhat rundown, being an exhausted site long abandoned. Duke surveyed the surroundings and, finding no signs of orc activity, dove into a mine shaft. He navigated deeper along the tunnels, seeing no traces of recent activity, feeling increasingly assured. Duke released 2 activated spirit birds on the surface, tasked with scouting the outside situation. He twisted and turned through the complex decay of the tunnels, finally stopping in a very remote location. The signs around showed it indeed had been a long time since anyone visited here. Duke was temporarily safe inside, next having to wait for the other troops from Moon Shadow City to arrive. The disturbance from the space warping bomb was significant, surely drawing others' attention, leading them to come soon. On the surface, several level 1 mages and Dogman Reed were battling the green-skinned orcs, reaping orc lives one by one. Ackman led the orderly orc assault, aiming to take out the level 1 mages, making the invaders deeply regretful. However, he underestimated the wizard's strength, faced with bizarre, unending tactics, proving unattainable in a short time. The orc unit led by Ackman originally intended to annihilate the enemy completely. After a standoff and realizing they couldn't prevail, they began to retreat. However, Lucas quickly arrived on the scene, making it difficult for Ackman and his forces to withdraw, leading to heavy casualties. Duke had been lurking deep in the mine tunnel, monitoring the commotion outside through the activated spirit bird, and witnessed the orcs scattering and escape. An orc fled all the way to this mining site, with a clear target, and directly burrowed into the mine tunnel. Duke noticed this orc slipping inside, realizing the orc was also aware of this abandoned old mining site. The terrain inside was extremely complex. Duke initially aimed to avoid encountering this orc. But Duke noticed the orc wearing a space ring around his neck. This space ring was evidently from a wizard, and from its design it appeared to have a large space. Duke, seeing the orc's cautious demeanor, quickly thought of the stolen equipment and materials, which might all be inside this ring. He then examined closely and determined that this orc didn't have the strength of first-level being, otherwise he wouldn't have fled here to hide. In fact, this orc was also fulfilling a last-minute mission. Unable to break free, Ackman handed the space ring filled with resources to this orc. This way, even if Ackman died or got captured, the resources in his possession wouldn't be seized by the wizards. This orc arrived at this mining site under such circumstances, hoping to lay low and emerge only when things calmed down. While the orc was sprinting inside the tunnel, suddenly several black rock spikes shot from the front. He hastily rolled and dodged, avoiding the spikes. The spikes didn't hit him, but when they hit the ground beside him, they exploded, unleashing a surge of energy. The orc instantly felt his blood churn, and he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Before he could identify his enemy, a giant hand made of black sand grains had already grabbed him firmly. The orc struggled desperately, trying to free himself from the sand's grasp. But his strength couldn't shake the sand at all, and it tightened even more. A tremendous force transmitted from the sand, causing his breath to continuously escape from his nose and mouth as his lungs were being compressed. The blood and flesh of his entire body were enduring intense pain, and soon blood seeped through as the immense force penetrated his bone marrow, breaking his bones instantly. Moments later, the sand scattered, leaving a corpse on the ground. Duke walked out from the corner of the tunnel, glancing expressionlessly at the corpse on the ground. He manipulated the sand to retrieve the space ring, and upon exploring it with his spiritual power, he discovered a large amount of refined golden-scale celestial iron and various demonized items. Duke glanced inside. There were at least 20 tons of golden-scale celestial iron, all refined from the alchemy factory. The demonized items all came from the alchemy factory as well, and many were crafted by Duke himself, appearing quite familiar. After pondering for a moment, Duke began to extract and absorb part of the golden-scale celestial iron. He planned to deal only with the golden scale celestial iron, leaving the other demonized items untouched, so he could turn in this ring and still claim some credit. This batch of demonized items couldn't be liquidated by Duke, nor could he use so much, so it was better to hand them over. As for the 20 tons of golden scale celestial iron, Black Sail didn't know that this ring originally contained these magic metals. No one would know if he took them all for himself. Furthermore, the ring was considered spoils of war, granting him the right to dispose of it. The only issue was that since these were resources stolen from the alchemy factory, its categorization could be problematic, depending entirely on how higher-ups judged. Considering these potential troubles, Duke planned to only absorb the golden scale celestial iron. Ton by ton, the golden scale celestial iron was extracted from the space ring, and in the blink of an eye, absorbed by the yellow sand crystal. Before long, Duke's yellow sand crystal contained 23 tons of fortified yellow sand with golden scale celestial iron. This scale was entirely sufficient for Duke's current needs, as he could only manipulate 20 tons of sand simultaneously. With his current level of spiritual power, handling more than 20 tons was challenging. Duke stayed in the tunnel, controlling the activated spirit bird on the ground to monitor the situation above. About a few hours later, he emerged and headed to where Lucas and the others were. Lucas was surprised to see Duke still alive, given he hadn't seen Duke during the personnel count and thought he had perished. "I was hiding in a mining tunnel just now. Met an orc and got this after taking him down," Duke said, producing the space ring. Lucas checked the ring, recognized the resources inside as part of what was lost from the alchemy factory, and said, "Not bad, it seems you've had some luck, we'll give you credit for this." The space ring Duke turned in was a complete surprise, as they hadn't expected to recover this batch of resources. It was unsurprising that not all resources were inside. The orcs might have used some or stored them in multiple space rings. Lucas didn't plan to inquire whether Duke had taken some for himself. Previously, there had been similar instances, but it was an unspoken understanding not to investigate. This raid cost them dearly, with most of the orcs being killed or captured, and only a small portion escaping. Duke and the others then returned to Moon Shadow City, gaining a brief peace after eliminating this group of orcs. Duke used this time to continue refining various demonized items at the alchemy factory, tirelessly honing his skills. The Black Sail Legion officially landed on the Greenfield continent, and a brutal war with the orcs there began. The orcs' resistance was incredibly strong, and their will remarkably steadfast, because they had no retreat and this battle must be won. Otherwise, the entire beastman plane would fall. During this period, Duke maxed out 5 types of demonized items proficiency, acquiring 5 will runes and 5 free attribute points. After some consideration, Duke decided to return to the wizard plane. As the war on the Greenfield continent unfolded, it became harder to attend to the wilderness continent, with whatever remaining forces being redeployed there. Meanwhile, some remnants of the orc forces grew more active, inciting destruction across the wilderness continent. Unable to join the final decisive battle on the Greenfield continent, they contributed to their plane in this indirect fashion. Due to the chaos caused by these beastmen, bases across the wilderness continent frequently suffer harassment and attacks. The impact of these harassments and attacks is generally not significant, but they do cause great annoyance to the Black Sail wizards. Duke decided to return to the wizard plane, considering the increasingly unstable situation surrounding him. Free attribute points. 5. He glanced at his attribute panel. By adding these 5 free attribute points, his spiritual power could exceed 50 points. Duke planned to prepare for matters related to being promoted to an official wizard upon his return. Once promoted, his strength would make a qualitative leap. He only hoped to be promoted to an official wizard before this war ended, so he could return to the beastman plane and earn more contribution points. Currently, Duke is just a wizard apprentice, so he can participate in very few matters, and the contributions he can earn are extremely limited. After reporting his intention to return to Lucas, he soon got approval. In fact, there aren't many wizard apprentices left on the beastman plane now. Most were only there to broaden their horizons and expand their experiences. Duke boarded an airship returning to the space fortress and gradually left the beastman plane. When he turned his head, he could still see the 3 continents of the beastman plane as they were when he arrived. The only difference is that monumental changes had already occurred inside these three continents. Duke once again passed through the dimensional rift, clearly noticing that the width of the rift had shrunk somewhat. Although wizards continuously maintained the expansion of the rift, it was still slowly healing and repairing. Standing outside the window of the space airship, Duke felt awe as he looked at the distant space fortress. The space fortress was like a cosmic beast, crouching in the void, silent. The process of returning to the space fortress had changed somewhat from when he arrived. Duke first entered a disinfecting room where his body underwent thorough sterilization, and then he entered a small room for inspection. Duke felt something penetrate his body. It was checking the internal situation of his body. This step is critical, and its primary aim is to inspect those returning from the beastmen plane to see if their bodies or surfaces carry any beastmen spores. Beastmen spores are the seeds of green-skinned orcs and have the potential to develop into a new green-skinned orc. If a beastman spore were to enter the wizard plane, it could result in the emergence of a large number of green-skinned orcs over time. This race reproduces rapidly, and the spores are so tiny that they are difficult to completely clean out. Therefore, Black Sail implemented strict checks in every aspect from the very beginning to prevent anyone from bringing beastman spores back to the wizard plane. Duke's space ring was also inspected, and the process was swift, aiming to detect any beastman spores. Furthermore, Black Sail requires wizards to self-check, ensuring no beastman spores are brought back to the wizard plane. If someone intentionally transports beastman spores back to the wizard plane, they would be thoroughly investigated and punished accordingly. Having gone through this series of inspections, Duke went to the Black Sail military supply department to settle his contribution points. This time, he accrued a total of 1,352 contribution points, quite a significant amount for a wizard apprentice. Duke also gained access to view the Black Sail treasure vault, which unlocks after accumulating 100 contribution points. He can now browse items of level 1 and below, including magic potions, casting materials, witchcraft artifacts, and, of course, knowledge. The Black Sail treasure vault contains research outcomes from various fields, accumulated over many years by Black Sail from outstanding wizards across the board. Duke is currently interested in the Water of Asu, a magic potion for promotion to official wizard, priced at 100 contribution points per vial. On the market, the price for one vial of Water of Asu is 5,000 level 1 magic stones, equating 1 contribution point to 50 magic stones. But in reality, no one would convert their contribution points to magic stones. Duke didn't rush to redeem anything, but planned to consider his options after returning to the wizard plane. Both the space fortress and wizard plane house a Black Sail treasure vault where contribution points can also be exchanged. After completing some formalities, Duke boarded a space airship, using space travel to return to the wizard plane. Through the huge landing window of the space airship, the blue planet of the wizard plane grew closer, and upon nearing it, he could vaguely hear the planet's rotation sounding akin to a heartbeat. Duke initially thought the space airship would enter the planet of the wizard plane and dock in a specific area. Unexpectedly, the airship executed another space jump, appearing aboard the Elizabeth. Once back on the Elizabeth, Duke felt a sense of relief. This relief wasn't merely psychological, but a real sensation. He had been suppressing the planes while in the beastman plane, but upon returning to the wizard plane, he felt secure from its presence. Duke didn't linger on the Elizabeth long. Generally, wizard apprentices aren't allowed to stay there, and only Black Sail's official wizards can operate there. He took a small boat back to Academy Island, observing the bustling wizard apprentices all around once again, feeling rather nostalgic. While at the space fortress, Duke had already applied his 5 free attribute points to his spiritual power, which now stands at 51.6, far surpassing those around him. As soon as he stepped on Academy Island, he noticed numerous messages from the wizard's mark, mostly from Vivian and Simon's group. While on the beastman plane, the wizard's mark couldn't be used. It wasn't until the conquest of the wilderness continent and the construction of the Mark Tower that it could function normally. Duke replied to each message, informing them that he had returned to the wizard plane safely. Those beastmen are quite valuable. Black Sail has already started selling beastman slaves to other wizard organizations, Vivian said. That fast? Duke was a bit surprised. The war on the beastman plane wasn't even over, yet Black Sail was already selling beastman slaves. Vivian replied, That's right, beastmen make excellent slave biological species, reproducing fast, capable of learning quickly, strong in battle, making them practically perfect slave creatures for wizards. Although green-skinned orcs aren't permitted in the wizard plane, it doesn't hinder Black Sail from selling these slave creatures. The many forces in the wizard plane mostly have their own planes, and the trade with the orcs takes place in these subplanes. Out in the wizard plane itself, Duke did not expect the Black Sail's slave business to start so quickly, and it's said that the price of green-skinned orcs is not cheap. He estimates that quite a few wizard organizations will buy a small batch and cultivate them themselves. Anyway, green-skinned orcs reproduce quickly. They can grow new orcs with just spores. For wizards, this is incredibly easy, much like cultivating mushrooms, allowing them to mass-produce a large number of green-skinned orcs. After chatting with Vivian for a while, Duke began to consider the matter of advancing to an official wizard. First of all, the water of a Sioux is essential, and it is best to prepare 2 to 3 vials of it. With only 1 vial of water of a Sioux, the advancement process may stop halfway. Having reserved water of a Sioux is crucial to ensure the advancement process continues. 3 vials of water of a Sioux cost 15,000 magic stones, which is quite a sum for most wizard apprentices. Many first-class wizard apprentices find themselves almost out of magic stones after advancing to official wizards. The high price of the water of a Sioux consumes too many magic stones, and quite a few wizard apprentices end up in debt. Many wizard apprentices even voluntarily become playthings for some official wizards to obtain the resources for advancement. Such occurrences are very common, and Duke has heard of them frequently. He, however, does not need to worry about the water of a Sioux, as he can exchange 300 contribution points for 3 vials of it. This is all earned from his recent war on the plains, mostly through refining magic potions, creating demonized items, and completing some tasks. Just over 1,300 contribution points are not a lot, but they are enough to exchange for the resources Duke needs to advance to an official wizard. In addition, some spiritual power stabilizing potions, as well as Tihorn potions, Gaia potions, and other auxiliary potions are needed. The Tihorn potion is used to maintain bodily vitality, protecting the body from excessive harm during the advancement process and ensuring the stable operation of various organs. As for the Gaia potion, it is intended to prevent physical mutations during advancement, in case the transformations result in peculiar changes. For example, some wizards may grow an extra eye on their face or an arm on their back after advancing. Usually these don't have a significant impact and can be removed through later processing. However, some mutations can cause irreversible effects, leading to the development of the Gaia potion to prevent such occurrences. These potions also cost quite a few magic stones, but Duke can exchange contribution points for them and save many magic stones. Besides these preparations, the most important thing is the choice of level 1 magic. To advance to an official wizard, one must choose a level 1 magic and construct its magic model during the advancement process, solidifying it as one's talent magic, allowing its use without consuming magic power thereafter. Most wizards choose defensive type magic since survival is most critical, and offensive means can be supplemented later. Duke is also pondering which magic to choose, finally deciding to create a level 1 magic himself. He is not just thinking casually, he has his ideas. When Duke originally created the spell Gravity Yellow Sand, he already had some thoughts. He gained more specific ideas after browsing the Black Sail Treasure Vault with his Black Sail badge, seeing research outcomes left by senior wizards. Duke purchased the documentation titled Automatic Defense and Counterattack Mechanism of Magic at the cost of 500 contribution points. This material comes from a wizard named Ed Mason. Duke does not know this wizard and has never heard of him in the Black Sail. None of the top 10 Legion commanders of Black Sail bears this name. He only knows the 10th Legion commander, Adric, comes from the Mason clan. The Mason clan is an ancient wizard clan in the wizard plane, and Adric is just a relatively young descendant of this clan. Now a demigod-level powerhouse. Duke confirmed this Ed is from the Mason clan because the documentation carries a staff symbol of the Mason clan. Any knowledge stored in the Black Sail Treasure Vault must have been vetted by the Black Sail Review, with ordinary documents not eligible for storage here. The price of 500 contribution points also attests to the material's significance. Duke did not purchase the document immediately. He also consulted Lady Hella, who informed him Ed Mason was a great wizard, albeit not part of Black Sail. Ed is Adric's grandfather. The document was stored in the Black Sail treasure vault only after gaining permission from the grandfather. Duke then had no more hesitations and exchanged for the material. His ideas demand the knowledge within, with many crucial aspects unclear on how to proceed alone. After completing the purchase on the Black Sail badge, Duke needed to travel to a nearby island to acquire the actual materials. There is no Black Sail treasure vault on Academy Island, so he took a boat rowed by a dark demon to reach a small island. The island appeared small but very clean and tidy, with several dark demons patrolling and guarding it. With the Black Sail badge, Duke entered a structure resembling a palace and arrived in a narrow room. Upon arrival, he was received by a wizard who seemed very old. The material automatic defense and counterattack mechanism of magic was neither in a book nor on parchment. It was in a memory crystal. Duke was aware of the existence of memory crystals before. They are carriers capable of storing spiritual power, holding vast amounts of information. After obtaining the memory crystal, Duke touched it with his spiritual power, and a flood of information surged into his mind. The information was all about building an automatic defense and counterattack system for magic, involving numerous concepts and knowledge systems. Duke found that most of this content was directly understandable without needing to ponder or realize it himself. This is because Ed, the recorder of the memory crystal, started from the most basic theories, ensuring even wizard apprentices could comprehend the entire theory from the beginning. After absorbing this knowledge, Duke's mind further developed the spell's prototype, and he understood how to solve the most critical parts. In the following half-month, Duke buried himself in the laboratory, focused on magic research. Besides the materials exchanged from the Black Sail treasure vault, he also bought several related books to learn some theories and methods. As half a month passed, the prototype of the magic was gradually perfected, and Duke named it Sand Guardian. Sand Guardian is an automatic defense and counterattack system that can independently defend and counterattack once constructed successfully. Even if Duke were in a coma, he could automatically summon yellow sand from the yellow sand crystal to protect himself. The most basic defense and counterattack do not require any consumption of magic power, but if one wants to enhance the strength, it requires infusion of magic power, which then consumes magic power. Duke valued defense quite highly, so he constructed such a magic. Many wizards also choose defensive magic, as having defensive capabilities without consuming magic power is crucial. This ensures that even when you are at the end of your resources, without a trace of magic power in your body, you can still have basic defense capabilities. Since this is a level 1 magic, Duke conducted very detailed and rigorous testing and calculations, gathering a large amount of data to optimize and iterate the magic model multiple times. Duke did not strive to perfect the magic model, it just needed to function without significant issues. Anyway, once becoming an official wizard, further optimization and adjustment of the magic model could still be done. Duke also spent 100 contribution points to have Selene review the Sand Guardian model. After listening to Duke's thoughts and ideas, Selene seriously examined the model and provided many valuable suggestions. 100 contribution points for consultation is not cheap, but Duke believes it was worth it. As a wizard with rich academic research experience, Selene helped Duke avoid many detours and potential pitfalls. He also admired Duke greatly. As an ordinary wizard apprentice, progressing to this stage by self-effort is truly a significant accomplishment. After Duke improved the magic model, Selene reviewed it for him 3 more times, all without extra charges, purely out of helpfulness. Selene indeed has a wealth of experience. Although he dislikes war, he is very experienced in magic research, always able to sharply point out Duke's problems. Over the past half-month under Selene's guidance, Duke gradually completed the Sand Guardian magic model, making it a true level 1 magic. As a level 1 magic, Sand Guardian has a complexity far exceeding sub-level magic, reaching N27. For ordinary wizard apprentices, understanding this magic model is impossible without a solid foundation of theoretical knowledge. After preparing the level 1 magic, preparations for the advancement to official wizard were completely finished. Duke originally had over 1,300 contribution points, now only 252 remain. purchasing water of a Sioux and other magic potions, buying knowledge materials, consulting Selene, etc. All added up to a significant expenditure of contribution points. The contribution points Duke just earned on the beastmen plane were nearly depleted. On Academy Island, inside the meditation room, Duke spent 2 days adjusting his state, getting himself to the most perfect and stable condition, with a peaceful mind. After drinking the spiritual power stabilizing potion, he picked up a light yellow water of a Sioux and drank it in one go. Similar to the dawn potion and dawn and dusk potion, the water of a Sioux is for catalyzing the promotion process, but its potency is much stronger. Once the water of a Sioux entered his stomach, the contained energy spread, permeating his entire body. Duke's body temperature instantly rose, quickly approaching 50 degrees, and every cell in his body trembled vigorously. A large amount of free energy particles flooded into his body, integrating into every corner. At this time, Duke drank the Tihorn potion and Gaia potion to maintain bodily stability and prevent loss of control. The soaring temperature decreased significantly, starting to fluctuate around 50 degrees, maintaining a relatively stable state. The bodily changes were one aspect. Meanwhile, major transformation was occurring in his mind. In Duke's mind, centered around the skill tree, the space was constantly expanding, with some threads beginning to appear. These threads are manifestations of spiritual power. The promotion to official wizard requires transforming one's spiritual power into a gaseous state, marking a level 1 gaseous mage. Only when spiritual power reaches a certain degree can it be substantively transformed into a gaseous state. If spiritual power is insufficient, this step cannot be completed, which is why the promotion threshold is set at 50 spiritual power points. The advancement process to official wizard is relatively slow, requiring considerable time. The water of a Sioux continued to play its role, with gaseous spiritual power constantly emerging in his mind. Leaning on the effects of the spiritual power stabilizing potion, Duke maintained clarity of mind and consistently monitored his body's condition. He noticed that the medicinal effect of the first water of a Sioux had mostly been consumed, with its effectiveness gradually diminishing. However, the promotion process was not yet complete, as the gaseous transformation of spiritual power in his mind had not been fully realized. If the promotion process halted at this point, it would cause irreversible effects on the body, making further promotion extremely troublesome. Duke immediately picked up the second water of a Sioux and drank it down in one go. The effect of water of a Sioux diffused throughout his body again, continuing to catalyze the promotion process. From this, he could see that his aptitude was indeed average. Wizard apprentices with good aptitude could promote to official wizard with only 1 water of a Sioux, or even without assistance from water of a Sioux. The more water of a Sioux consumed, the lower the wizard's aptitude is represented. However, Duke did not care about this. He knew his aptitude was not good, but it did not affect his continuous progress. The progress was not fast, but each step was solid and powerful. With the effect of this water of a Sioux, the speed of spiritual power's gaseous transformation in his mind gradually accelerated. Just then, the surrounding scene suddenly changed. Raising his head, Duke found himself surrounded by skyscrapers, standing at the roadside waiting for the traffic lights, with countless office workers waiting to cross the road behind him, their faces filled with fatigue. In a moment of trance, he smiled and reached into his trouser pocket, predictably finding a pack of cigarettes inside. Duke pulled one out, held it in his mouth, but realized he had not brought a lighter. A blond young man nearby seemed to notice Duke's predicament, pulled out a lighter, and handed it over. "Thanks." Duke smiled as he lit the cigarette in his mouth, exhaling smoke. Acclaiming that familiar feeling. After savoring just 2 puffs, he summoned a ball of flame that incinerated the cigarette in his hand completely. The large flame caused panic among the crowd, with people around scattering in terror, looking at Duke as if he were a monster. Duke ignored the fleeing crowd around him, looking at the familiar scene around him with immense nostalgia, even feeling a strong emotion. Wanting to stay here, he smiled, the lingering smell of tobacco in the air, yet his gaze was incredibly firm. Duke was very clear about who he was, knowing where he was and what he was doing. A giant tree rose from the ground in the high-rise buildings in front, toppling numerous skyscrapers. This is the skill tree. The scene around him dissipated like foam, and in an instant, he was back in the meditation room. Duke constantly used the skill tree as an anchor, always maintaining his clarity. No matter what kind of illusion struck, As long as his connection with the skill tree remained, he would never fall into illusion. The process of ascending to an official wizard is actually quite dangerous, and the step of illusions can easily trap one in it. Many wizards, even with the assistance of spiritual power stabilizing potions, become ensnared in illusions during the ascension process, unable to extricate themselves, leading to failure. The illusions during the ascension process arise from the depths of a person's extreme desires, stirring the most intense emotions and thoughts, easily plunging one into an illusion. Duke glanced at his spiritual power, which had risen from 51.6 to 53.2, still within the normal range. Usually, wizards monitor their spiritual power in real time, with some instruments during the ascension process to prevent sudden surges or drops. A surge in spiritual power during the ascension process is not a good thing, as it can quickly lead to a loss of control, turning a person into an idiot, a walking corpse. The meditation room was silent, save for Duke's even breathing and strong heartbeat. After overcoming the illusion hurdle, Duke began the most crucial step, constructing the magic model of Sand Guardian. The magic model of Sand Guardian is the most complex magic he has encountered so far. But this magic was created and developed by Duke from scratch, so he knows the details of the magic model extremely well. At this time, he manipulated the gaseous spiritual power to construct the magic model of Sand Guardian, which was surprisingly easy, not as difficult as imagined. This is the advantage of self-developed magic, having an incredibly thorough understanding of the magic model, with no issues in comprehension. As time ticked by, a magic model noticeably larger than others gradually formed. During this process, Duke felt that every cell in his body seemed to establish some subtle connection with this magic model, as if each cell had extended a nerve connected to the magic model. It was an extremely wonderful sensation, like a completely new organ had grown inside his body. Until Sand Guardian was fully formed, Duke could feel this magic had become an instinct, as natural as breathing, a talent ability. With a thought, the yellow sand crystal in Duke's left arm surged with countless metallic luster yellow sand. Swirling around his body, this yellow sand had already become part of his body, able to automatically attack and defend without consuming any magic power. Duke's spiritual power directly determined the basic strength of this yellow sand, the strength achievable without investing magic power. The entire ascension process lasted 17 hours, consuming 3 full vials of water of a scythe to complete. Constitution 17.8, 22.3 strength, 18.1, 23.2 agility, 17.2, 21.6 free attribute points. 0. After Duke completed the ascension, he immediately started checking his physical state and the attribute panel on the skill tree. The state of various parts of his body was relatively stable, though heavily consumed. The catalyzing effect of 3 water of a scythe was too strong, repeatedly activating and breaking through bodily limits. In terms of attributes, constitution, strength, and agility had all surpassed 20 points, making his physical strength quite strong. Duke felt that now, based on physical strength alone, he could have decent combat strength, although not yet capable of resisting energy attacks with just physical strength. His spiritual power had also significantly increased, rising nearly 6 points. Duke then tested the strength of Sand Guardian, its defense strength in normal state reaching 40 degrees, and attack strength reaching 37 degrees. This kind of strength is considered decent among level 1 gaseous mages, and if magic power is invested, the strength of the yellow sand can be continuously increased. Casually investing some magic power, the strength of the yellow sand could reach 56 degrees, and that's without channeling all magic power. Duke felt that 20 tons of metallic yellow sand was no longer enough for him. He could now control a total of 100 tons of yellow sand simultaneously, with the remaining 80 tons being regular sand particles. However, it was sufficient for now, at least providing decent combat power among level 1 gaseous mages. Few wizards like Duke, upon just ascending, could achieve such combat power relying solely on a level 1 talent magic. Usually, they need to master some level 1 magic to have power matching a level 1 wizard. Duke found that with his Sand Guardian talent magic and his high-level Earth Element Affinity talent, he actually didn't need to learn other level 1 magic. However, he only considered this. It's best not to be too single-minded, preparing multiple methods to handle diverse situations. After leaving the meditation room, Duke headed to a nearby laboratory, wanting to test various abilities after the ascension. In the laboratory, a magic puppet in front sent a lesser fireball technique towards him. The small fireball flew swiftly, carrying intense heat. Just as the fireball reached 5 meters in front of Duke, a sheet of yellow sand floated from the yellow sand crystal, forming a semi-circle shield, blocking the fireball. The small fireball burst upon the yellow sand shield, scattering numerous sparks before dissipating. Duke didn't move throughout, nor did he use any magic power or spiritual power. Everything that happened was automatic, handled entirely by the Sand Guardian talent ability for defense. Duke closed his eyes, and his spiritual power instantly expanded, grasping everything within a 20-meter radius, with countless information rushing into his mind. This is another mark of becoming an official wizard, the externalization of spiritual power. As a wizard apprentice, spiritual power can only be used within the wizard's body to release magic and call demonized items, unable to leave the body. But after ascending to an official wizard, spiritual power can become a new sense, used to perceive surrounding information. Wizards can perceive more abundant external information through spiritual power, which is a more efficient means of perception compared to sight or hearing. When a regular person sees a fruit, their mind contains only superficial information like the fruit's color and shape. However, by observing the fruit with spiritual power, one can see its hidden appearance and interior details. Even worms can be seen at a glance. This overwhelming information is fed back to the wizard through spiritual power, providing highly detailed external information. If one's spiritual power is not strong enough, they cannot support this kind of perception method. Otherwise, the influx of massive information into the mind would lead to headaches. The defense and attack range of the Sand Guardian is the same as the range of spiritual power. Wherever spiritual power can be extended, the Sand Guardian can automatically defend and counterattack within that range. Duke can now manipulate this sand within a range of 20 meters, but to exceed this range requires expending magic power. Sand Guardian, Level 1, 12/100. During Duke's experimentation, the proficiency of the Sand Guardian continued to grow. He found that brushing up this skill's proficiency is very simple since within the 20-meter range, the Sand Guardian does not consume magic power. As long as there's time, proficiency can be continually brushed up. Isn't this a bit of a glitch? If all spells could be cast without consumption, wouldn't I be invincible? Duke suddenly thought. He quickly ended his daydreaming and began testing the strength of other spells. Due to the improvement in spiritual power, the sub-level spells he previously mastered have all been enhanced, with strength now reaching 30 and above. The shadow water Duke carries is becoming less useful. Even though it contains 3-headed dog saliva, the overall defensive strength remains low, around 10 degrees. Back when he was a wizard apprentice, shadow water was a decent defensive method. But for him now, with the Sand Guardian at his side, the shadow water is somewhat useless and doesn't serve much purpose. If an attack couldn't be stopped by the Sand Guardian, shadow water wouldn't be much help either. Nonetheless, Duke still keeps shadow water attached to him as an additional layer of defense. While Duke tested and recorded data on various spells, he pondered his plans moving forward. Firstly, he definitely needs to master some level 1 magic. And then, the knight's breathing technique cannot be neglected. He needs to continue seeking breathing techniques of other attributes. Duke plans to travel along the east coast after the war in the Beastmen Plain concludes. For a wizard, it's important to bury oneself in study, but traveling to gain experience and knowledge is equally critical. Many things can't be learned merely from books. The mechanical wizard civilization on the east coast is highly developed, and it's also a developed area for knight civilization, holding the subsequent advancements and inheritances of knights. Once Duke is promoted to level 1 mage, it truly marks his entry onto the wizard path, becoming a bona fide extraordinary being. Level 1 mage possesses at least a 500-year lifespan from this moment. They are no longer ordinary life forms facing sudden death. Even among many planes, a level 1 life form counts as a decent force. It is said that upon reaching level 2 mage, the lifespan can potentially exceed 1,000 years. Duke is not thinking that far ahead yet. His eyes are only set on the level 1 liquidation mage phase. The spiritual power of a level 1 liquidation mage is generally at 100 points, but merely reaching 100 points doesn't qualify one as a liquidation mage. transitioning from gaseous mage to liquidation mage. Requires no magic potion. Most subsequent promotions no longer need the assistance of magic potions. However, gaseous mages must continuously compress their gaseous spiritual power within their mind into liquid spiritual power, and only when enough liquid spiritual power has accumulated does one qualify as a liquidation mage. This differs greatly from previous promotions, which were like climbing a ladder, each step clearly defined. But transitioning from gaseous to liquid is a process, not something achieved overnight. Duke hasn't reached the stage of compressing spiritual power yet. He still needs to continue enhancing his spiritual power to increase the gaseous spiritual power in his mind. After conducting a series of tests, Duke is pretty much clear about his current strength. Duke then heads to the administrative hall on Academy Island to commence the procedures for promotion to official wizard. While conversing with the wizard behind the counter, surrounding wizard apprentices, hearing about his successful promotion, look at him with envious eyes. For all wizard apprentices, this is the day they have dreamed of. All their efforts and sweat have been geared toward achieving the status of official wizard. Having been promoted to official wizard, Duke is now considered a force to be reckoned with for Black Sail. He can now possess his own island, with everything on the island and its surrounding waters belonging to him. While enjoying rights, he also must shoulder certain obligations. Typically, no mandatory missions are assigned to official wizards. However, if Black Sail is in an emergency, all wizards need to fight for Black Sail. This is a requirement present in every wizard organization. Essentially, this refers to wars between Black Sail and other wizard organizations. Such wars were frequent in the past, but have almost disappeared now. Most wizard organizations have turned their attention to the endless plane, preferring to plunder other planes rather than fight to the death in the wizard plane. Upon exiting the administrative hall, Duke intends to follow another wizard to inspect several favored islands, but unexpectedly comes across Simon and his companions. All three of Simon's party have become first-class wizard apprentices and have made significant progress over the past few months. However, compared to Duke, Simon and his companions' progress is almost negligible. They have indeed worked hard and been fortunate to be promoted to first-class wizard apprentices. Official wizard status is still a distant dream for them. Requiring astronomical resources, the path to promotion is long. Duke once shared the trials of third-class and second-class wizard apprentice evaluations with them, but now he has left them far behind. Duke, have you really been promoted to official wizard? Simon, sensing Duke's aura, exclaimed in shock. Duke smiled and nodded. Just got promoted, haven't managed to tell you yet. His attitude towards Simon and the others remains unchanged from before, and he doesn't alter his demeanor because of his strength enhancement. Yet, Simon and his companions clearly exhibit a different attitude, unable to be as casual as before, now showing a bit of reverence towards Duke. After chatting with them for a while, Duke departs, not wanting the other wizards to have to wait longer. Simon watched Duke's departing figure, feeling quite emotional inside. He could sense that Duke's attitude towards him was still the same as before, but he could no longer treat Duke the same way. There is an insurmountable chasm between wizard apprentice and official wizard, with a vast gap in identity and status. As the gap between them grows larger, their contact will become less frequent until they drift apart. This is also the norm for wizards. Their lifespan is too long, and there are few who can remain friends throughout. Duke followed the wizard named Jick onto the ship, leaving Academy Island to explore some islands. The number of islands within Black Sail is numerous. Duke glanced at the map before and found there were at least 1 million islands, most of which are ownerless. At the current rate of Black Sail's development, these islands won't be fully inhabited for many years to come. Duke and Jick took a boat and arrived near a cluster of islands where the island count was high. Duke first chose an island here, a sizable one with an area of 30 square kilometers. He and Jick disembarked on this island and surveyed the specific conditions. Duke observed and recorded the climate and soil conditions, which are important for future endeavors like magic potion cultivation. The overall condition of the island was quite good, with no major issues. However, Duke ultimately did not choose this location because there were too many neighbors around. This area is a group of islands, with a dozen or so islands distributed, and almost all were already inhabited by wizards. Duke does not like the feeling of too many people around. It would always lead to some concerns when doing things, and privacy might not be guaranteed. Wizards have various methods of investigation, and he can't ensure he can block all probing techniques. Duke has the skill tree. He doesn't want anyone to notice his anomalies. Although the conditions here were good, there were too many people. So it was unsuitable. Duke then continued sailing with Jick, visiting several islands before deciding on which one to choose. He chose an island with an area of over 50 square kilometers, considered a large island. However, the island was somewhat bare, and vegetation was not abundant. The soil conditions were not very good here. Many wizards abandoned the choice due to the soil conditions. Generally, such large-sized islands are more favored. Duke did not mind this. Poor soil conditions could be gradually improved later. He valued the quietness of this place. The nearest island was over 300 kilometers away, and there was no sight of people around. Duke liked quiet places like this, where he wouldn't be disturbed and could enjoy himself freely. After choosing this location, under Jick's guidance, he completed the procedures and became the island's owner. Duke named this place Deserted Island. As the name suggested, it was very desolate here. He stood alone on this bare island, enjoying the sea breeze against his face. This place would become his territory for a long time in the future, requiring self-transformation. Duke spent 150 contribution points to bring a batch of slave creatures to the island to construct some basic facilities. He built a small castle at the island's rear, which was his residence, a place to rest, with many guest rooms. The area to the left of the castle was designated for magic potion and alchemy experiments, built to laboratory standards. The slave creature engineering team was quite familiar with this. They were a unique race with casting ability called bright yellow people. The bright yellow people were entirely earth yellow, sustaining life by eating mud, and favored moist soil after rainy days. They were skilled in architecture and could complete a batch of buildings in a very short time. The right of the castle was an open area. Duke constructed some warehouses here, arranging places for storing various types of items in the future. The rest of the island remained untouched, still bare. Duke planned some planting areas in the central part of the island, but that required soil condition improvement first. He now had little to nothing, with only a few hundred magic stones and 102 contribution points, arguably the poorest level 1 mage in history. Duke didn't have extra money to transform the island further, so he would have to address it later. He first used the remaining 102 contribution points to exchange for 2 level 1 magic spells, leaving him with only a pitiful 2 points. Normally, a complete set of a level 1 magic model outside would cost at least 2,000 to 3,000 magic stones. For some of the better level 1 magic, prices could even reach tens of thousands of magic stones. Duke being able to exchange 2 spells for 100 points was already considered cheap. Moreover, these 2 spells were not simple, generally not found outside. Duke discovered that as his strength increased, higher-level resources became increasingly difficult to acquire externally. For example, level 1 magic, those that are passed around externally are oftentimes common, and the truly essential spells remain within various forces and are not preserved outside. Because at the level 1 mage level, it qualifies as a force to each side, therefore, control over these aspects becomes stricter. These 2 level 1 magic spells Duke purchased from the Black Sail treasure vault couldn't be freely passed outside, or he'd face Black Sail's punishment. He checked the regulations inside the Black Sail badge. This crime usually has a sentence of 120 years. If one doesn't want to serve in prison, they can be sent to some particularly dangerous plane missions, which have extremely high mortality rates. Besides magic, many items inside the Black Sail treasure vault are not allowed to be resold, meant only for personal use. This rule partly prevents wizards from reselling the core resources outside, which would leak Black Sail's inner workings. It also aims to make contribution points more valuable. If items exchanged from the Black Sail treasure vault could be freely traded, contribution points would lose their meaning. If someone had enough magic stones, they could make all Black Sail wizards use their contribution points to exchange items for them. So Black Sail wizards generally think carefully when exchanging items with contribution points, only exchanging from the Black Sail treasure vault when truly needed. Otherwise, it's wasteful to keep them when it only wastes resources and contribution points. The 2 level 1 magic spells Duke purchased was Sea Kiss from the water element and Earth Spring from the earth element. These two level 1 magic spells were very rare, often unseen outside, with strong functionality. Scythe is a water element healing element spell, capable of rapidly recovering from either physical injury or spiritual power damage. After experiencing the war on the beastmen plane, Duke realized the importance of this aspect. No one can guarantee their survival, nor can anyone guarantee they won't get injured. In plane wars, getting injured is common, and if you can't recover your combat power in time, it's easy to lose your life in a foreign land. Duke has always focused on offense and defense, and most of his spells are of these two types. With Sea Kiss, he has filled the gap in this type of spell. Another spell, Earth Spring, is an earth element support type spell, and its function is to recover magic power. Earth Spring is a passive type of spell. As long as any part of the caster's body is in contact with the ground, it can continuously, albeit slowly, recover magic power. The instant recovery of magic power is minimal, but this spell can continuously recover magic power, and over time, the recovery becomes substantial. This spell is extremely useful for prolonged battles, enhancing a wizard's enduring combat capability. After seeing this spell, Duke was very satisfied. Currently, he relied on drinking magic potions to recover magic power. However, in high-intensity battles, a moment of distraction could lead to defeat, let alone having the chance to take out and drink a magic potion. Enemies won't foolishly stand still and watch you drink a potion, nor will they give you the opportunity. The spell Earth Spring is also extremely suitable for Duke. He only needs his body to touch the yellow sand, which is in contact with the ground, to recover magic power. Scythe, Level 1, 5/100, Earth Spring. Level 1, 6/100, 2 new branches have grown from the skill tree, now possessing 3 Level 1 magic spells, including the talent Magic Sand Guardian. These 2 newly added Level 1 magic spells are both support type, and because Sand Guardian is part of his arsenal, he temporarily possesses basic Level 1 offensive and defensive methods. Duke looked at the magic stones in his pocket and the contribution points in the Black Sail badge, planning to return to the Beastmen plane to earn some contribution points while the war there hasn't ended. Now that he has advanced to official wizard, he can truly participate in plane wars, gaining more contribution points and resources than during his time as a wizard apprentice. Over the past couple of days, Duke has frequently communicated with Vivian, learning that Vivian's spiritual power is now at 45 points, not far from becoming an official wizard. Vivian is not in a rush, nor does she feel anxious about Duke's advancement. She plans to proceed steadily, not adopting any aggressive methods to increase spiritual power, but continuing to practice and study systematically. This mindset is very important for a wizard, as long-term vision negates the need for haste. Vivian, having the environment of Thorn Holy Tower and Grace in support, indeed does not need to hurry and can take her time. Duke, adjusting his state on the deserted island, preparing to return to the Beastmen plane in a few days, received a visit invitation from Harrison. Harrison is an alchemist from the Giant Rock Commerce Association, now managing the Giant Rock Magic Potion Shop on Academy Island, and has often interacted with Duke in the past. He somehow found out about Duke's advancement to a Level 1 mage and specially came to visit. Duke did not refuse and agreed to Harrison's visit request. That afternoon, Harrison arrived at the deserted island, surprised at the desolate land, not expecting Duke to have chosen such a place. Duke smiled and led Harrison into his castle, acknowledging its current simplicity, with little to entertain guests. Why choose such a place? Harrison was puzzled, thinking Duke as an alchemist would choose an island with fertile soil. Duke replied, "I prefer solitude. This place is quite nice and spacious." "I see." Harrison nodded thoughtfully, not asking further. He knew that many wizards indeed enjoy quiet solitude, which is more suitable for research and contemplation. Such behavior from Duke is quite normal among wizards and not uncommon. "What brings you here today?" Duke led Harrison into the castle and poured him a cup of coffee. This pack of coffee beans was a gift from Vivian, rarely touched before, taken out temporarily to entertain guests. During his time with Black Sail, this was the first time a guest visited Duke. Coffee and tea are both regarded as good refreshments for wizards and are common drinks that enhance mental alertness. Harrison didn't rush to say his purpose, but instead took a sip of coffee, nodding in praise. "These must be coffee beans from Silver Moon Bay, very high quality." Duke recalled Vivian mentioning that these coffee beans were from Silver Moon Bay when she sent them over, surprised that Harrison could taste it. After savoring, Harrison put down the coffee cup and said, "I came for two matters, one official and one personal." Duke sat down by the table, adding some red tea to his coffee, waiting for Harrison to speak at his leisure. He could roughly guess the reason for Harrison's visit, though he didn't expect a personal matter as well. "Firstly, I represent the Giant Rock Commerce Association, inviting you to join us as an alchemist. These are the corresponding benefits and packages." Harrison took out an exquisite card, beautifully packaged, revealing a letter from the Giant Rock Commerce Association to Duke, along with cooperative terms. Duke picked up the card, reading through it carefully. The offers were quite good, with nothing deceitful apparent. The Giant Rock Commerce Association does not need to use terms to trick or coerce, as such methods are unnecessary for such a powerful entity. If Duke agrees to join the Giant Rock Commerce Association, he would easily access desired magic potion recipes, magic potion materials, and advanced magic potion knowledge through their channels. If Duke contributes some magic potion knowledge or develops and refines some magic potion recipes, the Giant Rock Commerce Association would purchase them at high prices. For alchemists capable of continuous production, the Giant Rock Commerce Association would provide special training and offer many supports and rewards. Of course, Duke could also accept various magic potion orders from the Giant Rock Commerce Association to earn money. But this option is actually the most trivial, as the Giant Rock Commerce Association does not recruit alchemists to exploit them as labor. They value an alchemist's ability in magic potion research and refinement. Duke found that the terms provided by the Giant Rock Commerce Association imposed almost no restrictions on alchemists, leaning more towards attracting many alchemists under their banner, with various offerings to win them over. For a force like the Giant Rock Commerce Association, their goal is to absorb many excellent alchemists and potion masters under their wing. As long as one of these people can develop an extremely excellent magic potion or an alchemical creation, the Giant Rock Commerce Association can quickly sell these things through its vast channels to gain substantial profits. Duke's information had long been reported by Harrison, and the abilities he demonstrated were extremely outstanding, being able to improve various magic potions even during the wizard apprentice stage, which is truly not easy. More importantly, Duke doesn't have any background to rely on, only having done some odd jobs for Hela. He has basically walked this path on his own, and in the eyes of the Giant Rock Commerce Association, he is very promising. Duke did not refuse the invitation from the Giant Rock Commerce Association. After carefully reviewing the contract brought by Harrison, he signed it. What Duke needs to do is to prioritize selling any new research results to the Giant Rock Commerce Association in the future. This is not actually a mandatory requirement. It still depends on Duke's own wishes. However, generally speaking, since you are already involved with the Giant Rock Commerce Association, it is rare that you would sell to other forces. With the Giant Rock Commerce Association as a channel, things will be much easier for Duke in the future. After signing the contract with Duke, Harrison also completed his task here, feeling much better. "So what is the personal matter?" Duke asked. Harrison smiled a bit awkwardly and said, "This matter is actually a bit forced on me. I come from the Rost clan, which is an ancient wizard clan with demigod-level powerhouses. This time, I am also entrusted by the family to invite you to join our Rost clan. You can freely choose any girl in the clan, and even marry multiple girls from the Rost clan." It was only after hearing Harrison's explanation that Duke understood that he was being invited to become a son-in-law of the Rost clan. The conditions offered by the Rost clan were actually quite generous, providing Duke with all the resources he needed for cultivation. Even if Duke were to cultivate to the demigod level, the Rost clan would exhaust all their resources to support him. All the girls in the Rost clan could be potential marriage partners for Duke. As long as Duke was excellent enough, all the unmarried women in the Rost clan could be chosen by him. However, this strong support comes with the condition that Duke becomes a member of the Rost clan, and his surname would have to be changed to Rost. Duke, being of common birth and without his own surname, would become a son-in-law if he joined the Rost clan. Moreover, joining requires signing a strict contract, which once signed, cannot be revoked, and he would become a permanent member of the Rost clan. Wizard clans like the Ross clan are very common throughout the wizard plane, and their power is not considered very strong. They can only attract promising wizards through such means. There are many young wizards like Duke in the Ross clan, generally lacking background, seemingly with some potential, to whom the Ross clan would extend an olive branch. As long as these young wizards agree to join, the Ross clan would heavily cultivate them. If these wizards can demonstrate good potential and value, the Ross clan will continue to make significant investments and provide more resources. But if they perform poorly, they will gradually be marginalized by the Ross clan. Not much resources will be provided. The Ross clan would not waste resources on wizards who have no value. At this point, even if these wizards want to withdraw, there's no way out, having signed the contract. They are entirely members of the Ross clan. The Ross clan would arrange for those wizards without much potential to do odds and ends, engaging in various aspects of the family business, without providing much resource for their cultivation. These are things Harrison naturally wouldn't say. But Duke was well aware, having arrived at the West Coast for so long. He had some understanding of these things. Duke had often heard gossip about the wizard clans. The relationships within these wizard clans were quite chaotic, with various news constantly emerging. He naturally would not agree to Harrison's invitation, not because of a lack of confidence in himself, but because he did not wish to be constrained. The conditions provided by the Ross clan seemed quite good, but the constraints were too strong. Duke would never be tempted by those lures to be under such constraints. Freedom is more important than anything. Harrison wasn't disappointed to hear Duke's refusal. He actually never expected Duke to agree. In fact, he did not want to be the spokesperson for the clan. It was only because of pressure from the family elders that he had to come. Harrison knew that excellent young wizards like Duke surely wouldn't focus on a mere Ross clan. And based on his previous interactions with Duke, his understanding of Duke also told him that Duke would definitely not join the Ross clan. Harrison hadn't reported anything about Duke to the clan. It was completely through the Ross clan's connections that they learned about Duke. After the Ross clan did some research on Duke and valued his potential, realizing that Harrison had contacted Duke in the past, they sent Harrison to take care of the matter. At this moment, hearing Duke's direct refusal, Harrison also felt relieved, having finally completed his task and having an explanation to offer when he returned. He was from the Ross clan and naturally understood the family's situation. He didn't want Duke stepping into this quagmire. Such wizard clans with long histories are like stagnant water. Even a genius would be reduced to mediocrity due to all sorts of messy situations. After sending Harrison away, Duke also sent a message to the Black Sail Badge, informing them of his intention to return to the Beastmen plane. He currently belongs to the 3rd Legion, 5th Squadron, and the arrangements were made for him quickly. Duke stood by the deserted island, watching as a dark demon rowed a boat towards him. After boarding, he progressed forward and arrived once more in front of the Elizabeth. This ship, like a continent, always remained here unmoved. A space airship had already docked here, with over 100 official wizards, wizard apprentices, and others besides Duke. These individuals were either going to work at the space fortress, or, like Duke, heading to the Beastmen plane to participate in the war, with others responsible for transporting materials. Duke learned from Merrick that to go to the Beastmen plane, one had to hurry, as the war was reportedly nearing its end. The green-skinned orcs, although gathering forces on the Greenfield continent, faced increased offensive strength from the Black Sail side, utilizing more weapons. The entire Greenfield continent was divided into 17 war zones, with Black Sail using these war zones to segment the forces of green-skinned orcs and then gradually devour these isolated powers. Now, the situation on the Greenfield continent is looking very favorable as the green-skinned orc legions retreat step by step, with most areas already occupied by Black Sail. After Duke returned to the Beastmen plane, the space airship directly stopped in the 7th war zone of the Greenfield continent. Upon his arrival, he was quickly assigned a mission to join other wizards from the 3rd Legion to capture Ballage Highland. Ballage Highland is the name of a region, rich with mineral resources and housing 3 large Beastmen bases. These bases mainly produce weaponry and equipment, supplying materials to the surrounding Beastmen cities. Black Sail decided to capture this area directly, cutting off the supply to nearby cities and accelerating the conclusion of the war in this region. The defense forces at Ballage Highland are also strong, with more than 400,000 green-skinned orcs across the 3 beastmen bases, equipped with excellent weapons, armor, and beastmen exclusive mobile, or chariots capable of firing energy cannonballs stronger than the magic-guided cannons, providing good defense capacity. Duke arrived at the northern part of Ballage Highland, aiming for Base No. 3. Base No. 3 is the weakest of the 3 beastmen bases, with fewer than 100,000 in the green-skinned orc legion. Duke's offensive on Base No. 3 includes 200,000 slave creatures and over 10,000 official wizards of level 1 or above. The 3 bases at Ballage Highland have no towering walls, only some low temporary walls offering little defensive capability. The green-skinned orcs rely entirely on the terrain, using the high ground to their advantage, enabling them to persist temporarily. But with the continuous arrival of floating fortresses, their only advantage vanished completely. The air raids from the floating fortresses inflicted great pain on the green-skinned orcs, as their magic-guided cannons couldn't reach the altitudes of the floating fortresses, leaving them completely at a disadvantage. Behind Duke was a squad of slave creatures, totaling 1,100 slave creatures temporarily under his command. Dogman Reed was the captain of this slave creature squad and had met Duke for the second time. Duke watched as the floating fortresses bombarded Base No. 3, constantly monitoring information in the black sail badge, awaiting orders. The slave creatures had not yet been deployed as a large force was arranged outside Base No. 3, barely holding on under the bombing of the floating fortresses. A moment later, a loud explosion rang out. A huge white energy cannonball was launched, hitting a floating fortress directly. This floating fortress immediately exploded, bursting into countless sparks, disintegrating into numerous fragments. Super energy cannon. Duke instantly recognized the source of this energy cannonball. Its 1,000-degree energy was beyond what these floating fortresses could withstand. Despite losing one floating fortress, the battle remained under Black Sail's control. The presence of super energy cannons in the green-skinned orcs' arsenal did not surprise them, as the green-skinned orcs had acquired many weapons and equipment from the wizards and quickly deployed them against the wizard forces in the battlefield. However, the super energy cannons required a large energy supply, and the green-skinned orcs at Base No. 3 likely lacked sufficient energy resources for continuous firing. As expected, the floating fortresses continued bombing, but no further launch of the super energy cannon occurred within Base No. 3. They must have enough energy resources to continue firing, but choose to reserve their use for crucial moments. Following commands, Duke directed his slave creature units to start charging, with Dogman Reed leading the charge at the forefront. Upon entering battle, Dogman's body size surged to 5 meters tall, and his whole form transformed into a war machine. The slave creature legion charged at Ballage Highland from below. The green-skinned orcs above quickly reorganized into battle formation post-bombardment, ready to engage. Duke stood at the foot of the hill, observing the swarm of slave creatures spreading toward the highland like a tide, while above, green ocean awaited. As the slave creatures engaged the green-skinned orcs, the entire Ballage Highland roared to life, filled with cries of battle across the battlefield. Half an hour into the fight, Duke joined the battlefield, avoiding its center, maneuvering around the sparsely populated edges. For Duke, guarding against potential attacks from the super energy cannon was paramount, posing a direct threat to him. With the battlefield chaotic, both sides' troops intermixed, making large-scale weapon usage difficult for either side. Yet it couldn't be ruled out that the beastmen might sacrifice all to obliterate Black Sail's forces, launching a single super energy cannon blast to clear large battlefield sections. Upon Duke entering the battlefield, surrounding beastmen quickly noticed him. The green-skinned orcs had gathered considerable knowledge about Black Sail by capturing prisoners and employing special tactics to learn some intelligence. They realized these slave creatures were merely cannon fodder and ranked troops, with the wizards being the true power figures. After witnessing the wizard plane's might, the green-skinned orcs grew increasingly pessimistic about the beastmen plane's prospects. During the war's onset, their fighting spirit remained strong. Yet, as the war progressed, they began understanding the overwhelming might of the wizard plane, a force the current beastman plane couldn't resist. A wave of pessimism spread among the green-skinned orcs, birthing factions advocating surrender to minimize casualties. These factions were quickly purged by Reynolds, ensuring the green-skinned orcs would never surrender while Reynolds led. Swain once sent spiritual power messages directly to Reynolds, urging them to abandon feudal resistance and surrender. Reynolds responded with one phrase, "Beastmen will never be slaves." Swain sensed Reynolds' strong emotions, realizing surrender was impossible under the Beastman King's leadership. 3 green-skinned orcs formed a temporary battle formation, attacking Duke from different directions and angles. Surrounded by countless swirling sand, Duke faced the incoming orcs expressionlessly. One orc wielded a long knife, leaping down with a slicing attack, only to be blocked mid-air by swirling sand. The sand emitted a strong counter-force, cracking the orc's hand instantly. Before he could react, he was engulfed by the sand. A series of cracking bones ensued, leaving a limp orc corpse on the ground. The sound of yellow sand, crushing the bones of the beastmen, echoed in the ears of the other beastmen, as if a ferocious beast were gnawing on that beastman. They watched Duke, this bizarre enemy, feeling inexplicably alarmed by the yellow sand swirling around him. The remaining 2 beastmen felt a tinge of fear, but on this battlefield they had no retreat. The remaining 2 beastmen continued to attack. One beastman, while running, suddenly threw a grenade-like object, attempting to catch Duke off guard with a surprise attack. Duke paid no mind to the opponent's sneak attack. A sand wall composed of yellow sand instantly took shape, withstanding the explosive energy impact and iron shrapnel. At that moment, a cold arrow suddenly came from the rear diagonal, aiming directly at Duke's neck. This angle was extremely tricky, located in Duke's blind spot, and it was shot in the instant of the explosion, masking the breaking the sky sound brought by the arrow. On the battlefield, many people perish from such cold arrows, defenseless against them. However, this tactic had no effect on Duke at all. He didn't even need to turn around as some yellow sand automatically appeared, blocking the cold arrow. You have completed a practice session of Sand Guardian. Proficiency +1. You have completed a practice session of Sand Guardian. Proficiency +1. Duke realized that standing still, without moving, his proficiency with Sand Guardian was rapidly increasing. Attacks from all directions continuously triggered Sand Guardian, helping him enhance his proficiency in Sand Guardian. Sand Guardian provided Duke with a comprehensive, seamless defense and counterattack system. Ordinary attacks couldn't break through this talent. Magic's defense. Unless the enemy's attack speed could exceed the cohesion speed of Sand Guardian, or the attack strength could surpass the strength of Sand Guardian. Otherwise, Duke merely stood there doing nothing, yet he was already in an undefeatable position. Duke manipulated 2 ribbons made of yellow sand, strangling the necks of the 2 beastmen beside him while walking forward, snapping their necks. After he passed, the bodies of the 2 fallen beastmen lay behind him. In the plain war, killing enemies rewarded contribution points. The stronger the enemies killed, the more contribution points gained. Black Sail has been monitoring and paying attention to the whole battlefield, recording how many enemies one has slain. The wizards don't need to calculate themselves. Even if there are errors, they usually aren't too significant unless the enemies were killed outside the battlefield, requiring evidence to be provided. Creatures below level 1 generally contribute only a few points. A level 1 life could contribute 500 points, level 2 life thousands of points, level 3 life tens of thousands. Duke wasn't choosy about picking level 1 beastmen, killing anyone nearby he could. Although level 1 life contributed more proficiency, it also came with higher risks. On the battlefield, drawing too much attention could easily make one a target to be focused on. Duke always remained restrained, never truly unleashing a massacre. Otherwise, with sprawling yellow sand sweeping across the battlefield, he could crazily harvest lives. If he did that, it would definitely arouse the beastman's focus, encountering significant resistance or even possibly lead directly to his demise. Duke wandered across the battlefield as if strolling in a courtyard, having not taken any substantial damage so far. The magic within continually recovered under the effect of Earth Spring, keeping him in good condition. Duke's appearance ultimately caught some beastmen's attention. In the area of the battlefield where he appeared, beastmen kept falling, making the slaves' attacks easier. A beastman wielding a giant warhammer soon appeared in front of Duke, being a level 1 life beastman, wielding the warhammer and staring closely at Duke. This beastman didn't utter a word, swinging the giant hammer directly with unmatched momentum and enormous power. Large amounts of yellow sand instantly gathered in front of Duke, brutally blocking this heavy hammer blow. The beastman's eyes showed a trace of shock. These seemingly ordinary yellow sands actually possessed such high strength, and with his power, he couldn't penetrate even a thin layer of sand. This was Duke using golden scale celestial iron to enhance the sand, and he had just infused magic power into it. Ordinary strength couldn't possibly break through. He didn't rush to attack, but used this beastman to test Sand Guardian's abilities. The giant hammer beastman then began an onslaught of storm-like attacks, a white light emanating from his body, each heavy hammer strike carrying immense power. Fighting spirit. Duke observed the white light on the beastman. Feeling the energy use was very similar to fighting spirit. The giant hammer beastman noticed Duke's relaxed expression, feeling somewhat irritated in his heart. He felt like Duke was wrapped in a turtle shell, unable to break through this layer of defense. From start to finish, Duke only consumed some magic power without any other loss and kept restoring magic power underfoot on the ground. The giant hammer beastman, however, continuously consumed the energy within during the attack process without many recovery means. In this way, he was bound to be defeated. In fact, the battle was over since the beginning. As long as the giant hammer beastman couldn't break through Sand Guardian, Duke was in an unbeatable position. After collecting enough data, Duke didn't delay any longer. With a thought, countless yellow sands spread over. The giant hammer beastman glanced around, trying to evade the yellow sand capture. But the form of sand could change, transforming into countless yellow sands that couldn't be dodged at his speed. Soon, a giant hand made of yellow sand grabbed the giant hammer beastman, tightly wrapping and lifting him into the air. The giant hammer beastman's body was tremendously strong, quickly bursting out with formidable strength, seemingly about to break free from the binding sands. But as Duke poured a large amount of magic power inside, coupled with more sand constantly sweeping over, layer after layer tightly wrapped the giant hammer beastman, soon forming a cocoon made of yellow sand in the air. Inside the cocoon, energy waves continuously erupted. It was the beastman inside trying to break free from the sand's constraints. However, by now, everything he did was futile. Duke's right hand clenched firmly, and the sand instantly tightened. The beastman inside the cocoon screamed instantly, trying his best to resist the sand's force, but all in vain. As the bones in the arm shattered, he instantly crumbled like a mountain coming down, the giant hammer beastman's defense broken, and his body strength momentarily lost balance, followed by fractures in bones all over his body. Despite this, the beastman still hadn't died. He was struggling, with bones in his arm broken and protruding, exposing the bleak white bones inside. Inside the yellow sand enveloping the orc, countless spikes suddenly appeared. The orc hadn't even reacted before these spikes had already deeply pierced into his body. Then, a series of explosions sounded, with these spikes detonating at various points within his body. The powerful energy concentrated in such a small space triggered an even stronger energy reaction, causing the surrounding yellow sand to be unable to form a stable structure. From an external perspective, the cocoon suddenly exploded, and countless pieces of flesh and tissue flew out from within. Countless grains of sand gathered in front of Duke, blocking the impact of the energy, with not a single drop of blood landing on him. Duke was already very adept at using earth magic, able to directly use the yellow sand to condense into rock spikes, which had explosive properties. After the sand had bound the enemy, it would form rock spike attacks inside, followed immediately by an explosion. With this series of attacks, if the enemy couldn't escape in the first moment, even a level 1 life form would be severely injured if not killed. Duke found that the cocoon he formed with sand had actually become an alternative bomb, killing quite a few orcs nearby, with some others also injured by the shockwaves. Sand Guardian level increased. Spiritual power plus 0.5 Sand Guardian. LV2, 1/150, Duke found that after he had just killed this level 1 orc, the proficiency of Sand Guardian directly increased by 50 points. It seemed that the stronger the enemy killed with this spell, the more proficiency gained. However, this spell inherently gained proficiency easily, without consuming magic power, so there was no need to deliberately target stronger enemies. After upgrading Sand Guardian, it provided 0.5 spiritual power, which was a lot compared to the 0.1 spiritual power gained from a secondary spell or secondary potion. This was the first time Duke had upgraded a level 1 magic after becoming an official wizard. He estimated that if he were to level a secondary spell now, he probably wouldn't gain any spiritual power attribute points from upgrading, only receiving free attribute points upon reaching max level. Duke was just in an inconspicuous corner of the battlefield, not drawing much attention. This battle lasted from dawn until sunset, with the third stronghold ultimately failing to hold and completely falling, causing the beastmen garrison here to begin a desperate retreat. Duke had fought continuously for a whole day, killing countless orcs, even losing track himself. Among them were 4 level 1 orcs, all of which he felled, yielding at least 2,000 contribution points in total. Prior to this, Duke had been in the beastman plane for 3 months, refining many potions and alchemy creations, and completed some tasks, all adding up to just a little over 1,000 contribution points. The battlefield truly was the quickest source of contribution points. This one day, Duke directly leveled up Sand Guardian to level 4, noting that on the skill tree it was still in the state of green bud, indicating that the max level for level 1 magic was quite high. After experiencing an entire day of combat, Duke became increasingly familiar with the Sand Guardian spell. Physically, he was doing well, with more than half of his magic power remaining and slowly recovering. Earth Spring, LV2, 142 over 150 throughout the day. Duke also managed to level up Earth Spring to level 2, and it was close to level 3. Earth Spring needed a certain amount of magic power restoration before gaining a point in proficiency. Hence its progress wasn't as fast as Sand Guardian. Just as the third stronghold's beastmen were retreating, Duke suddenly had an ominous feeling. He couldn't identify the source of this feeling, nor did he think too much about it, but immediately surrounding his body appeared a mass of yellow sand. This sand stacked layer upon layer, forming a pyramid-like yellow sand fortress, instantly enclosing Duke inside. The moment the yellow sand fortress was formed, a massive energy wave erupted from the third stronghold, sweeping across the entire battlefield. While escaping, the beastmen at the third stronghold decisively decided to detonate all the weapons and energy sources left there, even at the cost of affecting their own, to exact a heavy toll on the wizards. In an instant, this massive energy spread out with the third stronghold as the center, those close to the center, whether slave creatures or orcs, were instantly melted by the high energy force. Positioned on the edge of the battlefield, the energy reaching Duke had significantly weakened, yet it was still very strong. Luckily, he reacted quickly, forming a fortress with sand around himself in an instant upon sensing a life-threatening crisis. Sand forming the fortress was all reinforced with golden scale celestial iron, granting it extremely high strength. When the energy wave subsided, Duke was inside unscathed. This was a pre-planned strategy on his part. After witnessing various high-energy weapon effects, he had been contemplating how to handle such situations on the battlefield. The sand, having been reinforced by golden scale celestial iron, already surpassed the strength of celestial iron in essence. Furthermore, Duke maniacally infused magic power into it, turning this yellow sand fortress into an extremely sturdy sanctuary. This allowed Duke to survive the energy wave without a scratch. This wave caused the direct death of at least tens of thousands of slave creatures and injured many wizards and slave creatures. Of course, the orcs' losses were also extremely severe. A large number of orcs who hadn't had time to escape were also swallowed by this energy, meeting their end at the third stronghold. The Black Sail wizards also suffered a reduction. Numbers, many were caught off guard while inside the third stronghold, unable to produce effective countermeasures, and were directly consumed by the raging energy. Only a portion of wizards with sufficient defensive measures survived, though they were also injured. Duke estimated that if he had been inside the third stronghold at that time, he would likely have struggled to survive, and even if he did, it would have been in a severely injured state. His current strength was still too low, not enough to truly make a mark on the battlefield of the plain war, only affording him a little self-preservation capability, but not much. Like the third stronghold, the first and second strongholds also fell in succession. The defensive forces of these two strongholds was slightly stronger, allowing them to hold out a bit longer. Learning from the third stronghold's lesson, the Black Sail wizards were more vigilant in handling the first and second strongholds, not giving the orcs a chance to drag them down with retaliatory desperation. What followed was the pursuit, which was the wizards' favorite part. Black Sail needed to continue pursuing the fleeing enemies while occupying this region, taking over its mining operations and facilities. During this process, wizards could plunder to their heart's content, with everything they seized belonging to them. naturally showing unprecedented enthusiasm, like hounds catching the scent of blood. It was precisely because of such temptations that many wizards went ahead to the third stronghold, only to encounter suicidal attacks from the green-skinned orcs, resulting in significant losses. The Black Sail doesn't care how many slave creatures die, but losing even one wizard is a substantial cost for them. Every official wizard who reaches this stage has a challenging journey behind them and represents the greatest wealth of each wizard organization. After this experience, Duke also realized that he must be more cautious in the future. Wealth entices people, but having the life to take it doesn't guarantee you'll have the life to spend it. Longevity is the way to go. The third stronghold has completely become a ruin, with hardly any valuable items left. A massive crater was blasted into the Ballage Highland. This crater will remain for many years to come, becoming an insignificant scar in the war. Duke walked on the yellow sand, surrounded by countless grains of it flying at high speed through the air, directly sweeping over the ruins of the third stronghold below. His target was the many mines and orc smelting factories on the Ballage Highland, where vast reserves of golden-scale celestial iron ore were kept, along with much already refined golden-scale celestial iron. The Ballage Highland is rich in mineral resources, with numerous mining areas. After flying past the third stronghold, Duke could see from afar the existence of many mines, with quite a few wizards already inside. However, only a few wizards went to the mines, most headed towards Stronghold 1, Stronghold 2, and the smelting factories. Ore resources hold little value for wizards. A ton of ore yields barely any magic metal and takes up space. The limited space of a space ring cannot be used to store heaps of ore. The abundance of wealth within the two strongholds is the target of these wizards. Of course, Duke also wanted to acquire that wealth. But for now, the golden-scale celestial iron in the mines and smelting factories was most important to him. This was something that could directly enhance his power and held great value itself. Others simply did not have the ability to directly extract golden-scale celestial iron from ore. Otherwise, it would represent a significant fortune. Duke glanced at the mines below, not in a hurry to land, but remembered the locations of these mines. He needed to head to the smelting factory first, to absorb the golden-scale celestial iron already refined, and then go to the mines to extract the celestial iron from the ore. Duke soon arrived at a nearby smelting factory, which looked very primitive, with very rudimentary smelting equipment, essentially basic refining and separation procedures. He quickly found the storage area for golden-scale celestial iron, massive cavern with uniformly sized blocks of the celestial iron stored inside. Duke immediately began absorbing. The yellow sand crystal absorbed at a swift pace, and a large section of the celestial iron in the warehouse disappeared in the blink of an eye. He noticed that the ground would be covered with a pile of debris after absorbing the golden-scale celestial iron, looking much like fine sand. This was the impurities within the celestial iron that were all expelled by the yellow sand crystal. This indicated that the green-skinned orc smelting process was inefficient, with their refined golden-scale celestial iron being impure and with too many impurities. The golden-scale celestial iron Duke absorbed earlier had been refined by wizards in an alchemy project, with virtually no impurities. Approximately 30 tons of golden-scale celestial iron was stored in this cavern, which was the upper limit of what could be stored here. More wouldn't fit. It seemed to be a recently completed batch that hadn't yet been transferred elsewhere before it was besieged by the Black Sail Legion, leaving this celestial iron temporarily stranded here. Duke quickly absorbed all 30 tons of golden-scale celestial iron, and inside the yellow sand crystal, there was now over 50 tons of sand enhanced by the celestial iron. Just as he was leaving the cavern, he encountered several other wizards, who seemed to have come for the magic metal inside. These individuals glanced at Duke and said nothing, before heading inside, only to find nothing but fine sand. With no trace of the golden-scale celestial iron to be seen, they realized they had arrived too late, with the recently encountered man likely having taken everything. They had no grounds to cause trouble for Duke. At such times, it's all about who acts fastest, and disputes or conflicts over this are not justified. This is wartime, and any internal strife would be punished harshly. No one would violate Black Sail's rules at this critical juncture, having to accept their misfortune. After exiting, Duke immediately took to flying with the yellow sand, heading to the next smelting factory. In the sky, he appeared to be a cloud of yellow sand, rapidly moving through the air. Duke quickly arrived at the second smelting factory, which was similar to the previous one, with golden scale celestial iron stored inside a cavern. Only this time, there were already 2 wizards there. These 2 wizards stuffed a good amount of golden scale celestial iron into their space rings, filling all their rings to the brim, even tossing a bed out from them to make more space for the iron. Seeing the round bed placed at the entrance of the cavern left Duke speechless. He didn't expect a wizard to carry a bed with them, showing quite a taste for comfort. By the time he arrived at the cavern, only about 10 tons of golden scale celestial iron remained, and the other 2 wizards couldn't take any more. Duke used the yellow sand crystal to absorb it all, at once without needing to hide its presence anymore. This method looked quite mysterious, but for an official wizard, using various means was quite normal, and there was no need to explain anything to others. After absorbing the celestial iron here, the amount of golden scale celestial iron within the yellow sand crystal reached 70 tons. He could now manipulate 100 tons of yellow sand at the same time, with 30 tons still lacking. Duke directly flew out of the cavern, rushing to the next location, with the 2 other wizards realizing there was no need to waste time here and quickly following him out. When Duke arrived at another smelting factory, he discovered he was too late. They had already taken all the golden scale celestial iron, leaving none behind. He flew into the sky, surveying the other smelting factories, finding similar situations, with wizards having visited them all. Duke, thinking it over, turned and headed to a nearby mine instead of testing his luck further with smelting factories. Time was of the essence now, and most of the smelting factories nearby likely had nothing left. It was better to directly extract from the mines. If he was any later, and the ores were claimed under the Black Sail's name, he wouldn't be able to take advantage any longer. Duke chose this mining site near the smelting factory. It was a relatively large mine. The traces at the scene indicated that it had recently been in operation. He directly entered the mine shaft and went down along the mine tunnel, encountering a few green-skinned orcs trembling in the corners, staring in terror at Duke as he sped past, carrying a swirl of yellow sand. Duke ignored them and continued downward. As soon as he passed, those orcs immediately scrambled out as if they'd just avoided a disaster. Duke could have easily killed them, but there was no need to waste time. Killing them here wouldn't gain him any contribution points, and he'd have to cut off their heads as evidence, which was too troublesome. When he reached the lower mining tunnels, he found indeed it was rich in mineral resources. Duke wrapped himself in a sphere of yellow sand and began violently absorbing. He no longer concerned himself with the terrain conditions here, nor worried about a collapse, as he wildly absorbed the golden scale celestial iron ore from the surrounding rock walls. Out of a ton of golden scale celestial iron ore, the content of the golden scale celestial iron is only about 1 pound. If Duke continued to cautiously absorb slowly, it would take a vast amount of time to gather enough golden scale celestial iron. Once he started absorbing freely, the golden scale celestial iron from the surrounding rock walls continuously extracted from the ore by him, causing many network-like pits to appear on the surrounding rock walls, making the structure increasingly unstable. After a few minutes, a massive collapse occurred here, continuously breaking and tumbling down the rock structure. With yellow sand automatically protecting him, Duke was entirely shielded, and the collapse did not affect him at all. Even as he was buried by these collapsing rocks and soil blocks, he continued absorbing the surrounding ores and even started slowly moving. Once the ore in one area was absorbed cleanly, he moved to another region to continue absorbing. As Duke violently absorbed, a large amount of golden scale celestial iron entered the yellow sand crystal, and the collapse here became increasingly severe. After absorbing about 30 tons of golden scale celestial iron, this mining area finally caved in thoroughly, creating a large sunken area on the ground. In the sunken area, a mound of earth began to rise slowly, and Duke, encased in a yellow sand sphere, emerged from within it. He could no longer remember how many tons of ore he'd absorbed, but he emerged once sensing there was around 100 tons of golden scale celestial iron in the yellow sand crystal. Floating in midair after coming out, Duke clicked his tongue as he saw the extensively sunken ground around him, not expecting to have caused such a significant commotion. He quickly left the area while there was still no one around, feeling like a hit and run. In the following few days, Balaj Highland underwent consolidation and rest, then set out for the next destination. Albai City was the largest beastmen city in the 7th War Zone. As the surrounding cities of Albai City gradually fell, the Black Sail forces from all sides gradually converged around Albai City. When Duke arrived on the wilderness outside Albai City, he could see this imposing giant city from afar. Towering city walls housed millions of beastmen, with flags constantly waving on the walls, indicating the beastmen legion inside had not yet fallen. Albai City had held out for nearly half a month, and by today it was challenging to continue. Our Black Sail forces, having resolved the surrounding cities and strongholds, had all converged here and were poised to launch a final all-out assault. No negotiations occurred between both sides. The war erupted directly after a slave creature roared. By now, both sides understood negotiations were pointless. The beastmen would not retreat, and Black Sail did not need to negotiate with them. They were confident in crushing the beastmen with sheer force. Positioned at the west gate of Albai City, Duke watched as the slave creatures surged forward like a tide, repeatedly attacking the city gate. The orcs stationed here were already exceedingly weary. Black Sail had given them no respite, launching harassment attacks even at night. Black Sail's slave creatures were abundant enough to allow shifts for rest, but the orcs were not so fortunate. The orcs' forces continuously dwindled, and many were often forced to the walls immediately after 1 or 2 hours of rest to replace fallen comrades. This attack against Albai City persisted for a full 3 days. When the city gate fell, countless slave creatures poured into Albai City. Having learned from the Balaj Highland incident, Duke did not rush in like the other wizards. Although the possibility of Albai City choosing mutual destruction was low, it couldn't be ruled out entirely. With millions of orcs inside Albai City, if they chose mass suicide, the loss would be unimaginable for the orcs. Even now, with the city gates breached, the war wasn't over. The orcs still had hope. The battle had merely spread from outside the city to inside. The west gate of Albai City was utterly lost, and the orc defenders began to retreat. Simultaneously, the south and east gates also fell consecutively, sealing Albai City's doomed fate. Duke quickly received orders to enter Albai City starting from the west gate. He entered Albai City accompanied by Dogman Reed. Dogman Reed's task was to assist Duke in combat, ensuring Duke's safety and sacrificing himself if necessary. His strength was approximately that of a first-level crystallized wizard, reaching the pinnacle among first-level beings, even surpassing Duke. Duke had observed that once Dogman Reed entered a combat state, his physical power was so immense that Duke's yellow sand would likely struggle to harm Reed. If his yellow sand couldn't damage the enemy, Duke would essentially be forced into a passive defense, enduring the attacks. As the power gap was immense, upon reaching the top of the West City Wall, the scene was in chaos. Fleeing orc civilians, orcs and slave creatures killing each other, and wizards carelessly harvesting orc lives created a scene filled with roars and screams at every moment, with countless lives lost continuously. Duke looked at Dogman Reed and asked, "Can you sniff out any treasure around, including items like magic metal or energy crystal stone?" Dogman Reed nodded, carefully distinguishing the scent of treasure from the chaotic mix of odors, executing Duke's order faithfully. Duke lacked any understanding of Albai City, and a thorough search for valuables would have been too time-consuming. Reed's sense of smell was extremely acute, perfectly suited for this task. Dogman Reed sniffed around the chaotic scents for a while, then looked north and said, "There's the scent of green crystal stone over there." Green crystal stone is a level 1 energy crystal stone of the beastman plane, equivalent to a level 1 magic stone of the wizard plane. Generally speaking, in the endless plane, the value of a level 1 energy crystal stone is about the same, with slight fluctuations up or down. However, this kind of green crystal stone in the beastman plane is relatively scarce, and its initial value is a bit higher. When sold, 1 piece of green crystal stone can be equivalent to about 1.5 pieces of magic stone. Lead the way. Upon hearing Dogman Reed say this, Duke directly instructed him to lead the way. The two flew directly over the chaotic city and landed in a large estate. Judging from the size of the estate, the beastmen who originally lived here must have been quite powerful to own such a large property. Duke glanced around and saw that no other wizards had come here to scour yet, so he hurriedly had Reed lead him forward. The man and the dog arrived at the largest building in the estate, which seemed to be the residence of the estate's owner. Once inside, Duke found the interior in disarray, as if the owner had left hurriedly, with numerous chaotic footprints on the ground. Under Dogman Reed's guidance, Duke came to a bedroom. The bedroom was large, with an enormous bed that could sleep at least 20 people. The estate's owner was likely a very large beastman. The scent of the crystal stone is emanating from here. Dogman Reed pointed at the large bed and said. Duke circled the bed but found no mechanisms, so he simply manipulated the yellow sand to dismantle the bed violently. After the bed was dismantled, a hidden door appeared under it, leading to the basement. Based on the original structure of the bed, it seemed as though a key was needed to open the bed and reveal the hidden door. There was still a small hole on the hidden door, indicating that a key was needed. Duke furrowed his brow and used yellow sand to form a sharp spike, forcefully smashing the hidden door open. As soon as the hidden door was smashed open, countless arrows flew out, all blocked by Duke's sand guardian. Numerous grains of yellow sand gathered around Duke, blocking each arrow with precision. The arrows struck the yellow sand, creating sparks and falling to the ground, producing a ringing sound in the bedroom. Dogman Reed didn't have such protective means as Duke, and many arrows hit him. However, his skin was thick, and although these arrows contained some energy and weren't ordinary, they still couldn't harm him. Moments later, the barrage of arrows ceased, and a passage appeared inside the hidden door, dark and deep. "You go first," Duke said, glancing at the thick-skinned Reed. Dogman Reed had no complaints and immediately proceeded downwards. He actually wasn't concerned about the potential dangers here. Ordinary traps could hardly harm him. The same went for Duke, but for caution's sake, he had Dogman Reed scout ahead. At the bottom of the hidden passage stood a massive metal door, with a complicated dial resembling an extremely complex combination lock that required a code to open. Duke explored the metal door and found it was made of golden scale celestial iron. Crafting such a door with magic metal was an extravagant move, and this door alone was worth a lot of money. Without even bothering with the intricate dial, Duke didn't need to play cipher games to open the door. He extended his left hand, and the yellow sand crystal on his left arm began to absorb the golden scale celestial iron from the door. For other wizards, dealing with this door might be troublesome, but for Duke, it was incredibly easy and even a pleasant surprise. Duke's yellow sand crystal could directly absorb these magical metals, and the door was nothing more than a supplement for it. Moments later, the door vanished completely, leaving only some remnants on the ground. The golden scale celestial iron had been entirely absorbed. To think there were 3 whole tons of golden scale celestial iron, quite generous, Duke thought as he looked at the waste residue on the ground. Behind the door was the estate owner's treasure vault, which was quite spacious. With numerous fresh footprints on the ground, the estate owner had likely been here before leaving. Duke noticed many things around had been moved, probably indicating the estate owner took the most valuable items, leaving behind only those that couldn't be taken. Aside from some hides and bones of unknown animals, and some unidentified shiny gemstones, the most abundant items in the vault were green crystal stones. A large number of green crystal stones were piled up. Inside, glowing with an eerie green light indeed, these were level 1 energy crystal stones. Green crystal stones. The vault contained several small mountains of green crystal stones, occupying a large area within. With a rough sweep of his spiritual power, Duke estimated approximately 200,000 pieces of level 1 energy crystal stones here. According to the current exchange rate in the wizard plane, these 200,000 green crystal stones equaled a full 300,000 pieces of level 1 magic stones. With a wave of his hand, Duke directly stored all 200,000 green crystal stones into his space ring, instantly filling it to the brim. "I'll need to buy a larger space ring when I return," Duke reflected, not expecting his ring to fill so quickly. Perhaps this was why the estate's original owner couldn't take these green crystal stones and had to leave them here. These 200,000 green crystal stones certainly weren't the most valuable items in the vault, and one might wonder what was originally here, justifying the expense of crafting a door from golden scale celestial iron. Even in the beastman plane, the golden scale celestial iron was very expensive, typically only used for city gates. Ordinary beastmen couldn't afford it. Looking at the packed space ring full of green crystal, Stones, Duke couldn't believe how quickly wealth had come instantly. Possessed the riches of 300,000 magic stones. It's no wonder so many wizards are keen to partake in dimensional wars, willing to take great risks for the abundant rewards. Duke had just advanced to an official wizard. What he obtained now was merely a small fortune. For the stronger wizards, the resources they could acquire were far beyond what people like him could attain. Then Duke and Dogman Reed continued to explore this estate, hoping to find another hidden treasure vault. After searching without success, they let Dogman Reed lead the way again, heading towards the northern direction of Albi City. The resistance in Albi City was much weaker than expected. Once Black Sail entered the city, they swiftly took it over with overwhelming force. The largest treasury in the city was located in the city lord's mansion. By the time Duke arrived, it was too late. It had already been taken by other wizards. Several level 3 and over 20 level 2 wizards had taken these resources, leaving no chance for lower-level wizards, unless they arrived here extremely quickly. Back when Outpost Number 3 was bombed, many wizards rushed because of this objective, hence their speed. In the following days, the 5th Corps, to which Duke belonged, stayed in Albi City and were instructed not to approach the First War Zone. The so-called First War Zone was the area where King of Beastmen Reynolds resided, gathering the most formidable force of the beastmen, with several level 3 beastmen stationed there. The final battle was about to commence, and ordinary level 1 and level 2 wizards were to stay away from the First War Zone to avoid being affected. During this time, Duke and his group were responsible for garrisoning the conquered areas, assisting in stabilizing the environment to facilitate the smooth construction of various production facilities, and completing the exploitation and use of local resources. On the Green Island Plain, the last and strongest force of the green-skinned orcs resided, and most of the Greenfield continent had already fallen. Arnold stood high in the sky, gazing ahead at the dense ranks of the waiting Beastman Legion, eager to rush in and kill. But Swain stopped this notion, as there were already known to be 12 level 3 entities among the Beastmen. Besides that, there was Reynolds, a demigod-level being, and possibly another hidden demigod-level Beastman. Rushing in recklessly could easily target them and lead to danger. As the Legion commander of the 3rd Corps and an important demigod-level powerhouse of Black Sail, Arnold couldn't afford any mishap. Even if all the slave creature legions brought this time were obliterated, Arnold must not come to harm. The cost would be too great. Once Black Sail's side gathered strength from all sides, they commenced the attack on the Beastman army on the Green Island Plain. The Beastman Legion also moved out and engaged with the Slave Creature Legion, turning the vast Green Island Plain into an enormous battlefield. This time, both sides had level 3 entities entering the fray. Their targets were not the ordinary soldiers, but the opposing level 3 entities. The battlefield they chose was deliberately distant from the main battlefront to prevent the ordinary soldiers from being wiped out by the aftermath of their fight. The level 3 combat power on Black Sail's side was a definite advantage, with dozens of level 3 wizards and 3 demigod-level legion commanders. Including Reynolds, the Beastmen had only 13 level 3 or higher combatants, perhaps hiding another demigod-level existence in secret. Arnold alone challenged 3 level 3 Beastmen, while Reynolds remained steadfast in the camp, not appearing. Black Sail believed it was the precise strike of the fixed-star orbit cannon that pressured Reynolds, who feared being instantly targeted if he showed himself. If Reynolds were to die, the Beastman plane would utterly lose hope, so his caution was understandable. In the wilderness, Arnold was engulfed in black flames, with endless black clouds behind him, his overwhelming aura suppressing the 3 level 3 Beastmen in front. Even with the suppression of the plane's will, Arnold's strength remained incredibly powerful, driving the 3 Beastmen to retreat step by step. Seeing Arnold's might, the 3 Beastmen didn't choose to confront him head-on, cooperating seamlessly and always retreating after probing. Their battlefield gradually shifted as Arnold pursued them, seemingly pressing them with a chasing stance. Arnold discerned some clues from their movement direction, suspecting they were plotting something and intentionally luring him to a specific location. Despite realizing this, Arnold's absolute confidence in his ability and innate disdain for these green-skinned orcs led him to follow nonetheless. Amidst the mountains, dark clouds rolled above, with Arnold at the source. Gazing at the 3 beastmen ahead, he sneered, "Use whatever tactics you have. The three beastmen, too, realized Arnold had sensed something was amiss yet still followed, seeing it as overly arrogant. The mountains suddenly emitted a green glow, rippling through space as waves of energy reverberated around. Space transmission. As a powerful demigod-level wizard, Arnold possessed vast knowledge and immediately recognized that the surrounding mountains were part of a teleportation array. Moments later, the three beastmen and Arnold disappeared, their whereabouts unknown. Swain, who had been attentively watching the developments, had already warned Arnold, yet Arnold chose to see what the beastmen were scheming. Now, with the spatial transmission activated, Swain couldn't determine the destination of the teleportation array nor locate Arnold's position. Elsewhere in a void space, a dim, foggy world unfolded with no sun in the sky, and above was all earthy and grayish haze. Arnold surveyed his surroundings, voice directed at the yellow mist ahead. "Come out." In the yellow mist appeared 4 beastmen. Besides the level 3 beastmen, there was a burly, naturally commanding beastman, king of beastmen, Reynolds. "How did you get here?" "You managed to evade our detection, quite a feat." Arnold immediately recognized Reynolds. Surprised this king of beastmen hid here. Previous reconnaissance indicated Reynolds remained in camp, just unseen. Now it's clear that was likely an illusion. The real Reynolds was here awaiting Arnold's arrival. Arnold realized he had walked into the trap they designed but remained unfazed, touching his shiny bald head and smiling. "I've long wanted to fight you, exactly what I wish for." Arnold, valiant and combative, always sought battles with top masters across the plains. This wasn't merely for the love of fighting, but to discover opportunities for breakthroughs. Arnold sought to leverage extreme battles to punch through to the next level. With each encounter with master fighters, he gained invaluable insights, forming the foundation for his path to becoming a level 4 mage. Reynolds stepped forward, unarmed, eyes fixed unwaveringly on Arnold, standing like an ordinary martial artist. In this unique space, a battle between demigod-level warriors began. Contrary to the earth-shattering and world-flipping battle scenes imagined, it was just an ordinary exchange of blows. After engaging with Reynolds, Arnold increasingly felt that this beastman in front of him was even stronger than he had anticipated. Reynolds carried no weapons or armor, and the moves he used were merely mundane punches and kicks, seemingly relying solely on his physical strength in combat. No matter how powerful or fast Arnold's attacks were, Reynolds could always effortlessly block them with a light palm, then transform his palm into a fist and send Arnold flying dozens of kilometers. With no fancy maneuvers, Arnold was unknowingly drawn into Reynolds' attack rhythm. After fighting with him for a whole hour, Arnold realized that Reynolds hadn't moved from the spot the entire time, his feet simply drawing a circle on the ground. Upon noticing this, Arnold's pupils contracted instantly. He couldn't believe the gap between them was this vast. Instead of fear, boundless battle intent surged in his heart, and he attacked Reynolds even more fiercely. Arnold's body suddenly expanded, reaching a height of thousands of meters, engulfed in black flames, condensing a black spear hundreds of meters long in his hand. Wielding the black spear, he thrust it down, creating a stark contrast between the massive black spear and Reynolds' tiny body. Yet Reynolds merely watched all this calmly, then closed his eyes. Facing Arnold's strike, filled with both battle intent and strength, he actually chose to close his eyes, a sight that filled Arnold with extreme anger. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the spear descended, its power and energy being enough to smash a huge crater into the earth. With his eyes closed, Reynolds appeared to slowly extend his hands, palms open, gently grasping the massive spear. Due to the spear's colossal size, it seemed like Reynolds' hands didn't even touch it, merely coming together in front of him. Yet this simple action forcibly halted Arnold's spear strike, unable to advance an inch. Reynolds gently opened his eyes, gazed calmly at Arnold, and said, "I sentence you to death." No sooner had he spoken, the black spear in Arnold's hand shattered like countless spider webs, then burst into fragments moments later. Subsequently, Reynolds raised his right hand and gently struck down with his palm. The towering Arnold instantly suffered a heavy blow, his gigantic body crashing to the ground, stirring up waves of yellow sand, sweeping across the land. The next moment, Reynolds was already standing in mid-air, looking expressionlessly at Arnold, who had collapsed on the ground. Then he struck down with a slow-looking punch. A massive fist imprint instantly appeared on Arnold's huge back. An unimaginably massive force transmitted through Arnold, slamming his entire body into the ground, leaving a perfect human imprint on the earth. Arnold thus suffered severe injuries, blood seeping from his mouth and nose, his internal organs nearly all damaged. His breath rapidly dwindling. He knew then why the other had lured him here, to give Reynolds a one-on-one opportunity. In this space, Reynolds had no concerns about threats from the space fortress, and Swain and others couldn't provide support in time, giving Reynolds ample time to deal with Arnold. Once Arnold was dealt with, the Black Sail Legion would have only 2 demigod-level warriors left, giving the beastmen's side a slight chance of victory. This space was created by an ancient beastman priest, also serving as the tomb of countless beastmen sages of the past. No one knows the name of this ancient beastman priest. Almost no one in the entire beastman plane is aware of his existence. Even Reynolds only knows that this beastman priest is generally called the Tomb Guardian. Creating such a space isn't easy, especially one accommodating 2 demigod-level warriors. To maintain the conditions here, the Tomb Guardian has already spent nearly all his energy and is barely holding on. This is why Reynolds, upon appearing, wasted no words and started the battle directly. He needed to resolve the fight swiftly. All these strategies were founded on absolute trust in Reynolds' strength. If Reynolds couldn't defeat Arnold, or if the battle dragged on, this plan would fail. Of course, it also relied on their understanding of the Black Sail side. The war up to now had given Reynolds some intelligence on Arnold and Swain, allowing them to guess and gauge their personalities to some degree. As for the 10th Legion commander, Adric, they had almost no information, as he almost never appeared on the battlefield. Arnold lay on the ground, his large body rapidly shrinking, unable to maintain this state any longer. After returning to his original size, he struggled to climb out of the massive crater, breathing heavily, his entire skin cracking with spider web-like fissures, continuously oozing blood. Arnold looked up, seeing Reynolds standing chest-crossed, expressionlessly watching him, devoid of any visible emotional fluctuations in those eyes. Arnold recognized those eyes. He looked at these beastmen with the same eyes, like looking at insects in the grass. "Don't think you can bait me," Arnold sneered, his blood-stained face and grin appearing extraordinarily sinister and terrifying. The energy in his body rapidly escalated, his breath becoming terrifyingly immense. Reynolds felt this aura and coldly said, "Is this your last resort?" Arnold felt belittled, even more infuriated in his heart, vowing to make this damned green-skinned orc pay the price. The next moment, an unexpected guest broke the atmosphere here. "Arnold, it's rare to see you so battered. And to think you were pushed to this extent. Save your efforts, it's not the time for you to sacrifice yourself for Black Sail yet." Adric's slightly amused voice came, seeming delighted to see Arnold in such a predicament. Reynolds' expression changed slightly as he turned to see a crack appear in the distant space, from which emerged a man dressed like an aristocratic gentleman, smiling. Upon seeing Adric arrive, Arnold's previously soaring aura instantly plummeted, then he flopped onto the ground, gasping for air. "Next time, don't make me come clean up after you," Adric remarked sarcastically. Arnold uncharacteristically held his tongue, knowing this time he truly owed Adric a life. Reynolds felt a hint of threat from this noble man, his eyes tightly fixed on Adric. He noticed the surrounding space suddenly flickered, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. Adric suddenly reached out his hand, holding a dried orc head. He was very powerful. "I will take his brain back for research. I should learn a lot." "Tomb Guardian." Reynolds showed an incredulous expression as he saw this scene. For the first time, his demeanor wavered a bit. He knew the power of the Tomb Guardian better than anyone. Even for maintaining this space, the energy consumption would not lead to him being easily found and beheaded silently. With the death of the Tomb Guardian, the energy he had previously infused into this space gradually dissipated. A moment later, this space completely shattered, and everyone reappeared on those mountains. Arnold was rescued by Swain at the first moment, sent to the rear for treatment, and quickly transported onto a space airship, heading to the space fortress. Reynolds watched it all without intervening. Not because he didn't want to move, but because Adric was always watching him, preventing him from acting rashly. Afterward, everyone from both the Beastmen's side and Black Sail's side left, except for Reynolds and Adric. A shocking battle began again. No one could see what was happening there, only the continuous collapse of mountains and the sinking of earth. From a distance, only purple butterflies could be seen flittering here and there, appearing and dispersing. About 2 hours later, the battle gradually eased its pace. Reynolds was panting at this moment, with several small wounds on his body, as if bitten by mosquitoes. These wounds wouldn't heal, with fresh blood continuously seeping out. But the blood was a minor issue. Reynolds could feel a continuous loss of life force within his body, the delineation of which was those tiny, flitting butterflies around him. From start to finish, Adric never engaged him physically. He was only facing those butterflies, his strength never reaching Adric himself. Reynolds adjusted his breathing. He was not panicked, remaining very calm. He had found some patterns in Adric's attack mode, gradually exploring a possible breakthrough point. Meanwhile, Reynolds also caught hold of a mysterious feeling. This feeling had appeared numerous times before, but each time it slipped from his grasp. Yet this moment, after battling with Adric, he felt something descend upon him. A torrent of fragmented knowledge flooded into his mind. Adric noticed the change in Reynolds. A foreboding arose within him. As he prepared to act, a voice entered his mind. "Don't touch him, let him complete this process." Black Hand Morgan's voice sounded in Adric's mind. Why? He may be about to condense his divine status. Adric was a bit puzzled. Once Reynolds achieved divine status and became a level 4 life, he would have a great advantage fighting on home ground, becoming extremely troublesome, potentially leading to failure in this plane war. "It doesn't matter, I will handle it. After his promotion, we could get a middle plane." Morgan's voice was calm, seemingly unconcerned about the possible danger. Adric understood Morgan's intent. As long as Reynolds completed his promotion, it could elevate the beastman plane from a low plane to a middle plane. The value of a middle plane far surpasses a low plane. A newly promoted middle plane is also at its weakest, for it hasn't genuinely matured yet. However, this also poses risks. Allowing Reynolds to ascend to level 4 life, there exists a chance they cannot defeat him. But considering Morgan's presence, Adric felt a bit more at ease. Newly ascended Reynolds, even with the home advantage, would not be a match for Morgan. As Reynolds grasped that enigmatic feeling, he officially embarked on the path of condensing his divine status. A violent energy storm arose around. This energy storm even impacted the battlefield on the distant plains, causing the war to abruptly conclude, with both sides retreating quickly from the area. Because the energy storm grew increasingly powerful, those who lingered would be swept up and consumed by the violent energy. Hours later, no one was present around Reynolds' location. Countless spatial fragments and rule fragments swirled around him, forming an untouchable area of rule fragments. The spiritual power of anyone looking at it would cause severe headaches, unable to comprehend those chaotic, violent shards of knowledge and rules. 5 days later, the energy storm gradually subsided, and Reynolds' figure appeared once again. He appeared unchanged from before, but his gaze had become extremely deep. Just a slight glance seemed capable of pulling one into an endless abyss. The green-skinned orcs, seeing Reynolds unharmed, sensed the aura emanating from him, along with the soothing message he conveyed. All the beastmen knew Reynolds had become a god, leading the entire beastman plane towards a more prosperous future, and the invaders before them would surely be completely eradicated. Beastmen began to cheer. Whether in the military camp or hiding in the mountains and fields, cheers erupted. They no longer feared for their safety, for the beastman plane now had new hope. From today forwards, they would be transformed, no longer fearing a future of enslavement. Yet amidst this beastman jubilation, a black giant hand suddenly appeared from the sky, shattering the newfound hope within all beastmen hearts. This black giant hand from beyond seized Reynolds directly. Reynolds' eyes widened in an instant. He hadn't even reacted before being captured. Even before he condensed his divine status, no one had gotten this close to him, let alone now that he had become a level 4 life. Reynolds struggled desperately to break free from the giant hand's grasp, yet the power he prided himself upon was of no use, and the hand binding him remained unmoving. A moment later, the black giant hand withdrew with Reynolds, shattering innumerable rule fragments during the retreat, some minor spatial fractures appearing in the sky, with countless spatial fragments scattering. Reynolds had just ascended to level 4 the beastman. Plane had just begun its ascent to a middle plane. The plane's rules here still quite fragile, unable to accommodate such powerful beings. Morgan's giant hand lingered on the beastman plane for just a fleeting moment, causing immense impact here. Countless mountains and rivers collapsed, numerous volcanoes erupted, and earthquakes occurred across all 3 continents. This world was still too fragile to accommodate such a powerful external level 4 life. Fortunately, Morgan stayed on the beastman plane for a short enough time. Otherwise, this plane might have collapsed. Beyond the barrier of the beastman plane, Morgan's body was almost as large as the entire beastman planet, the massive hand clutching Reynolds. Reynolds struggled desperately, with rule power surging continuously around his body. A newborn divine status. Delicious, Morgan looked at Reynolds and saw the divine status that had just coagulated within him, then directly swallowed Reynolds whole. It will still take some time to digest, Morgan muttered, as if it were just a small piece of cake. The scene caused an uproar within the beastman plane, with the green-skinned orcs almost unable to believe what they were seeing. Reynolds, who had just ascended to godhood, was taken away just like that by a giant hand from the sky. The flame of hope that had just ignited in the beastman plane was extinguished in an instant. On the Black Sail side, many wizards were also very shocked. Many of them had never truly seen Morgan make a move. Many were witnessing a level 4 mage in action for the first time, and it brought them immense shock. The kind of powerful aura and momentum was enough to make everyone feel suffocated. O'Duke was far away in the 7th battle zone. He still saw this scene and knew of Reynolds's news of ascending to level 4. Initially, it was thought that this plane war might have variables due to Reynolds's ascent, leading to the continuation of the war. Unexpectedly, Morgan directly reached out and took Reynolds away, and everything came to an abrupt stop. After Reynolds was taken, there was no further news from him, and the Beastman Legion fell into great panic. The Black Sail Legion didn't give them a chance to breathe, and seized the opportunity to launch a large-scale attack. Half a month later, the war ended completely, and the Greenfield continent was entirely occupied by Black Sail. Apart from a very small number of beastmen still fleeing, this place had been completely owned by Black Sail. During this time, the Beastman Plane was also undergoing tremendous change. The planet of the Beastman Plane began to expand and grow larger, the area of the 3 continents rapidly enlarging, and the ocean area also increasing. Duke, located on the Greenfield continent, personally experienced all of this. He watched as the 2 once neighboring peaks gradually moved further apart, with the land between them seemingly growing independently like a living thing. All of this caused tremendous geological changes, with daily earthquakes affecting various life forms here significantly. Duke and the others were not greatly affected, as being wizards, they weren't likely to be wiped out by geological disasters. This was an earth-shaking change occurring across the entire Beastman plane, advancing from a low plane to a middle plane. Though Reynolds had already left the Beastman plane, the moment he successfully coagulated the divine status and ascended to level 4 life. The Beastman plane had already begun the process of ascension. It just wasn't evident earlier, only now showing significant changes. During the Beastman plane's ascension, despite causing numerous ordinary life forms deaths, it was extremely beneficial for the long-term development of the plane. Once the Beastman plane ascended to a middle plane, the plane's rules would become more complete and sturdy. Upon the completion of its ascension, Morgan could also enter the Beastman plane at will in his true form, without worrying about causing massive destruction here. With more perfect and robust plane rules, newly born creatures would also gain immense benefits. The most notable points would be that these subsequently born creatures would have better physiques, longer lifespans, and better qualifications. The wizard plane had already gone through this phase, which was something that happened countless millennia ago, when the lifespan of humans, cavemen, and other races was much shorter, their physiques weaker, and individuals with excellent qualifications much fewer. Plane ascension is a matter concerning all life forms. Within the plane, a small amount of sacrifice is worthwhile and unavoidable. With the continuous expansion of the 3 continents, finally, half a month later, the wilderness continent fractured, becoming 2 continents. This event brought tremendous shock to the life forms on the wilderness continent, resulting in unimaginable massive earthquakes, collapsing mountains, and sinking earth, with countless life forms struggling to survive in such tremendous earthly changes. The Greenfield continent also felt the impact, with continuous earthquakes, giant waves reaching thousands of meters high surging at sea at any given time. Eventually, the Beastman plane changed from 3 continents to 5 continents, with only the Greenfield continent remaining intact. The distances between these 5 continents continued increasing, gradually spreading to different places on the planet. The surviving life forms from this great upheaval, as long as they were natives, could feel some benefits, with their bodies strengthening somewhat. For Duke and other outsiders, though, the feeling was entirely different. Initially, the plane consciousness already suppressed these outsiders, preventing them from exerting their full strength. Now, this suppression was stronger, and Duke noticeably felt magic power operating more sluggishly, with his body becoming somewhat heavier. This indicated that, as the plane's ascension process completed, the beastman plane's plane consciousness also became stronger, and further repelled these outsiders. The plane consciousness couldn't directly do anything to these outsiders, but could only achieve its goals through the natives of the plane. Almost every plane has a plane child. These plane children are the individuals chosen by the plane consciousness. While aiding them to improve, they can indirectly accomplish some tasks for the plane consciousness. Reynolds was clearly the plane child of the beastman plane. He indeed successfully ascended to level 4 life, aiding the beastman plane in completing its ascension process. Yet even now, the beastman plane is still too weak, having just ascended to a middle plane, without truly developing and lacking the power a middle plane should have. This nascent middle plane is weak in the face of black sail and can be easily manipulated. With Reynolds's defeat, it also declared the complete failure of the beastman plane. From now on, the beastman plane will become another subordinate plane of black sail, and every resource will become a resource in black sail's hands, with any life form with value becoming a slave creature for black sail. For these green-skinned orcs, such a future is dark and desperate, and it's an outcome they have no choice but to accept. For black sail, it was an enormous, joyous occasion, with the entire organization brimming with a joyous atmosphere. The significance represented by a middle plane is extraordinary, with resources that can be described as massive. Generally speaking, civilizations in middle planes are very powerful, and even black sail finds it difficult to conquer a middle plane alone. It often requires collaboration from multiple parties to jointly conquer a middle plane. Some middle planes are so powerful that even the wizard plane dares not provoke them lightly, let alone conquer them. After black sail took control of the beastman plane, the subsequent development strategies also underwent significant adjustments. If it were an ordinary low plane, the development strategies would generally be rougher, without much consideration for the impact on the plane. Some planes lose their value for occupation once their resources are fully extracted, and black sail would simply walk away, leaving only a slow death for the plane. In those abandoned planes, due to the extremity of the environment, the creatures living there can only survive in desperation, with more and more races gradually going extinct, until finally becoming a completely dead plane. However, such situations are the minority, as the majority of planes adopt a sustainable extraction strategy and do not act too violently. With the beastman plane advancing to a middle plane, black sail will not only extract resources more gently, but also construct and develop the area, turning it into another black sail rear base. Many forces in the wizard plane control multiple planes, but middle planes remain the minority, and black sail only has a few middle planes in hand. The advancement process of the beastman plane took a month to seemingly end, with not too much geological activity remaining at least. Actually, the advancement process of the plane is not completely over, and will continue for hundreds of years, with the plane's rules continually being perfected and reinforced. This plane war only lasted for half a year. Yet black sail captured the beastman plane without much cost, with unexpected joys as well. Over the following month, the 3rd Legion, where Duke was dispersed across the newly formed continents, responsible for local infrastructure construction and maintaining order. Some rogue beastman forces still remained on the beastman plane, occasionally emerging to cause some destruction. However, these forces were no longer formidable, and apart from causing some occasional annoyance to the wizards, they had no significant impact. As time passes, these remaining forces will gradually be cleared away. The 3rd Legion, 7th Legion, and 10th Legion of the beastman plane gradually withdrew some of their forces, leaving only a fraction stationed on the beastman plane. The main forces of the beastman plane have been either eliminated or captured, with no longer a need for a large number of troops to be stationed, preventing waste of resources. For a long period thereafter, guarding the beastman plane will become a new task for black sail, with Black Sail wizards coming here to station periodically to maintain the pace of resource development and construction on the beastmen plane. The stationing task is relatively easy, although it can be somewhat boring. Duke returned to the wizard plane not long after the war ended, concluding this interplane journey. He settled his contributions at the supply depot, ultimately having 5,520 contribution points in hand. Bountiful harvest. The majority of it came from killing level 1 beastmen on the battlefield and earning contribution through the capture of Albi City, with the remaining guarding and other tasks not earning much contribution. Apart from the more than 5,000 contribution points, Duke's biggest gain was the 200,000 pieces of level 1 green crystal stone. Black Sail purchased them at a ratio of 1.5, fetching 30,000 pieces of level 1 magic stones upon sale. However, selling them outside of Black Sail could potentially earn a higher price, as other wizard forces had a demand for these new energy crystal stones. To them, the research value was greater than its monetary value, at least for the short term. As time passes and green crystal stones become more common on the market, the ratio would gradually decrease, eventually approaching 1-to-1, becoming no different from ordinary energy crystal stones. If Duke wanted to exchange this batch of green crystal stones for more magic stones, he had to act fast. His purpose for not staying longer on the beastman plane was to rush back and deal with this batch of green crystal stones. After returning, Duke contacted Harrison from the Giant Rock Commerce Association and White from the Broken Cauldron Alchemy Shop, both of whom were interested in the green crystal stones. The Broken Cauldron Alchemy Shop offered a ratio of 1.8, while Harrison, after applying, indicated they could offer a ratio of 2 if the entire batch of 200,000 was sold to them at once. Duke knew that was almost the limit, and it would be difficult to sell at a higher price elsewhere, so he decisively chose to sell. He sold the entire batch of 200,000 green crystal stones to the Giant Rock Commerce Association in one go, receiving a whole 40,000 pieces of level 1 magic stones. Green crystal stones are relatively rare now, but will be easier to obtain in the future, and when needed, they can be acquired then, as prices will not be as high as they are now. To fit these 40,000 pieces of level 1 magic stones, Duke specifically purchased a space ring with an extra large space. The space rings he used in the past were actually of demonized item level, but this time, the space ring he bought was of level 1 witchcraft artifact level. The space ring Duke bought was named White Cloud, with a space as large as 10 football fields, meeting his needs for a long time. However, the price was quite high, as level 1 witchcraft artifacts are generally expensive, and space rings are among the high-priced items. This small white cloud ring cost Duke a whole 30,000 pieces of magic stones. The space in this space ring was only more than 10 times larger than before, but the price was tens of times higher, and this was after Harrison's help, or it would have been even more expensive. Duke returned to his deserted island, starting to use this batch of magic stones to construct his island. He spent more than 50,000 magic stones to build a standard magic potion laboratory, complete with all kinds of basic equipment and instruments, without any issue for refining ordinary level 1 potions. The alchemy laboratory only cost more than 10,000 magic stones, not because alchemy-related items are cheaper, but because Duke would not invest too much in this aspect for the time being. Alchemy-related equipment was too expensive, and Duke couldn't afford it at the moment, only preparing some basic equipment to meet basic needs. If a laboratory were to be built to the standards of a magic potion laboratory, it would cost at least 6 figures. Duke currently didn't have the ability to refine witchcraft artifacts, as his mastery of will runes was too limited, still in the stage of an alchemy apprentice. Deep Blue Tide Meditation Technique Level Up. Spiritual Power plus 0.5 Deep Blue Tide Meditation Technique. LV7, 1/3500, free attribute points. 0 Duke stayed put for this month, focusing on building the basic infrastructure on the deserted island and quietly adjusting his state through cultivation. It has only been 2 months since he advanced to an official wizard, so he needed some time to settle. Through this period of cultivation, his spiritual power finally broke through 60 points, but he was still far from the 100-point goal. Free attribute points are currently scarce. Relying solely on level 1 magic to gain proficiency would be very slow. Duke glanced at the skill tree and the 3 level 1 magic spells was still far from reaching max level. Sand Guardian, LV6, 45 over 550, Sea Kiss. LV2, 75 over 200, Earth Spring. LV3, 242 over 300. He estimated that the max level for level 1 magic should be 16, and reaching max level would take a long time. However, although there are many levels, the spiritual attributes obtained through leveling up would be substantial, offering significant overall improvement. In the process of leveling up level 1 magic, a lot of corresponding knowledge is also gained, which is very important. Duke currently has 310,000 magic stones and over 5,000 contribution points left. He plans to make good use of these resources, as leaving them idle would be wasteful. However, the use of contribution points should be cautious, as they are not easy to earn and not as easily obtained as magic stones. Duke now plans to purchase some life-saving and escape-type witchcraft artifacts. The life bell from before has already been returned to Vivian. He hasn't used this item, so naturally, he has to return it now. Now, with sufficient resources, he can equip himself with some witchcraft artifacts without using Vivian's possessions. Duke took a look around the Black Sail treasure vault. All he could see were level 1 items, and there were quite a few life-saving and escape-type witchcraft artifacts, but he needed to carefully choose one. The first thing he saw was a level 1 witchcraft artifact called Hourglass Talisman, with a function similar to the life bell, which can completely restore the carrier's body, soul, and other states to what they were before death, after death. Essentially, it is a substitute death item, similar to the substitute death grassman that Uli had, both being one-time consumables. However, the principle of the substitute death grassman is a curse, while the principle of the Hourglass Talisman involves time rules. The principles behind these two witchcraft artifacts are complex, with no clear superiority. Duke checked the price of the Hourglass Talisman, which requires a full 2,000 contribution points. He hesitated and did not purchase it immediately, continuing to look at other life-saving witchcraft artifacts. Duke then saw a necklace called Siren's Tear, an active-use life-saving witchcraft artifact that can form a drop of Siren's Tear to envelop the user, fully resisting external attacks while rapidly restoring their life force. The recovery effect is much stronger than the Sea Kiss spell. The defensive strength of the Siren's Tear is high, capable of completely defending against energy attacks below 150 degrees. Even if Duke goes all out, he cannot achieve an attack strength as high as 150 degrees. The defensive strength of the Siren's Tear is akin to a turtle's shell, providing excellent defense. Duke glanced at the price, which was 1,800 contribution points, not cheap. He feels that he doesn't need a witchcraft artifact like Siren's Tear for now, as his means aren't lacking with Sand Guardian on hand. Instead, he needs something like the Hourglass Talisman more. Duke thought for a moment and decided not to purchase it right away. Instead, he sent a message to White in the alchemy shop to inquire about life-saving witchcraft artifacts. White quickly replied, "At the moment, we have a witchcraft artifact in stock that should meet your requirements. It's called the Shadow Cloak." Duke immediately received some detailed information from White about the Shadow Cloak. The Shadow Cloak works by allowing its wearer to hide in shadow, move quickly within the shadow space, achieving a similar effect to short-distance space teleportation. He was quite satisfied with this Shadow Cloak, as it has broad applications and is suitable for escaping under various circumstances. This just compensates for Duke's current lack of escape methods. After experiencing the beastmen plane, he realized that the enemies he will encounter in the future may not all be defeatable. If he can't win, at least he has to be able to run. He needs some escape means to avoid certain death when facing an unbeatable enemy. Duke asked about the price, and the Shadow Cloak costs as high as 85,000 magic stones, close to the price of 3 white cloud rings. The main reason is that witchcraft artifacts like the Shadow Cloak are very rare, with a high refining difficulty. White also informed him that if he is dissatisfied with the Shadow Cloak, he could use the Broken Cauldron alchemy shop services to customize a personalized witchcraft artifact. However, such customization would be even more costly. And commissioning an alchemist to craft something like a Shadow Cloak would easily hit 6 digits, all depending on finding an alchemist capable of the task. Duke couldn't help but sigh. Alchemists really do make money. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the conditions to gain proficiency in this area now. Once you refine your skills in alchemy, making money becomes very easy. However, its high threshold blocks too many people. Talent, background, resources, and so on, the requirements for alchemy are all extremely high. Both talent and capital are needed. Duke eventually bought the Shadow Cloak for 85,000 magic stones. It also spent 2,000 contribution points purchasing the Hourglass Talisman. This left him with only 230,000 magic stones and 3,500 contribution points. He decided not to spend any more contribution points for the time being, realizing that these points don't go far and are quickly spent. White was very efficient, personally delivering the Shadow Cloak to Duke's deserted island, and they signed a trade contract after Duke inspected the goods, both leaving evidence for future maintenance and such. Upon receiving the Shadow Cloak, Duke discovered it was a dark purple cloak, seemingly made from some animal's fur, with fine, dense purple hairs on the surface. When he touched the cloak, it felt like petting a living animal, giving a strange sensation. After establishing a connection with the Shadow Cloak using his spiritual power, Duke draped it over his back, and it appeared no different from other wizards' cloaks, only looking more expensive and luxurious. He then activated the Shadow Cloak with his spiritual power, instantly entering a strange space. In this space, everything around remained clear, but they all turned gray and white. A gentle movement took him hundreds of meters away, using the shadow space to move, effortlessly crossing long distances. After obtaining the Shadow Cloak, the Duke could use the ability to move within the shadow space to evade many dangers. However, one still needs to be cautious when using this cloak, as moving in the shadow space might lead to encounters with extremely dangerous shadow creatures. It's just that the probability is very low, and if one does encounter them, they can only consider themselves unlucky. From an outsider's perspective, the Duke seemed to have teleported a distance of over 100 meters, suddenly disappearing and reappearing. After multiple experiences, the Duke became very familiar with the use of the Shadow Cloak. The Hourglass Talisman does not require active use. It directly immerses into the body after establishing a connection with spiritual power. With these two witchcraft artifacts, it can be considered that he mastered some basic life, saving, and escape abilities. Apart from witchcraft artifacts, the Duke has also been reading some books during this period, all related to the theory of level 1 magic. After reaching the level of an official wizard, the level 1 magic cast becomes quite powerful. For example, elemental magic requires more free elemental energy particles every time it is used, which imposes higher demands on the wizard. When using water magic, it requires a relatively high water attribute affinity. Otherwise, the casting speed of the magic will be slower. Even if it's just slightly slower, it's fatal for an official wizard, as victory or defeat often occurs in an instant. The Duke recalled the theory Selene told him before. Early on, absorbing single elemental energy particles allows for faster progress. Later, it causes some constraints. This is because, over the long-term meditation process, the absorbed free energy particles are too single, leading the body to become accustomed to these single elemental energy particles, making it more difficult to absorb free energy particles of other elements. The Duke truly realized this now, but fortunately, he tried to absorb various elemental particles during his daily meditation, which prevented him from imposing such restrictions on himself. However, even so, he still experienced trouble when attempting to absorb fire element and wind element energy particles. This is actually a normal phenomenon. Most wizards are like this. The Duke just finds it difficult to switch from luxury to simplicity. He has a high affinity talent for water element and earth element, absorbing the free energy particles of these two attributes quickly, and when trying to absorb other elemental energy particles, it feels particularly slow. The Duke plans to gather breathing techniques for all elements in subsequent time, at least getting hold of the wind element and fire element. Moreover, he found out the location of the light attribute breathing technique, which is over at the East Coast. The East Coast is a region where both the mechanical wizard civilization and the knight civilization are very developed, and its system is also completely different from the West Coast. The East Coast has a nation named Seville Empire, which the entire East Coast belongs to. The Seville Empire already has a history nearing 10,000 years, standing tall from ancient to present, very stable. This is all because within it resides the only six-ring wizard of the entire Appalachian continent, Raphael Polk. Raphael, as a powerful level 6 life, has ruled the Seville Empire for nearly 10,000 years, and under his rule, the East Coast has become increasingly prosperous. Raphael can be said to be the most powerful mechanical wizard in the entire wizard plane, as well as the most formidable alchemist. He possesses a world-class secret treasure known as the Mechanical Heart, and only level 6 witchcraft artifacts can be termed as world-class secret treasures. At this level of witchcraft artifact, it can no longer be simply regarded as an ordinary alchemy creation. High-level witchcraft artifacts even develop self-awareness and can even cultivate to become stronger. Not many have seen the Mechanical Heart with their own eyes, but nowadays, all the space fortresses held by the major wizard powers originate from the Mechanical Heart. The core structures of the space fortresses are all crafted by the Mechanical Heart. Moreover, many mechanical devices of the Seville Empire are also derived from the Mechanical Heart. Legend has it that as long as one possesses the Mechanical Heart, they can create anything according to their will. This claim is naturally somewhat exaggerated, as everything has its limits, but it also demonstrates the power of this world-class secret treasure. The Mechanical Heart is the ultimate pursuit of all alchemists, with every alchemist longing to possess such an alchemy creation. The Seville Empire also has a substantial number of knight orders, and these knights are not just ordinary great knights, with many having advanced to level 1, level 2, and above. The substantial knight orders, combined with the mechanical armament of the Seville Empire, give their forces extremely strong combat capabilities, and the number of planes they control is considered significant among all the powers in the wizard plane. This is why the overall strength of the East Coast greatly surpasses the West Coast, whether it is the top-tier combat strength or lower-tier combat strength. It cannot be matched by the West Coast. There also exists an organization called the Knight Hall within the Seville Empire, which holds the path to further advancement for knights. The Knight Hall is a public and open organization, and knights from the entire wizard plane can join the Knight Hall. The Knight Hall controls various breathing techniques and knight cultivation resources, and regular knights wishing to continue advancing can only join the Knight Hall. As long as they complete assessment tasks, they can smoothly join the Knight Hall, then acquire resources by completing various tasks within the Knight Hall. The Knight Hall has no restrictions on the identity of its members, and even if you belong to another wizard organization, you can join. After joining, there's also no mandatory task assignment. Everything is based on personal willingness. The light attribute breathing technique the Duke learned of is located within the Knight Hall, and one must join to have a chance to obtain it. To gather various attribute breathing techniques, it appears that joining the Knight Hall is currently the fastest way. The Duke has been collecting breathing techniques during this time, but found that the number of breathing techniques available outside is very minimal. After discovering the existence of the Knight Hall, he understood the organization's strict management of breathing techniques. Where the Duke originally came from on the Florence continent, various nobles also managed the inheritance of breathing techniques very strictly, which in fact originates from the regulations of the Knight Hall. Theoretically, all the breathing techniques in the wizard plane originate from the Knight Hall. For these ordinary people, as time passed, the existence of the Knight Hall had long been forgotten by them, and the reason nobility controls the breathing techniques has become for their own benefit, not to adhere to the Knight Hall's rules. The Duke plans to travel to the East Coast afterward to gather various attribute breathing techniques. Joining the Knight Hall does not mean joining the Seville Empire. In fact, many people find it not that easy to join the Seville Empire. For someone like the Duke, even if he joins the Knight Hall at first, he can only be considered an external member, doing odd jobs and not becoming a core member. It was Duke's second time visiting this city, and it was still as lively and bustling as before, with countless wizards indulging their desires here. He headed straight to the dirigible port of Harbor City, conveniently located on the mountain where he had previously practiced astrology. The dirigible port had a spacious area, with airships landing and taking off periodically. Most of these airships were equipped with sound insulation magic, so despite the frequent landings and departures, they didn't create much noise, allowing the residents of Harbor City to remain undisturbed. Since the East Coast belonged to the Seville Empire, unrestricted entry was prohibited, requiring entry through designated checkpoints. If found entering secretly from other locations, the consequence could be as mild as deportation or as severe as being detained pending negotiation. Duke naturally entered through official means, purchasing a dirigible ticket to Torch City, which cost over 300 level 1 magic stones. The journey from Harbor City to Torch City was quite distant, requiring 5 days even by floating airship. Using the teleportation array would allow instant arrival, but the cost would be several thousand magic stones, and it might not activate immediately. Since activating the teleportation array consumed substantial energy, it usually required gathering a certain number of people for simultaneous transportation. If one wished to use the teleportation array alone, they would have to bear all the costs, which was quite substantial. Duke was not in a hurry. Even with over 200,000 magic stones at his disposal, he didn't spend lavishly. This was all earned with risk from the beastmen plane, and spending it would be heart-wrenching. After waiting at the dirigible port for 2 hours, the floating airship for his service arrived. After checking his ticket, he boarded the airship and headed to the 3rd layer above the deck, where his room was located. The accommodations in the floating airship were quite satisfactory, differing in size and service based on the price. Duke opted for a moderately high-tier room which used space magic, providing around 150 square meters inside, spacious even for one person. He had contacted Vivian, but she was currently at a crucial moment, striving for promotion to become an official wizard, leaving little leisure time for outings. Thus, Duke embarked on his journey to the East Coast alone, unburdened by any tasks or responsibilities. Blacksail had regular assessments for wizard apprentices, but nearly no restrictions for official wizards. Even if Duke decided never to return to Blacksail, he would face no interference. Late at night, the floating airship silently drifted through the clouds, seemingly chasing the moon ahead. Lying on the spacious bed in his room, Duke quietly meditated, hoping to max out his meditation technique progress quickly. The meditation technique progress always advanced slowly, requiring extensive experience to level up, making it difficult to max out short-term. Curious, Duke wondered what rewards awaited after maxing the meditation technique. Simultaneously with his meditation, he manipulated the yellow sand to swirl around without damaging anything in the room, solely aiming to improve his sand guardian proficiency. At noon the next day, Duke went to the restaurant on the floating airship to eat. The restaurant was large and spacious, occupying an entire floor. The restaurant offered a wide range of food and beverages, allowing anyone with enough magic stones to enjoy rare and delicious ingredients. When Duke arrived, many wizards were dining and chatting in the restaurant. However, due to the restaurant's vastness, the people was scattered, making it appear somewhat empty. "Honorable sir, what would you like to eat?" As Duke walked in, a young alien girl with cat ears approached him proactively to serve. This cat race girl, apart from some distinct alien features and appearance, resembled human girls, with a slender white waist and excellent figure. There were many such alien girls on the floating airship, all categorized as slave creatures, performing servant tasks here. Servants like cat girls often offered additional services, and with expressed desires and sufficient magic stones, they could be taken to personal rooms after their shifts. Such occurrences were common on the airship and well known to everyone. The cat girl perceived a subtle aura from Duke, suggesting he was likely an official wizard. She deduced from Duke's cloak that this wizard's status was not simple. The cloak appeared expensive. As the cat girl approached Duke, she intentionally bowed lower, revealing her cleavage. Duke did not waste the opportunity, gazing indulgently at her unique allure. Under the cat girl's guidance, Duke arrived at a table by the window, took the menu, ordered food, spending over 100 magic stones, and casually tipped the cat girl 5 magic stones. Not only on the floating airship, but tipping was also a common practice across the West Coast or the Wizard Plain. Duke was not stingy. The cat girl gratefully bowed, exaggeratedly highlighting her figure upon receiving the tip. Seeing the cat girl linger and seemingly wanting to speak, Duke waved his hand to indicate no further service was needed. The cat girl, feeling disappointed, left without daring to stay. Many alien girls on the airship sought to earn extra money, but more importantly, they hoped to leave. As slave creatures, they were forbidden to depart freely without a master's permission. Being favored by other wizards could result in being purchased and taken away, albeit uncertain outcomes awaited. From the perspective of these alien girls, anything seemed preferable to remaining, as they longed to escape instead of serving eternally. Ultimately, they couldn't avoid the identity of slave creatures, merely changing location after being purchased. Duke watched the cat girl walk away, her hips swaying charmingly while pondering. He indeed needed a batch of slave creatures for many tasks on the deserted island. Originally planning to buy slave creatures later, he found these cat girls suitable, possessing longer lifespans and stronger physiques than regular humans, along with basic casting abilities. Moreover, the cat girls were visually pleasing, enhancing their role as daily assistants and servants. Duke thought for a moment and said, "Come back." The cat girl's ears twitched, and upon hearing what seemed to be a call for her, she immediately returned to Duke's side, her expression ardently gazing at him, nearly pressing herself against him. "What's the price to buy you?" Duke prepared to ask for the price first, if it's too high. It might be better to purchase from a slave trader. The cat girl looked surprised and said, "I'm not expensive, I'm very cheap, just 300 magic stones." She made a gesture showing 3 while observing Duke's expression, fearing if the price was too high. Duke didn't expect the price to be so cheap. It seems cat girls, lacking combat prowess and akin to decorative slaves, are indeed worthless. Of course, the price isn't up to the cat girl to decide. It's still determined by the people on the floating airship. A wizard named Williams soon arrived and, upon learning Duke intended to buy this cat girl, offered a price of 500 magic stones. 300 was the price he bought them for in bulk from the slave trader. Now, naturally, he planned to earn a 200 magic stone difference from Duke. Duke didn't say much, directly purchasing the cat girl at the price of 500 magic stones. The slave contract for this cat girl was soon handed to Duke, along with her slave mark, thereby under his control. The cat girl was named Nina, and she had only arrived on this airship a few days ago. In reality, it was because she witnessed her companion being tortured to death by Williams that made her so eager to leave here. Williams wanted to recommend a few more to Duke, but Duke wasn't here for recreation. Having too many would be a hassle, and having one to handle some miscellaneous chores was sufficient. After becoming Duke's servant, Nina naturally didn't need to work in the restaurant anymore, but rather served Duke by his side. She cut various foods into small pieces and then fed Duke, never needing him to lift a hand, providing thorough service. Nina cherished this hard-won opportunity. But when serving Duke, she was extremely careful and cautious, not daring to slack off in the slightest. At night, Nina brought her belongings to Duke's room. She could only live here now. Nina's possessions weren't many, just some clothes, shoes, and several dozen magic stones. This was her entire estate. It was evident she had specially dressed up, wearing a black silk-made outfit. The black and white made attire fit her perfectly and harmoniously. Nina quickly entered her role as a maid, began cleaning the room, and prepared hot water in the bathtub for Duke. While Duke took a bath, she served by his side, extremely attentive. "Are you familiar with the Seville Empire?" Duke asked. As Nina paused, her back scrubbing hand, she replied, "I know a bit. We were captured from our homeland by the Seville Empire and stayed there for a while." "Tell me what you know." Duke, having nothing else to do, took the opportunity to gather some intel. Nina spoke without reservation, telling Duke everything she knew about the Seville Empire. The general situation was pretty similar to what Duke previously understood. Nina informed him that night halls existed in many places, including Torch City, where one was present. This provided convenience for Duke. Once the airship arrived in Torch City, he could go to the night hall without needing to travel elsewhere. After bathing, Nina carefully dried Duke with a towel, missing no spot. After Nina cleaned Duke, her face flushed. She had not expected Duke's body to be so perfect. Subsequently, Duke lay on the bed to continue meditating, while Nina, after tidying up, entered the bath to take a shower. Duke swept his spiritual power, seeing clearly. His intention was straightforward, primarily to prevent the recently purchased servant from drowning in the bathtub, which would be a significant loss. Nina's figure was indeed impressive, larger than many he had seen before. When Nina finished her bath, she dressed in highly revealing, provocative clothing, timidly crawling to the bedside. Seeing Duke with closed eyes, seemingly meditating, she dared not disturb him, only able to crawl into the covers, cautiously shrinking to one side, afraid of disturbing Duke. Late at night, when Duke finished his meditation, he discovered Nina had already fallen asleep, unconsciously hugging him tightly. He likewise slipped into sleep, resting well for the night. Not until noon did sounds in the room slightly cease. Duke's physique was too strong. Even though Nina's constitution rivaled some knight-level warriors, she couldn't quite withstand it. Duke also found that this was Nina's first time. She had never experienced these things before, merely receiving some training during her time as a slave. This was a common circumstance in the slave trade. They often ensured the merchandise's integrity to fetch a favorable price. Nina lay weakened, her face flushed, forehead sweating. The recent exertion was indeed exhausting, yet she still struggled to rise, readying hot water for Duke's bath. After the tub filled, Duke soaked in comfort, and Nina attempted to leave, only to be seized by Duke to join him inside. The floating airship descended outside the port of Torch City. All airships were prohibited from directly entering Torch City. This port was specifically constructed outside the city. Duke, along with a slightly flushed and physically exhausted Nina, disembarked from the airship. The workload over the past days was too intense, leaving Nina rather worn. Over these days, Duke realized that his body had already surpassed the norm. A small cat girl indeed struggled to wholly satisfy. These foreign wizards were required to undergo stringent identity checks and registration before entering Torch City. With the black sail badge on him, Duke easily confirmed his identity, and Nina, as his slave creature, required minimal inspection. Following approximately 2 hours of procedures at the port, Duke was permitted to enter Torch City, marking his arrival at the first city on the east coast. The city walls of Torch City are not very high, but they are not built with ordinary stones. They are made of a special material with a metallic luster. Duke sensed the presence of magic metal from the walls. He could have even used yellow sand crystal to directly devour this wall. However, if he dared to do so, he would immediately be targeted as an invader. Typically, the walls appear undefended but can instantly reveal countless powerful and compact turrets capable of flexible movement. The wall itself is a huge fortress, possessing strong combat power, which is quite common in the Seville Empire. The gate of Torch City is also an alchemical creation crafted from magic metal, guarded by 2 knights wearing special armor. Duke sensed the presence of first-level life from them, clearly surpassing the level of a great knight. It seems the knight civilization on the East Coast is indeed thriving. Encountering 2 first-level knights upon arrival intrigued him further about the knights' subsequent upgrade routes. It is said that after knights advance to the first level, they also possess a certain amount of spiritual power, allowing them to use various demonized items to assist in battle. Duke's impression is that the combat power of first-level knights is still inferior to that of first-level wizards. They need to integrate various magic, metal armor, and demonized items to have considerable fighting strength. In this regard, the first-level knights remind Duke of first-level beastmen in the beastmen plane. First-level beastmen can also use energy methods for attack and defense, but have not mastered advanced, complex energy manipulation techniques. Wizards have conducted very in-depth research in this area, developing various spell abilities that are extremely powerful, whereas first-level beastmen's use of energy remains rather primitive. This phenomenon is also quite common in the endless plane. Even with the same first-level combat strength, disparities can be very pronounced. After entering the city, Duke was led by Nina to the location of the Night Hall. Nina had spent some time in Torch City and was quite familiar with the area. The two walked along the wide, flat streets of Torch City, occasionally attracting the attention of passers-by. It was not because of Nina's identity as an outsider. Torch City is home to many exotic life forms, which are not uncommon. The attention was simply because of Nina's exceptional appearance and somewhat striking figure. Night Hall is a landmark building in Torch City, constructed entirely of stone, resembling white jade, rising like a tower in the center of the city, visible from afar. The interior of Night Hall is very quiet. Everyone passing through holds a sense of reverence, and no one speaks loudly. After arriving here, Duke was guided by a knight attendant to a small room where a knight named Bell met him. Typically, joining the Night Hall does not involve this step. It was necessary solely because of Duke's special identity to inquire separately. Duke is an official wizard, and also from Black Sail. On the West Coast, these facts have been made known to the Night Hall. Seldom do wizards choose to join Night Hall, as knights are inferior to wizards at the same level, and no wizard would genuinely devote energy to knights' cultivation. Duke is usually very busy with the study of magic potions, alchemy, spells, meditation, etc. These matters already occupy most of a wizard's energy. Knightly cultivation, too, requires a heavy investment of energy, making it difficult to balance both. More critically, both wizards and knights require a certain amount of talent. Even if someone possesses talent in both aspects, some compromises have to be made, as resources and energy are limited. Bell, a blond man, clearly possesses noble blood, exuding nobility in every gesture. His aura is also powerful, making Duke slightly pressured. Yet Bell did not express hostility and gently asked, "Why does Duke wish to join the Night Hall?" "I wish to conduct some research on the knight's breathing technique. I'm interested in knightly cultivation, and I am also a great knight myself," Duke replied. This explanation closely aligned with his actual intentions and matched the behavioral characteristics of a wizard. It is natural for wizards to research various things, and occasionally some may show interest in breathing techniques. Bell was somewhat surprised, sensing only the magic aura and strong spiritual power from Duke, not expecting Duke to also be a great knight. "I see. Welcome to the Night Hall," Bell smiled. Although joining the Night Hall requires completing some assessment tasks, these tasks are very easy for Duke. The assessment tasks are intended for knight-level knights and aren't too challenging. For Duke, an official wizard, to complete these tasks is almost overkill, with no possibility of failure. The Night Hall is indeed welcoming to official wizards like Duke joining. Even if Duke cannot be forcibly recruited, as long as he remains at the Night Hall, he will contribute somewhat, and cooperation opportunities abound. Overall, this is certainly advantageous for the Night Hall. "Mr. Bell, may I ask how knights should advance after reaching the Great Knight level?" Duke inquired, asking the question of utmost importance to him. Bell did not refuse to answer, as this question is not considered a secret on the East Coast, and he began a detailed explanation. After knights reach the Great Knight level, they have hit the limit of basic breathing techniques and indeed cannot advance further. If one wishes to advance further, it requires practicing high-tier breathing techniques, which elementalize the life seed. The life seed is the hallmark of mastering breathing techniques and serves as a key factor for achieving life-level advancement for knights. Great knights can use high-tier breathing techniques to convert the life seed to a specific elemental attribute, and their fighting spirit transforms to feature elemental attributes. If practicing high-tier breathing techniques of the fire attribute, the knight's fighting spirit becomes fire attribute fighting spirit and cannot be converted to other attributes. Unlike basic breathing techniques, which can be practiced concurrently, high-tier breathing techniques only allow for the practice of one. Once a high-tier breathing technique is chosen and practiced and the life seed is elementalized, other attribute breathing techniques can no longer be practiced. Duke recalled learning his first combat technique, which could transform his fighting spirit into hot flames. At that time, he did not understand the principle. Now he knows the life seed plays a role in converting fighting spirit to a specific attribute. Fighting spirit, cultivated from basic breathing techniques, is non-attribute, the most primitive and basic fighting spirit, with low intensity. After the life seed undergoes elementalization, the fighting spirit cultivated from it possesses elemental attributes and its strength will soar significantly. Once a great knight successfully elementalizes their life seed, their body also undergoes significant changes, completing a life-level advancement during this process. Duke sensed the life seed within him and generally understood it after combining the information provided by Bell. The process of life seed elementalization is actually about absorbing the free energy particles from the surroundings. However, unlike wizard meditation, knights can only absorb free energy particles through their life seed. Their bodies cannot store or adapt to these particles. During the practice of high-tier breathing techniques, the life seed will absorb free energy particles of specific elements, gradually achieving the effect of elementalization. All high-tier breathing techniques are under the control of the Night Hall. Anyone intending to spread them will face severe punishment from the Night Hall, which will stop at nothing to reclaim any disseminated techniques. The methods of reclamation include, but are not limited to, eliminating those who have learned the content through abnormal means. After Duke learned these things, he temporarily decided not to practice high-tier breathing techniques and would not advance to a first-level knight. His aim is to fully master the breathing techniques of various attributes to acquire the corresponding talent. if he practiced a high-tier breathing technique. Once the life seed elementalizes, he could only practice one attribute's breathing technique, which would be a losing proposition. Duke conversed with Bell for quite a while before leaving the Night Hall, also receiving his assessment task to eliminate any tribes of cavemen, goblins, and slimes in the giant Dragon Mountain range, and bringing back the leader's head would complete the task. The giant Dragon Mountain range is located north of Torch City, which is surrounded by mountains on all sides and vast mountains and forests outside. These places are inhabited by many races like cavemen, goblins, and ogres, causing much trouble to ordinary people around Torch City. Despite Torch City's long-term extermination efforts against these races, due to the vastness of the giant Dragon Mountain range, it is impossible to completely eradicate them, and a batch of them emerges from time to time. The task assigned to Duke is somewhat challenging for ordinary night-level individuals because the humanoid tribes there might have a king, and the king typically has the strength of a great knight. Moreover, trying to exterminate such a tribe is not easy given the entire tribe of humanoids. For Duke, of course, this is not an issue. Even if a bunch of cave-dweller kings or two-headed ogres were to appear, he could handle them easily. The only problem is needing to obtain some relevant information now. The sprawling and vast giant Dragon Mountain range means finding them slowly would take forever. Duke just hopes to complete this task quickly, and then enter the Night Hall to acquire the breathing techniques he needs. Lord Duke, you could inquire at Torch City's Adventurer Association, Nina suggested. Duke adopted her suggestion and had Nina lead the way to the Adventurer Association. The Adventurer Association is an ancient organization present even on the Florence continent, and Duke had joined this organization back then. Although the Adventurer Association is spread across the wizard plane, its structure is actually quite loose, and adventurer associations a little farther apart have no real connection with each other. They are merely all called the Adventurer Association, but in essence, each place operates relatively independently. The Adventurer Association in Torch City is a hall, filled with people somewhat noisy, all dressed as adventurers. The Adventurer Association issues various tasks, and completing them earns one rich rewards. Many make a living from it, and others use it to hone themselves. Duke found most inside to be knight attendants or knight-level individuals, with only a few at the great knight level and not a single first-level knight. Some wizards were there too, but all were wizard apprentices, with no official wizards present. Duke suddenly felt like a max-level player arriving at the newbie village, suddenly finding himself in an environment filled with ordinary life forms, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. He concealed his own aura, queued at the counter, and prepared to inquire about information on cavemen, ogres, etc. Shari was a local girl born and raised in Torch City, having to fend for herself from a young age as an orphan. Fortunately, she possessed some wizard talents, barely reaching the level of a third-class wizard apprentice through self-study. With the strength of a third-class wizard apprentice, Shari became an excellent adventurer, gradually gaining some fame near Torch City. She actually didn't want to live as an adventurer forever. She wanted to join a wizard organization and become a more powerful wizard, even reaching the distant goal of being an official wizard. Many wizard apprentices like her don't all have the chance to join wizard organizations. Only those with enough talent and luck can join a wizard organization from the start. One usually cannot join a small wizard organization, as these organizations do not have transparent backgrounds, and joining them might result in getting devoured completely. But joining large wizard organizations is not easy, especially for someone who is already a wizard apprentice, making it even harder to enter. Recently, Shari took a task from the Adventurer Association to eliminate an ogre tribe, which is a rather formidable humanoid race, and she didn't feel confident she could complete it alone. The task's intelligence information was scant, only offering the approximate location of the ogre tribe, but with no knowledge of its population or strength. Shari went to the Adventurer Association Hall to seek some help, and with her wizard apprentice status, she quickly found two seemingly reliable adventurers. Both were knight-level powerhouses, one specializing in swordsmanship named Bowen, and the other, the divine archer Vidal. Bowen and Vidal were both seasoned adventurers, with their strength and experience meeting Shari's requirements. However, Shari still felt it was not enough. Typically, 2 knights and a third-class wizard apprentice would suffice for ordinary tasks, but dealing with ogres this time, if a two-headed ogre were present among them, the three would also face some danger. Shari began to look for new partners in the adventurer hall. Her eyes soon landed on an individual clad in a cloak. The person appeared robust and handsome, and more importantly, carried an inexplicable aura that made her feel a slight sense of awe. Duke had always kept his aura restrained, otherwise, if it was released, it would exert significant pressure on the people around him. However, even when he restrained his aura, those with sharp perception could still vaguely feel something. Duke had long noticed a little girl observing him, but since she seemed to have no malice, he didn't mind. Are there any tasks related to humanoid creatures like cavemen, ogres, and the like? Duke asked after waiting behind the counter for a long time for his turn. Behind the counter was a young guy who looked down at a thick book in his hands and said, "Yes, let me find them." Just then, Shari walked over, having heard what Duke had just said, and spoke, "Sir, I have an ogre task here. Are you interested in working together?" "Ogres?" Duke turned his head, glanced at Shari, and immediately recognized her as a third-class wizard apprentice. With just one glance from him, Shari's whole body tensed, as if she were being watched by a fierce beast. But in fact, Duke did not exude any malice, and Shari only thought it was a hallucination due to being overly nervous recently. Shari then explained her task, mentioning that she already had 2 knight-level partners, making the mission somewhat safer to complete together. Duke pondered for a moment and felt that joining wasn't a bad idea, as it saved him the trouble of finding his way. Shari had already figured out the general location of the task, having scouted it personally, and indeed found ogre droppings. With these clues, Duke wouldn't have to spend time and effort searching for clues himself. He glanced at Bowen and Vidal, who were indeed at knight level. The two looked robust and strong, but in reality posed no threat to Duke, who wasn't worried about their intentions. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and plots are mere illusions. Duke nodded and said, "All right. But aren't you going to ask about my strength?" Shari chuckled, "No need to ask. It's clear you're a very skilled adventurer." However, Bowen frowned. He had seen many people who appeared strong but were weak inside, and said, "I think it's necessary to understand each other's strength to complete the task better and prevent anyone from dragging us down." Their goal was to complete the task, and if Duke's strength wasn't sufficient, they couldn't agree to his inclusion. Duke smiled without saying much, as their request was reasonable and not offensive. He released his fighting spirit aura, revealing his great knight's strength beyond a doubt. Shari and the others instantly felt this aura, and Bowen promptly said with respect, "Turns out you're a great knight. My apologies for my earlier rudeness." The adventurer group speaks with strength, and after sensing Duke's strength, Bowen and Vidal showed the respect due. Shari was no exception and felt relieved that her judgment was accurate, having recruited a great knight. Even though strength-wise, Shari was stronger than a great knight, she still felt Duke was far superior, not daring to show any disrespect. Shari's conduct had always been to respect everyone, whenever possible, never looking down on anyone. As an adventurer, she must always maintain a low profile and cautious demeanor, or she could easily meet her end. After Duke joined Shari's small team, the three left the counter area and headed to the resting zone to discuss the task. Nina had been waiting here and quickly approached Duke to greet him respectfully when he returned. "Lord Duke." "Who is this?" Bowen asked, somewhat surprised upon seeing Nina. "That's my servant," Duke said casually. Shari and the other two were a bit shocked. Other races were common, but for adventurers like them, it was something else. Duke had bought Nina for only a few hundred magic stones when in the ordinary world, a foreign girl would cost thousands of gold coins. Seeing that Duke could afford such an exquisite servant, Shari and the others regarded him differently, recognizing not just his strength but also substantial wealth. Duke didn't say much more, and they began discussing the task content. Shari marked on the map the possible area of ogre activity, where the ogre droppings were found. After the four discussed, they quickly made a plan to leave Torch City early the next morning and head into the Giant Dragon Mountain Range. Duke's request was to take away the head of an ogre tribe elite or a two-headed ogre. He did not require the task bounty. The others naturally agreed since they were after the bounty and were actually happy to split it among fewer people. Shari understood and said, "Mr. Duke, are you planning to join the Night Hall?" "That's right," Duke nodded. Bowen and Vidal couldn't help but give Duke another glance, because joining the Night Hall isn't easy. Passing the examination is just the first step, and there's an all-around assessment of strength to follow. The two had previously attempted to apply, but never passed the assessment. Duke wasn't aware of this since Belle hadn't mentioned the follow-up assessment content. Because Belle hadn't intended for Duke to actually participate in the subsequent strength assessments, being an official wizard, the assessments were a mere formality. That night, after setting a time for the next day, they temporarily parted ways. Duke stayed in a hotel in Torch City, with Nina naturally sharing the room with him. That night saw yet another battle, but Duke was somewhat restrained, enjoying himself only after completing the daily meditation task. No matter what, meditation could never be skipped. The daily mandated meditation time had to be fulfilled. Early the next morning, at the crack of dawn, Duke and the others gathered at the north gate of Torch City. They needed to set out early, aiming to complete the task and return before dark. To avoid spending the night in the giant Dragon Mountain range to reduce various dangers, Bowen and Vidal were fully armored, Bowen in full plate armor and Vidal in leather armor for easier movement. Shari wore an ordinary wizard's robe and had some basic potions prepared. She didn't even have a proper demonized item. Nor did she have a space ring for storage, so everything had to go in her bag. "Let's go," Duke said little, walking straight ahead, with Nina following closely, her shadow cloak billowing in the wind. Bowen and Vidal couldn't help but notice the shadow cloak, immediately realizing it wasn't an ordinary cloak, and exchanged glances, unsure of their thoughts. The early morning giant Dragon Mountain range was shrouded in white mist, with a slight chill in the air, making even the breath one inhaled feel cool. The mountain was especially tranquil, with occasional bird calls and beast roars breaking the silence. But the brief silence that followed the sounds highlighted the tranquility even more, as if all living things had yet to awaken. Duke walked leisurely among the mountains, as if on a stroll, with dew already dampening his clothes. Catgirl Nina followed obediently behind him. The complex mountain path posed no difficulty for her. They were about 2 hours away from their destination. The straight line distance wasn't far, it was just that the mountain path was somewhat winding. Duke didn't choose to fly directly over, seeing this as a playful outing. Shari followed behind the two of them. This wizard apprentice had the weakest constitution among them all, but was still doing her best to keep up. Bowen and Vidal guarded the rear, marking the trees along the path to prevent losing their way. 2 hours later, they arrived at the spot where Shari had found ogre droppings. Besides the ogre droppings, there were also some ogre tracks here, indicating the frequent activity of ogres in the vicinity. As Duke and Shari were studying the tracks on the ground, Bowen and Vidal exchanged a glance, a slight smile on their lips. Moments later, Shari's body weakened, almost collapsing to the ground, if not for Duke's quick reflex to steady her. Feeling a bit dizzy, Shari held her forehead, her expression revealing discomfort. Immediately after, Catgirl Nina also seemed unsteady on her feet, though not to the point of falling. As expected of a great knight, even after being poisoned by hallucinogenic grass, he acts as if nothing's happened. "But even if you don't fall, do you still think you can use your fighting spirit?" Bowen said with a mocking grin. The hallucinogenic grass-produced dispersible poison was colorless and tasteless, making it difficult to guard against. Bowen and Vidal had already taken the antidote beforehand, so they weren't affected. To them, the reward for this quest was insignificant. Duke, this fat sheep, was the true prize. They noticed the cloak Duke was wearing was of significant value, seemingly made from the pelt of some powerful demon. Not to mention, there was also the unexpected prize of a Catgirl maid. "Mr. Duke, you two go ahead, I'll hold them off." Shari struggled to stand, attempting to cast spells to buy Duke and the others time. Due to the effects of the hallucinogenic grass, her magic was sluggish, and her spirit was hard to focus, on the verge of blacking out at any moment. Under these circumstances, casting spells was impossible, and Shari felt both anxious and guilty. After all, it was she who brought Duke into the team, and it was she who brought in Bowen and Vidal as well. Now that Bowen and Vidal were clearly turning against them, if anything happened to Duke and the others, Shari would feel immensely guilty. Duke ignored Bowen and Vidal and instead took out 2 white orchid antidote potions, saying, "You two just drink these." Spatial equipment. You've already begun using demonized items. Bowen and Vidal saw Duke magically pull out 2 potions, a mix of fear and growing greed filling their hearts. Upon advancing to a great knight, a knight's spiritual power would increase slightly, allowing a rare few to utilize demonized items. This fact was well known. Vivian herself had followed the path of a wizard by becoming a great knight. Owen and Vidal would naturally not sit idly by and let Shari consume the antidote potion. Vidal immediately pulled back his long bow, an arrow speeding straight toward Duke's throat. Shari's expression changed, but there was no time to shout a warning. The arrow covered the distance in an instant. However, a sudden appearance of yellow sand blocked the swiftly approaching arrow. Not just that, but more and more yellow sand began to surround Duke's body. Wizard! Bowen and Vidal were shocked to their cores upon witnessing this. A wave of intense fear washed over them. They never imagined that a great knight would also be a wizard, and seemingly a more powerful one than Shari. Bowen and Vidal turned to flee without the slightest hesitation, not believing they could handle a wizard who hadn't been poisoned. The knights were fast, but the speed of the yellow sand was faster. In an instant, Bowen and Vidal were caught and enveloped tightly by the yellow sand. Shari, having just finished drinking the white orchid antidote potion, sensed the magic aura from Duke and immediately understood. Master Duke, are you an official wizard? Bowen and Vidal, hearing these words, were filled with regret. Had they known Duke was an official wizard, they wouldn't have dared indulge in greed even if given 100 lives. To them, an official wizard was a lofty figure. How could such a person possibly take on a task from the Adventurer Association? But now it was too late for regrets. With a swift contraction of the yellow sand, 2 corpses lay on the ground. Nina had never been too worried from the start, knowing Duke was an official wizard, so she didn't panic. Shari, however, was different. The magical aura Duke had displayed left her deeply shaken, confirming to her that he was indeed an official wizard. Having consumed the white orchid antidote potion, most of the toxins in her body were neutralized, and she stood respectfully, saying, "Thank you, Master Duke." Duke paid no heed, considering it a trivial matter. Those 2 had brought their doom upon themselves. With his immune to 100 poisons trait, the hallucinogenic grass toxin had no effect on him. Moreover, with his inherently strong constitution, even without the trait, he wouldn't have been affected much. Though Shari wished to say more, Duke was already moving forward. Duke had discovered traces of the ogres and headed straight for it, the earlier incident irrelevant to him. In the mountain terrain ahead was an ogre tribe, with a glance revealing there were likely more than a dozen adult ogres. Duke, commanding the yellow sand, flew to the sky above this area, spotting a 2-headed ogre, the chieftain of this ogre tribe. His flight above the mountain terrain caught the attention of these ogres. The foolish ogres, upon seeing Duke, failed to sense any aura from him, and instead grew furious upon seeing a human intruder. One ogre picked up an enormous stone from the ground and hurled it toward Duke. The ogre's strength was immense. The stone soared high, but unfortunately it hadn't gotten close to Duke before it was blocked by the Sand Guardian. After verifying there were no other presences, Duke, riding the yellow sand, flew down, and a slaughter ensued and ended quickly. In a valley, around Duke lay the corpses of over a dozen ogres. The 2-headed ogre was trembling in front of him. The 2-headed ogre had been wreaking havoc here for some time and had defeated quite a few adventurers who came to subdue him. Unexpectedly, today a god of slaughter appeared out of nowhere and wiped out all his minions without a word. The 2-headed ogre knew he was no match, but he could only do his best to try. A small thunderball formed in his hand and flew towards Duke after a moment. Duke looked at this thunderball with some sentiment. It couldn't even get close to him, dissipating without a spark against the yellow sand tens of meters away. The once nearly fatal encounter with the 2-headed ogre required him and Vivian to join forces and fight with all their might to barely kill it. Now the 2-headed ogre in front of him had become an exceedingly weak creature. With a thought, countless yellow sands snatched at the 2-headed ogre. Moments later, the sand bound it, blood spattered, and the 2-headed ogre perished instantly. This demon, once considered mighty, now couldn't last a single round. Duke felt a bit lackluster. Such a task held no real meaning for him, and he did not enjoy this one-sided massacre. If not for completing the Night Hall's task, he wouldn't have bothered dealing with these ogres. After casually resolving the 2-headed ogre, Duke approached the ogre's corpse, cut off its 2 small heads, and placed them into the space ring, completing the Night Hall's task. Shari and Nina watched the entire process from mid-mountain. Before they had time to descend, Duke had already wiped out the entire ogre tribe here. Moments later, Duke stepped on the yellow sand and flew up to them, saying, "Let's go back. Oh, and here's the ogre head I cut off for you." He handed a regular ogre's head to Shari, allowing her to complete the Adventurer Association's task as well. Shari boldly grasped the ogre's head, blood still dripping down. Her years as an adventurer weren't for nothing. She had seen all kinds of scenes. Duke then waved his hand, and a swirl of yellow sand lifted Shari and Nina, forming a flying carpet-like platform that carried them away together. It was Shari's first time experiencing this. Watching the forest below retreating rapidly, she felt a peculiar marvel. The journey back only took 10 minutes, instead of the 2 hours it took to arrive. When Duke approached Torch City from the outside, he landed. One is not allowed to fly into Torch City and must pass identity verification at the gate. "Thank you, Duke," Shari thanked awkwardly. This trip, she completed the task without lifting a finger, and even brought some inconvenience to Duke. "It's no trouble." Duke didn't mind and headed straight to the Night Hall. Shari looked at Duke's departing figure, standing there for a long time, lost in thought. Inside the Night Hall, Belle had no surprise at Duke's task completion, promptly processing the paperwork for Duke. Duke received a silver-white badge engraved with a crossed sword and shield, the insignia of the Night Hall. He then inquired about the breathing technique, to which Belle mused, "I can personally grant you 2 basic breathing techniques, but high-tier breathing techniques still require Night Hall contributions to exchange. I hope you understand." Duke expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Belle. I don't need high-tier breathing techniques at the moment. I still need wind attribute and fire attribute breathing techniques for research. When the time comes to study high-tier breathing techniques, I'll earn the contributions myself." "No problem. I'll recommend 2 representative breathing techniques for you." Belle smiled. Normally, even basic breathing techniques require contributions to exchange, but due to the particular circumstance, Belle aimed to befriend Duke as an official wizard, hence granting him 2 basic breathing techniques. He retrieved 2 basic breathing techniques, one each for wind attribute and fire attribute. After taking a glance at the names, Duke noted they were called the Spirit Wind Breathing Technique and the Dragon Breath Breathing Technique. The Spirit Wind Breathing Technique is a classic among wind attribute breathing techniques, with excellent effects and subsequent high-tier techniques. The Dragon Breath Breathing Technique is relatively unique, reportedly created by mimicking dragon breath despite its fire attribute, although its authenticity is uncertain. Both breathing techniques contain respective secret potion recipes, and Duke plans to modify these recipes later to develop 2 secondary potions aiding breathing technique practice. With experience from the mountain magic potion and the accumulation of knowledge over time, developing these 2 secondary potions is quite manageable. Finally, Duke inquired about the light attribute breathing technique he was most concerned about. Wind and fire attributes are relatively easy to acquire, whereas light attribute breathing techniques are extremely rare, existing only on the East Coast. Belle also discerned that Duke genuinely cared about the light attribute breathing technique, stating, "The Night Hall doesn't possess a light attribute breathing technique." "Doesn't possess?" Duke was puzzled. This contradicted the intelligence he had gathered. Belle continued, "The light attribute breathing technique resides with the God of Light. Night Hall Knights have the opportunity to inherit the light attribute breathing technique, but the chances are very low." "God of Light? Is this a god from the wizard plane?" Duke queried. His understanding, the wizard plane had no real gods. Such deities were fabricated among general people. The term God of Light indicated that this light god genuinely existed, rather than being a mere concoction. Deities are not uncommon, theoretically requiring a level 4 life form to condense a divine status to be termed a god. However, across the endless plane, any sufficiently strong individual may be referred to as a god. For instance, if Duke returned to the Florence continent, he could assume the role of a god through his abilities. The wizard plane strictly controls the spread of beliefs from other plane deities, generally prohibiting the spread of such faiths from other planes. Duke had not heard of this God of Light and was unaware of its origins. Belle took one look at Duke's expression and immediately understood what he was thinking. He explained, "This God of Light does not refer to a particular entity. The faith in the God of Light has been around for millennia in the wizard plane. At first, we also thought that this God of Light was a god of this plane or another plane, but later we discovered that the God of Light is actually the will of our wizard plane. It's actually the plane's will." Duke never expected it to be such a situation. In the early primitive periods of the wizard plane, the planes will subtly help people in various ways. The faith in the god of light also began to take shape during that time, and it wasn't until later that the concept of the god of light gradually became complete. Later, the Night Hall took over the management of the faith in the god of light to prevent anyone from causing disruption by using it. Only the Knights of the Night Hall are qualified to meditate in front of the statue of the god of light, with a chance to gain the light attribute breathing technique. The light attribute breathing technique is an extremely special breathing technique, different from all other breathing techniques and even all attribute magic. Bell didn't elaborate on exactly what was different, as this is considered a secret within the Night Hall. If Duke wanted to know, he would have to try it for himself. Torch City doesn't have a temple of the god of light. The nearest temple is located hundreds of kilometers away in Cabro City. After chatting with Bell for a while, it was time for Duke to leave. He specially gifted Bell a green crystal stone. The value of a green crystal stone isn't high, but neither side cared about its worth. It was merely a gesture of goodwill. Green crystal stones are still quite rare now. Even on the West Coast they aren't common, and the East Coast has never seen these energy crystal stones. They're considered a rare item and can serve as a keepsake. Duke had previously sold off the vast majority of his green crystal stones, leaving only a small portion for himself as samples, and he didn't have many left. When Bell heard it was an energy crystal stone from another plane, and that Duke had personally gained them during battles in another plane, he regarded Duke with even more respect. The Night Hall frequently wages wars across various planes, and Bell had participated in many plane wars, knowing how brutal they are. Just as Duke left the Night Hall, he saw a familiar figure. Shari was sitting by the flower bed outside the Night Hall, crouched there like a little girl who had run away from home, looking somewhat sleepy, indicating that she had been waiting there for quite some time. Duke walked over, and when Shari heard footsteps, she looked up and upon seeing Duke, hurriedly stood up. She adjusted her skirt and after a moment of hesitation said, "Master Duke, could you take me with you? I want to learn from you. I don't need to be your student. You can consider me a servant. I can do housework and cook. I cook really well." Shari kept listing all the things she could do, clearly eager to stay by Duke's side and learn from him. Torch City is a border city, where the official wizards generally hold positions in the civil empire, and they wouldn't value an ordinary wizard apprentice like Shari, who comes from a common background. After meeting Duke, Shari knew this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for her. If she missed it, she might never have another chance to move forward. When Duke saw Shari, on the verge of tears as she pleaded, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Then let's go. My island could use some extra hands." He thought it was reasonable. She wouldn't be a student, so he didn't need to invest much in training her, and having an extra hand around wouldn't hurt. Duke glanced at Nina and Shari. One capable, the other eager to learn. "Really, Master Duke?" Shari was so excited that her small chest heaved with emotion. She initially thought there was no hope for her, being frail, not very talented, with only her looks somewhat acceptable. Coming here took a great deal of courage, and now that happiness had finally arrived, she could hardly believe it. "Shall we go?" Duke started walking ahead and turned back to see Shari still standing there, stunned. Nina chuckled, covering her mouth, and pulled Shari along behind Duke. Shari was quite dazed for much of the journey, not even knowing how she managed to get to the inn. Duke reserved a separate room for her, while he stayed in another with Nina. Duke hadn't expected that on his trip to the East Coast. As soon as he arrived in Torch City, he'd have 2 tagalongs with him. But the deserted island was indeed a bit quiet, so taking 2 people back wouldn't be an issue. As an official wizard of Black Sail, he could have his own servants and was allowed to bring them to his island. It was all well within his rights. The distance from Torch City to Cabro City was too far. Even flying would take Duke a long time, and magic power wouldn't suffice. There would be many troubles along the way, so he once again took the floating airship to head towards Cabro City. On the floating airship, Duke's room was still a large suite. Shari lay by the gigantic floor-to-ceiling window, extremely curious as she watched the outside and kept exclaiming. Having lived in Torch City for so many years, Shari was taking her first real ride on a floating airship. She had only ever watched them take off and land from a distance before. She had always wanted to experience a ride on a floating airship, but the high ticket prices had always dashed her hopes. The floating airship charges were based on magic stones, while Shari usually only earned gold coins, and it was uncertain when she would ever save up enough for a ticket. This time, a lot of people were going to Cabro City, reportedly because the pilgrimage festival was approaching, and many were heading to the Light Temple to give thanks. This is a major festival on the East Coast. The pilgrimage festival lasts 7 days, and it's bustling throughout. Everywhere on the East Coast with a Light Temple would be crowded with people, including wizards, knights, and ordinary people, all of whom are believers in the God of Light. Many of these wizards hope to establish a connection with the Plains will through faith and receive the favor of the Plains will. They knew the God of Light was really the Plains will, so they became believers of the God of Light on purpose. But nobody knew for sure if this had any effect since there was no concrete evidence or proven results. The journey of several hundred kilometers on the floating airship took less than a day. Standing by the window, Duke saw the distant Cabro City, an enormous city with inner and outer rings, each set of city walls creating clearly defined zones within it. This was an ancient city. The inner city walls grew older the deeper you went, while the outer layers were constructed later, continually expanding the city size. The very center of Cabro City is where the Light Temple is located, and it is the most core and sacred area here. By the time Duke landed, the grand pilgrimage and blessing activities had already begun, and people dressed in white traditional attire could be seen everywhere on the streets. Followers of the God of Light have no uniform dress code, only the color is consistent, all in white, with many styles. The few circles of districts outside Cabro City are relatively spacious. The roads are very wide, enough to accommodate a dozen carriages side by side. However, there were no carriages on the street at the moment. Everywhere was crowded with people, leaving no space for carriages to pass. A large, impressive procession lay ahead, all dressed in white robes, bowing every 3 steps on the broad street. They were all followers of the God of Light, expressing their devout faith in this manner. This practice would continue for many days, with people constantly joining the procession, leaving only after completing a circle around the outer city. Some particularly devout followers would even continue without eating or drinking until the end of the blessing festival. These people were either wizards or knights, with extraordinary physiques, so going several days without food would not drain their strength too much, and starving to death was out of the question. Duke naturally would not join this procession and quickly stepped aside to the edge of the road, giving way to these people. Seeing the extreme devotion of this group, he even suspected that if he did not step aside, they would ignore him and just collide into him directly. The pilgrim crowd was vast and mighty, estimated to be in the thousands, filling the wide street. While Duke, Shari, and Nina moved aside to watch, a skinny, gaunt old man glanced at Duke, then approached and handed over a wooden plaque. "Do you want to see the true God?" the gaunt old man rasped in a hoarse voice. "True God." Duke frowned and glanced at the wooden plaque in his hand, which was carved with an eerie idol. For some reason, upon seeing this plaque, he instinctively felt some disgust, as if some malice emanated from it. The gaunt old man continued, "If you want to see the true God, just hold onto the plaque and wait on the street tonight." "No need." Duke directly pushed the plaque back. At a glance, this old man seemed suspicious, and Duke could hardly be interested in meeting any so-called true God, suspecting there was something fishy behind it. The gaunt old man hunched his shoulders, looked at the returned plaque, and sighed, "What a pity, yet another foolish person rejecting the true God." Hearing this, Duke couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking that if he didn't want to cause trouble, he would have slapped him away. The old man was just an ordinary person. A little force from him would easily do him in, yet Duke dared not act rashly. After the gaunt old man left, Duke gradually came around and recalled what Belle had previously mentioned, starting to understand something. On the wizard plane, the spreading of any foreign god's faith was forbidden, yet many foreign gods continued doing it secretly. Such gods were generally referred to as evil gods on the wizard plane, and their followers known as followers of evil gods. Though not all evil gods were harmful, many were inclined towards a lawful demeanor. Nonetheless, most evil gods spread their faith for selfish gains, subtly causing negative influences on the wizard plane, with their followers' souls potentially becoming nourishment for these evil gods. These evil gods are like worms, stealthily infiltrating various planes to spread their faith, extracting sustenance from them. Duke felt that the gaunt old man just now was a follower of an evil god, knowing that on the East Coast there was no such thing as a true god belief. Only the God of Light was legal. Yet he couldn't be bothered to intervene, being an outsider himself, merely holding a Night Hall identity. Being new here, he couldn't tread into troubled waters, or it would only add unnecessary trouble to himself, as long as it didn't involve him. Cabro City was immensely vast. And following Bell's previous directions, Duke arrived at the location of the Night Hall here. He needed to visit the God of Light through the Night Hall to have a chance to comprehend the light attribute breathing technique. The Night Hall here was even more grandiose and towering than the one in Torch City, with the entire hall reaching a height of hundreds of meters, and its entrance supported by a dozen extraordinarily thick white columns, imparting a sacred and awe-inspiring aura. The people at the Night Hall were far fewer compared to other places in Cabro City, and it was particularly quiet. After Duke arrived, he was politely blocked at the entrance by a knight and allowed inside only after presenting his Night Hall badge. Upon entering the Night Hall, a knight named Jack attended to him, displaying a troubled expression upon learning that Duke intended to visit the Light Temple. Jack pondered for a while and said, "Since it's the Blessing Festival, the spots to visit the Light Temple are limited and almost entirely booked. If you wish to visit, you'll have to wait at least a month." The Blessing Festival attracted nobles from all sides, most of whom came to visit the God of Light. The Light Temple was not spacious enough to accommodate too many people, nor could everyone be let in, as that would lead to chaos. Thus, visiting the God of Light was quota limited, and these spots had long been distributed among various parties. Some were for personal use, while others were resold. Externally, numerous people sought to obtain this opportunity at a high price, especially those devout followers of the God of Light, willing to give everything they had for this spot, making the Blessing Festival a lucrative time for all sides each year. Though Jack did not explicitly state, Duke quickly understood the underlying situation. Human nature is the same everywhere, he thought. Even with the God of Light, some are leveraging it for business. Were it any other time, the Night Hall could directly arrange it, but being a special time now, even the Night Hall couldn't intervene, as it involved many interests, extremely complicated. Duke felt a bit helpless, realizing that if so, he might have to wait a month, wasting some time. However, Jack thought for a moment and said, "But there is a way. During the Blessing Festival, Cabro City is overrun with people from all sides lacking manpower. Our Night Hall personnel are mostly deployed everywhere to maintain order. If you are willing, I can arrange for you to go over to the Light Temple to help maintain order just during the few days of the Blessing Festival. Once there, you can conduct the visitation yourself without occupying a spot." Duke thought about it. This wasn't a bad option, at least it could save some time. As for maintaining order, he could just handle it casually. In a place like Cabro City, someone of higher rank would take care of it if anything happened, no need for a heroic effort. Right now, there is a shortage of manpower. So the Duke went to the temple to maintain security, which allowed him to both help and achieve his own goals. He was assigned to go there on the same day and reach the innermost city area in the center of Cabro City. There are not many tall buildings here. Everything around looks somewhat ancient and evidently has a lot of history. It is said that the wealthy people of Cabro City live in the outer city, as the outer city is newly built and has much better conditions, which is very different from other cities. The Light Temple is at the very center of the inner city. And from the terrain, it can be seen that the entire city is built with the temple at its center. The temple is a landmark building here, and the entire temple area is built with golden stone, which is why it is also called the Golden Temple. These golden stones are not gold but are even more precious, a special stone called radiant gold stone, which possesses stable spatial structure characteristics. Even for a wizard, this is an extremely rare material. After undergoing a series of security checks, the Duke was allowed to enter the temple to execute his duties. He had already settled Shari and Nina, keeping them at an inn in the outer city and instructing them not to wander. Now there are too many people in Cabro City, almost over 10 million, and most of them are transient populations, making the situation somewhat complex. Upon entering the temple, the Duke finally saw the statue of the God of Light. This is a white statue about 50 or 60 meters high. From the carved figure, it seems to be female, wearing a hood with the face obscured. Theoretically, the will of the plane should be genderless, but during the evolution of the faith of the God of Light, followers personified it as a female. There is a small square in front of the statue of the God of light capable of accommodating hundreds of people. When the Duke arrived there, he coincidentally saw over a dozen people worshipping the god of light fervently. Along with other knights from the Night Hall, he spread out around to take charge of the lookout. The group of people worshipping the god of light appeared to be wealthy or noble, wearing very luxurious and extravagant clothing. The fact that more than 10 people can worship the god of light at once indicates that they are not ordinary people. The worship process was not prolonged, it only lasted about 10 minutes before the next group took over. This kind of worship continued all day until sundown when the temple finally closed. The Duke estimated that at most only 200 to 300 people could worship in a whole day, and even around the Blessing Festival, only about 7 days, meaning a maximum of 1,000 to 2,000 people could have the opportunity to worship. Given that the entire Cabro city now has thousands of people, it seems that even worshipping the god of light is a privilege for only a small portion of the populace. After sunset, the Duke and the others still needed to stay in the temple to guard against anyone potentially breaking in and causing damage. It was at this time that the Duke also had the opportunity to worship, a small privilege for the defense personnel. Jack, who was also responsible for defense, patted the Duke on the shoulder and said, "Good luck, mate. I've tried several times but failed. Don't be discouraged if you fail. Only a small portion of the truly lucky ones can receive the favor of the god of light. Not receiving a response is normal." Jack preemptively comforted the Duke before he even started worshipping, clearly not believing that the Duke could succeed. Many people went through great lengths to come here, worshipping with high hopes, only to face disappointment from no response. Jack had seen such things happen many times in his many years here. He was concerned that the Duke might leave if discouraged, which wouldn't be good since the lack of manpower meant another person would be an addition. The Duke nodded and smiled. "I'm just trying. I'm not holding onto high hopes." This was indeed the truth. He didn't know what criteria needed to be met to obtain the light attribute breathing technique, feeling it was entirely up to luck, with an extremely low likelihood of obtaining it. As the Duke arrived in front of the statue, he looked up at the towering statue standing in the night sky, and then began his devout worship. At first, nothing seemed to be out of the ordinary. The night breeze just blew through the temple, bringing a cool atmosphere. However, as the Duke began to worship, he distinctly sensed a difference. He felt that some presence was watching him. He closed his eyes and carefully felt who was observing him, trying to locate the source of the gaze. It didn't take long before the Duke discovered that the source of the gaze was actually the statue before him. He seemed to vaguely perceive the statue smiling at him. The hooded woman's mouth slightly curved up into a smile, and after the smile, the Duke felt enveloped by a warm stream. At the same time, some information surged into his mind. Countless fragments of knowledge merged together, forming a complete content of a breathing technique. After receiving this information, the Duke realized this was the knight's breathing technique called the Light Divine Breathing Technique, also known as the Light Attribute Breathing Technique. He didn't expect to truly obtain this breathing technique. Even for a moment saw the god of light, or rather the goddess of light, who even smiled at him. The entire process was quick, only lasting a moment. From others' perspectives, nothing seemed to change. The Duke opened his eyes, maintaining a calm expression, dusted off his clothing as if nothing had happened. Jack came over with a questioning look. The Duke smiled wryly and shook his head, the intention clear without words. This was within Jack's expectations. If the light breathing technique had indeed been obtained, one would not remain so composed, generally showing great excitement. The Duke didn't want anyone to know he acquired the light divine breathing technique to avoid attracting troubles. From what he knew, once someone obtained the light divine breathing technique, it indicated that they could walk the path of a knight to at least the level of a second-level knight. This was just the minimum. If one worked hard and had enough opportunities, going further wasn't impossible either. Second-level knight was already enough to garner solicitations from various factions, inevitably leading to invitations from all sides. Although this seemed advantageous, there were drawbacks, such as attracting the attention of those with malicious intentions. The Duke hadn't forgotten the presence of evil god followers who watched those who attained the light breathing technique. To such followers, the god of light represented the greatest obstacle in spreading the evil god's faith, a thorn in their side they wished to remove swiftly. Moreover, the Duke considered that he was an outsider, not from the East Coast, and was utterly unfamiliar with the local situations. if carelessly stepping into specific factions' power games. Extricating oneself would be very difficult. The Duke didn't plan to go far down the road of the knight, at least not now. His focus was still on the path of the wizard, and it was impossible for him to set aside his wizard training for knight training. Overall, knights are still much weaker than wizards, which can be seen from the level 6 powerhouses. Currently on the wizard plane, all the level 6 powerhouses are wizards, while the strongest knight is a level 5 powerhouse, not yet a level 6 life. The Duke then went to a corner of the temple, pretending to close his eyes in meditation, as others knew he was a wizard, so meditating with closed eyes was quite normal. He was reviewing the information about the light divine breathing technique in his mind, carefully understanding this breathing technique. The light divine breathing technique is a complete breathing technique, including both the basic breathing technique and the life seed elementalization content. After thoroughly reading the content of this breathing technique, the Duke finally understood the differences between the light attribute and other attributes. Whether it's the knight's breathing technique training or the wizard's meditation technique practice, essentially, both involve absorbing external free energy particles into the body. But the light attribute is entirely different. The light attribute can generate light attribute free energy particles through practice. In the course of practice, it's certainly possible to absorb external light attribute energy particles, but the Duke, as a practitioner, could generate light attribute energy particles himself. This point astounded him greatly. Even though the light attribute energy particles generated each time were few, the process from 0 to 1 was still marvelous. At this point, the Duke somewhat understood why the plane's will would manifest the image of the God of Light. The spread of the God of Light's faith was indeed beneficial to the plane, because the process of generating light attribute energy particles during practice essentially increases the concentration of energy particles in the plane. Previously, wizards, knights, and other supernatural practitioners were consumers, consuming the plane's energy particles. This scarcity of wizards on the Florence continent and the prevalence of knights were due to the low concentration of energy particles there, lacking the resources needed for wizard practice. Wizards lived in areas with high concentrations of free energy particles. The meditation rooms on Black Sail Academy Island charged fees because they used witch arrays to enhance the concentration of energy particles. The entire process was consuming energy particles. But practitioners of the light attribute could produce energy particles. If there are enough people practicing the light attribute breathing technique, the concentration of energy particles produced increases. However, it seems the light divine breathing technique has some requirements for people, probably requiring special qualifications to earn the favor of the goddess of light, or else only a few could successfully comprehend it. The light divine breathing technique does not include secret potion content, as other breathing techniques include such content artificially. But this technique was directly taught by the goddess of light, naturally excluding secret potion-related content. The Duke felt no need for secret potions, as the training speed of this breathing technique was fast enough. Just practicing in the presence of light sufficed. He wasn't in a rush to start practicing, being inside the light temple with knights from the night hall nearby. Once he starts practicing, others would definitely notice, and the fact that he had obtained the breathing technique would be known. In the coming days, the Duke fulfilled his duties in the temple, staying as per his agreement with Jack even after obtaining the breathing technique. There's no hurry, no need to offend others over a few days, especially since Jack had indeed helped him. In these days, the Duke saw a variety of people come to worship the goddess of light, hearing many murmurs. Some hoped the goddess of light would grant them a breakthrough, making them more powerful knights. Others hoped for the goddess of light to bless them with wealth, for their slave trade to go smoothly and earn them a fortune. Some had even more absurd wishes, hoping the goddess of light would allow all his 30 wives to bear sons, making the family more prosperous. Having 30 wives was not uncommon in this era, as wizards and knights had long lifespans. Marrying dozens or even hundreds of wives was quite normal. The Duke couldn't help but think, wouldn't the goddess of light find all these prayers bothersome, filled with human desires? He had heard that gods could hear the prayers of believers, and if there were enough believers, the god might hear millions of prayers daily. Just thinking about this was dizzying enough, wasn't it? Infuriating, showing that being a god wasn't easy. The last day of the Blessing Festival was also the Duke's last day in the temple, as it was approaching its end. It was almost sunset, and once the temple closes at sunset, this task would be completed. The Duke noticed that as days passed, those coming to worship in the temple were of noticeably lower social status and strength. It seems those with means had already secured spots earlier. The ones who came later likely spent heavily, sparing no expense to acquire worship spots from various channels. At this moment, a gaunt and slender man walked to the divine statue of light. The Duke immediately paid attention to this person, as he had seen many come to worship these few days, and this person was distinctly different from others. Usually, people who came here, regardless of their sincerity, outwardly displayed deep devotion while kneeling to worship. But this person, upon arrival, stared directly at the statue of the goddess of light, seemingly lost in thought. Moments later, the slender man roared, "Light shall perish, true God shall prevail." As he shouted, countless fiery red cracks appeared all over his body, and his whole being seemed to transform into a demon from the lava, exuding an extremely intense energy wave. Knowing the situation wasn't good, the Duke immediately conjured a swirl of yellow sand. As the yellow sand appeared, an unimaginable energy wave erupted from the slender man's body, spreading around, and the violent energy wave engulfed everything nearby. Masses of yellow sand spread out, wrapping around the statue of the goddess of light, protecting the knights and the Duke. This sandy fortress was very thick and large enough to block the spreading energy wave. The Duke, behind the yellow sand, evaluated the strength of this explosion. The energy intensity should be at about 100 degrees. The surface of the fortress, formed by the yellow sand, was blasted with many deep holes. If the energy intensity were higher, it could have pierced through the sand-formed fortress. Duke immediately spread out his spiritual power and saw the situation outside. After the explosion of the Thin Man, a huge crater was blasted out in the small square in front of the divine statue of light, and not a trace of the man could be found. Many knights around were injured due to this explosion, but only Duke's side was unharmed, as the sand fortress completely resisted the aftermath of the explosion. Duke then withdrew the sand, and Jack and the other knights breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the divine statue of light was intact. No one expected that an evil god follower had infiltrated, attempting to destroy the divine statue of light. The next step would undoubtedly be a thorough investigation into how this evil god follower got in, and those implicated behind the scenes would be brought to account. At this moment, Duke heard explosion sounds from many places around, along with terrified screams and roars from the crowd. Everyone realized that something must have happened in Cabro City, and it was more than just one place. The temple was merely one part of it. It was also sunset at this time, and it wouldn't be long before night fell, when things would become even more chaotic. Duke glanced into the distance and said to Jack, "Sorry, I have to leave first. I need to check on my people." Jack wanted Duke to stay as a helper, but their agreement had ended, so he couldn't keep Duke there. "All right, be careful," Jack nodded. Duke nodded in return, and then swiftly moved through the shadow space using the shadow cloak, crossing layers of buildings and heading in a straight line to the hotel in the outer city. Upon arrival, he found Shari and Nina still in the room, only looking somewhat anxious. When they saw Duke appear in the room, they were excited, as if they had found their backbone. "Let's go. Leave here as soon as possible. I feel something big is going to happen," Duke said. On his way here, he had already seen many chaotic scenes. Besides similar explosion attacks like the Thin Man's, many people had transformed into black, alien creatures, clearly contaminated by some unknown entity. The combat power of these black alien creatures varied, with a few even having life auras comparable to level 1 life forms. Countless such creatures kept emerging, attacking and biting anyone they saw. Even though Cabro City's defense forces had been activated attempting to clear out these sudden creatures, Cabro City was too large. With many people inside the city, ordinary people were mixed with these creatures, making it impossible to effectively clear them in a short time. Duke decided to leave this place immediately, to stay away from trouble. It seemed this was the work of evil god followers, stirring up trouble in the dark and launching a large-scale riot attack during the crowded Festival of Blessings. Duke didn't consider himself a savior. He was just a small level 1 gaseous mage, and it was hard enough to protect himself. He used the sand to carry the two little girls, Shari and Nina, and flew out of the city. Initially, he intended to head to the floating airship, to leave by airship. But before he got close to the airship port, he saw a flaming airship fall from a distance, exploding upon hitting the ground, sending out a huge energy wave that flattened the surrounding forest area. Seeing this, Duke realized even the floating airship wasn't safe, so he had to rely on himself to get away. Flying over the outer city, he saw Cabro City descending into chaos, filled with cries of terror, roars, and explosions, with blood splattering and flesh flying everywhere. A black alien creature climbed the high wall of the outer city, then leaped towards Duke, claws outstretched. Duke looked at the creature emotionlessly as numerous sands enveloped it, tightly binding it before compressing it into a pile of deformed bones and flesh. After effortlessly dealing with the self-seeking creature, he turned around and continued flying, surrounded by countless sands. Duke flew towards Torch City, intending to exit Seville Empire from there. Anyway, the most important goal of this trip had already been achieved: obtaining the breathing techniques for wind attribute, fire attribute, and light attribute. The next step was to master these techniques to the maximum level and gain 3 new talents. The distance from Cabro City to Torch City was several hundred kilometers, and flying over wouldn't take too long, though he didn't know if he would encounter any trouble along the way. It was sunset now, and normally, flying at night would be unsafe, but the surroundings of Cabro City were even more dangerous and couldn't be stayed in for long. Throughout his journey, Duke kept observing the terrain. When passing through the forest area, he flew higher to avoid attacks from creatures in the forest. Many creatures had a strong sense of territory. Flying over their territory would be considered an offense. In open plains, he would fly lower. The plains offered a wide view, and flying too high would attract attention from afar, so flying low allowed for more discretion. The further he moved away from Cabro City, the calmer it became as the unrest had not yet spread there. Duke believed the chaos in Cabro City would be resolved soon. After all, it was an ancient city, having likely experienced such situations many times. After the initial chaos and disorder, the city's defensive forces would gradually restore stability. However, there would inevitably be some casualties in the process, which was unavoidable. The weaker one's power, the harder it was to survive in such sudden chaos, with ordinary people suffering the most casualties. A few hours later, at his full speed, Duke reached Torch City safely, keeping his strength by drinking some basic magic recovery potion, ensuring his magic power wasn't overly depleted. Upon arriving in Torch City, he went straight to the floating airship port to buy a ticket to Harbor City, as there happened to be a flight to Harbor City that morning. He did this to avoid unforeseen events, like Torch City temporarily closing the port due to the Cabro City situation, which would make leaving difficult. Flying from Cabro City to Torch City was possible, but flying from Torch City to Harbor City was much more challenging. As Duke boarded the floating airship, the Night Hall in Torch City received the news and was organizing a team to dispatch to support Cabro City. There was no news about closing Torch City's port yet, but if the situation there continued to worsen, it would be inevitable. But these things are already irrelevant to the Duke. He is just a passerby. The Duke's only regret is that he has not traveled to more places in the Seville Empire to see and learn about mechanical wizardry. Due to the metal absorption properties of yellow sand crystals, these sands possess magic metal properties, and the knowledge of mechanical wizards might be beneficial to him. However, no one expected such events to occur in Cabro City, forcing him to interrupt this travel adventure. The followers of the evil gods could launch such a large-scale chaos in Cabro City, clearly not something that could be achieved overnight. The ancient Seville Empire appears calm, but its internal affairs are evidently not peaceful. But as long as that 6-ring wizard is alive, these are just little episodes in the long years, unable to shake the foundation of this empire in the slightest. On the floating airship, Shari was still very excited, constantly watching the outside from the floor to ceiling window. However, when night came, she became a bit embarrassed. The Duke still stayed in a suite, Shari resided in a small room, and Nina was naturally there to serve the Duke. Every night, Shari could hear sounds from Duke's room. Nina became more open, and her voice was not small. Every time this happened, Shari's face would turn red, with some peculiar emotions in her heart. Few days later, the floating airship landed in Harbor City, marking Shari's first visit to a city on the west coast. The Duke took them shopping in Harbor City, mainly buying clothes and daily necessities for Shari and Nina. Harbor City is essentially an entertainment-centric city with a rich variety of offerings. The Duke bought Nina various interesting clothing, with styles almost comparable to the shopping malls from a previous life. Apart from that, he also purchased many magic potion material seeds, suitable for planting on a deserted island. However, before planting, the soil conditions on the deserted island need improvement first. He already had some ideas in mind for this. After finishing shopping in Harbor City, the Duke returned to Black Sail and went to Academy Island to register Shari and Nina's identities, nominally as his servants. The vast deserted island now only had the three of them, appearing quite lonely and desolate. The Duke instructed Shari and Nina to familiarize themselves with the island's environment and some requirements of the lab. Currently, Shari's spiritual power was only 12 points, having learned 2 wood attribute spells, which was rather unusual. Wood attribute spells are relatively rare, as many people lack sufficient wood attribute affinity and generally don't choose to learn wood attribute spells. Typically, the elf race's wood attribute affinity is higher, possessing notable achievements in magic potion due to their gifted abilities. If the breathing technique included wood attribute breathing techniques, the Duke would certainly aim to gather wood attribute talents. Shari was among the rare humans with high wood attribute affinity as a wizard, hence, Duke directly encouraged her to begin learning basic herbalism, followed by basic magic potion upon mastery. Doing so would allow Shari to later become his magic potion assistant, making it handier to employ her talents, and the initial investment would not mean much. As for Nina, the Duke instructed her to begin learning the spirit wind breathing technique. Nina herself had night-level physical qualities, a trait determined by her race, and learning the breathing technique would further enhance her strength. If she continued progressing, the Duke might provide her with content for advanced breathing techniques. After all, she is his slave creature. Stronger capabilities could mean more assistance. Usually, Nina and Shari handle some chores on the island, like basic cleaning and cooking for the Duke. After settling the two, the Duke also contacted Harrison, sending a message through the wizard's mark. "Can you get wood elves over there?" "Wood elves? They're indeed suitable for use on your island. But these slave creatures are quite expensive." Harrison promptly understood the Duke's intention. Wood elves are a subtype of the elf race, naturally possessing a higher wood attribute affinity, especially skilled in planting, aiding plants grow faster and better. Moreover, wood elves can improve the soil environment of an inhabited area, making it more suitable for plant growth. Areas inhabited by wood elves typically transform into forests within a short time, even if initially just barren land. Wood elves also possess elf race characteristics, namely their exceptionally long lifespans. Mature wood elves have at least 300 years. With better cultivation potential, they can enhance their capabilities through personal cultivation, extending their lifespan further. For wizards requiring magic potion materials, wood elves are an excellent choice for slave creatures. However, their price is higher than other slave creatures. A mature wood elf costs about 1,200 magic stones, while someone like Nina the cat girl only costs a few hundred, attributable to her favorable appearance. Ordinary cat girls top out at 200 to 300. Magic stones. After considering, the Duke directly ordered 30 wood elves from Harrison at over 30,000 magic stones. With these wood elves, the soil conditions on the deserted island will improve in no time, allowing for the planting of magic potion materials. Whatever isn't used can be sold. In the long run, this investment is quite insignificant. Harrison was keen on Duke's affairs, personally handling them efficiently. A group of wood elves was promptly sent to the Duke's deserted island, where after signing the transaction contract, he officially became the owner of these 30 wood elves. The Duke glanced at them, noting all 30 wood elves were female, entirely unclothed. This stems from wood elves' habits, as they dislike clothing, deeming it restrictive. Clearly, Harrison had chosen them carefully, selecting only female wood elves with decent looks and figures of high quality. The Duke entrusted Shari and Nina to manage these wood elves, with one named Yala overseeing them among the 30. Yala was the most attractive of these wood elves, boasting a tall figure with long legs and ample assets. According to Harrison, he acquired her through connections with the Giant Rock Commerce Association. Under usual circumstances, a premium wood elf like Yala would cost 3,000 to 5,000 magic stones, still not guaranteed for acquisition. Placed in an auction setting, It could fetch even higher prices. Apart from her excellent appearance, Yala also possesses high talent. Her status in the wood elf community did not seem low in the past. After she arrived in this group of wood elves, the others regarded her as the leader. If Yala is well cultivated, she can be a strong assistant in the future. The Giant Rock Commerce Association's move was also a gesture of goodwill toward the Duke. The Duke came before this group of wood elves, and they looked at him with a hint of fear, their hearts filled with unease. They didn't know what kind of master they would encounter, or how this master would treat them. Due to the existence of the slave mark, no matter how the master treated them, they could only accept it with no reluctance or resistance. The Duke looked at the beautiful wood elf, Yala, and said, "Your main task moving forward is to improve the soil conditions on the island, to facilitate the planting of various kinds of magic potion materials. Additionally, all of you need to learn some knowledge of herbalism and magic potion, which might come in handy." Yala knelt down, placing her forehead on the Duke's foot in a show of respect and compliance, then said, "Rest assured, Master, we will complete the tasks well. You might want to change how you refer to me in the future." The Duke felt it quite shameful to be called Master, so he had this group of wood elves change their address to match Shari and the others by calling him Duke Sama. Their living quarters were not yet constructed, so these wood elves were temporarily placed in the Duke's castle. The originally quiet castle became bustling with activity and gained popularity with the arrival of these wood elves. Besides regularly cleaning the castle and improving the soil environment on the island, the wood elves were also diligently learning the knowledge of herbalism and magic potion. The Duke noticed that they learned this knowledge extraordinarily quickly, which was probably their racial advantage. They could instantly grasp many knowledge points without needing to understand the content. Due to their innate high affinity with the wood attribute, their understanding of various herbs' properties was almost instinctual. Moreover, as the leader of this group of wood elves, Yala knew her responsibilities. While the Duke currently had only a few slave creatures, the numbers would increase in the future. When more and more slave creatures served the Duke, their value might depreciate until they gradually became marginalized. Once such a time came, their situation would be dangerous, possibly handled carelessly by the Duke. Maintain the wood elves standing in the Duke's eyes, Yala took some actions. She was well aware of her advantages, which was not narcissism, but rather an objective self-assessment. Yala even privately inquired Shari and Nina about several matters, gaining a comprehensive understanding of the Duke's preferences. Thus one night, Yala deliberately wore a black lace outfit, with tight black stockings perfectly outlining her long legs. These were borrowed from Nina. Since Yala was taller than Nina, the clothes were a bit tight, making certain areas appear even fuller. The Duke was momentarily stunned when Yala came to pay her respects. She was already attractive, and these clothes gave her an extraordinary allure. Originally, it was Nina who served him during the bath, but that night it was Yala, resulting in a sleepless night. It was Yala's first experience, particularly shy while deliberately suppressing her breathing sounds. Life on the deserted island was gradually getting on track. The soil conditions were improving, and seeds of saplings were scattered everywhere. With the help of the wood elves, these saplings grew rapidly, and soon the island would be covered in greenery. Once these saplings grew, they would nourish the soil, further improving soil conditions and forming a virtuous cycle. The wood elves preferred to live in wooden houses, so the Duke built a cluster of wooden homes outside the castle for them to reside in. However, Yala did not live there. Each night, she and Nina took turns serving the Duke, which was also part of her duty. The Duke then began practicing the light divine breathing technique, and discovered the practice progressed remarkably quickly. As long as the practice was under sufficient sunlight, the speed surpassed that of using secret potions. For the light divine breathing technique, sunlight served as the best auxiliary secret potion. Whenever the Duke basked in sunlight while practicing the breathing technique, he glowed brilliantly. This was not an illusion, but the effect of light attribute energy particles adhering and gradually gathering upon him. In such a state, the progress of the light divine breathing technique was especially rapid. In less than a month, the Duke had maxed out the basic part of the breathing technique. Light divine breathing technique level up. Free attribute points, +1 light divine breathing technique. Level 9 talent, high-level light element affinity. As expected, the breathing technique granted a high-level light element affinity talent upon reaching max level. The Duke could now feel the light element energy particles dense like an ocean around him, which was immensely comfortable. He discovered that after acquiring this talent, he possessed a unique ability. The Duke found that his body was constantly producing some light elemental energy particles, which he could store within or release. This was not the effect of the light, divine breathing technique, which only produced light element particles during practice. Now, the Duke did not need to operate the breathing technique to generate such light element particles, and his constitution transformed radically. He had never heard of anyone having such a constitution. It was a trait of elemental creatures. The light divine breathing technique continued with advanced content, but the Duke temporarily decided against practicing it to avoid entering the elementalization process that would make it impossible to study other attribute breathing techniques. The Duke still had wind attribute and fire attribute breathing techniques yet to master, intending to max them out before continuing with the advanced content of the light divine breathing technique. Now, possessing a talent for light elements, he naturally intended to practice some light attribute magic. However, such magic was incredibly rare and not found in regular magic stores. The Duke had to search the Black Sail treasure vault, where he indeed found two rather good level 1 magics: Ray of Light and Bright Energy Shield. Ray of Light is an extreme level 1 attack spell, capable of emitting a highly energetic ray to damage enemies. Duke performed some simple calculations based on the information provided within the spell, estimating the attack intensity to reach 90 degrees, making it a relatively powerful spell. This was still based on his 61 points of spiritual power. Once his spiritual power is enhanced, the intensity of Ray of Light will also increase significantly. As for the Bright Energy Shield, it is a large-scale defensive spell, with its range and intensity varying based on the amount of magic power infused. As long as enough magic power is infused, this spell can even envelop an entire city. For Duke, the defensive effect of this spell on himself is average, as he has the talent magic of Sand Guardian, making the Bright Energy Shield's defense less necessary. However, having an additional layer of defense is always beneficial, and the options are indeed limited. Duke discovered that light attribute spells are truly quite scarce. Even in the Black Sail treasure vault, only these 2 light attribute spells were found. Perhaps higher-level Black Sail treasure vaults have other light attribute spells, but they are currently beyond Duke's reach. Duke spent 200 contribution points to exchange for these 2 light attribute spells, and he began his research as soon as he acquired them. The magic model of Ray of Light is not particularly complex, it just has high requirements on a wizard's control ability over light elements. Duke easily constructed the Ray of Light's magic model, and casting this spell requires highly aggregating the surrounding light elemental energy particles, which can also be fused with the body's light elemental particles. Without sufficient light elemental affinity, this process is somewhat challenging. Most wizards find it difficult to control light elements effectively. Duke stood in the magic laboratory on the deserted island, starting to test this spell. This laboratory belongs to a relatively basic magic laboratory. Many devices are very rudimentary, with only some basic equipment. At present, it is temporarily impossible to conduct particularly complex magic experiments here. If the intensity exceeds 100 degrees, it cannot be conducted here. Otherwise, it would cause some damage to the laboratory. Ray of Light's spell is just around 90 degrees, and the laboratory can currently withstand it. Duke looked at a dummy ahead, magic power surging within him, and the surrounding light elements began to gather at his fingertip. Due to his extremely high light element affinity, a large amount of light elemental energy particles instantly gathered at his fingertip. The high density of energy particles generated some heat, making Duke feel his fingertip slightly hot. A moment later, a milky white beam shot out from Duke's fingertip, directly hitting the dummy used for magic experiments ahead, leaving a deep black hole on the dummy's chest. The dummy Duke purchased was a basic model, only capable of withstanding energy intensities of just over 70 degrees. The ray of light pierced through the dummy, leaving a hole that penetrated from front to back. After penetrating the dummy, Ray of Light also left a black spot on the wall behind it. Duke was very satisfied with this spell. Its speed is fast, the energy intensity is high, and the casting speed is also fast. Ordinary enemies, if not prepared with enough defensive means in advance, could easily be successfully ambushed by this Ray of Light. Although it does not have a wide area attack capability, its precision strike capability is exceptionally outstanding. Ray of Light, LV1, 1/100. Subsequently, Duke experimented several more times with the Ray of Light spell and has become quite familiar with its effects in casting. He then immediately started experimenting with the Bright Energy Shield spell, conducting some tests. With a single thought, Duke expanded a milky white energy shield centered on him with a radius of 10 meters. He didn't infuse much magic power, so this energy shield only had a defensive intensity of just over 20 degrees. With normal casting, the defensive intensity could reach 40 or 50 degrees. Overall, it's not very strong, but it's advantageous in having a broad range. Duke also found that the key point of the Bright Energy Shield spell is not actually the defense, but its counteracting effect on negative energy elements like evil spirits and spells. To evil spirits, such a bright energy shield is something they find difficult to touch or even look upon. Only particularly powerful evil spirits could endure the burning pain to approach the energy shield. When facing negative energy spells, the Bright Energy Shield's defense effects are significantly enhanced, which is determined by its innate properties. Bright Energy Shield, LV1, 1/100. After experimenting with the two newly learned light attribute spells, Duke invested himself in the research of Spirit Wind breathing technique and Dragon Breath breathing technique. He has many things to do now, whether it is learning level 1 potions or mastering various level 1 magic, all require time to complete. Duke planned to max out the levels of the two breathing techniques first and obtain the two talents before attending to other matters. After all, the proficiency of spells is endless, and there's a lot to learn. It's worthwhile to gain talents as early as possible. Even if he doesn't temporarily master wind attribute and fire attribute spells, he should first secure these two talents. Spirit Wind breathing technique and Dragon Breath breathing technique both have corresponding secret potions, and after Duke researched these two secret potions, he developed two new secondary potions. As for why not use level 1 potions, it's entirely because the cost is too high. These can only be used by himself, not sold. And using secondary potions is sufficient. The development of two secondary potions was completed on the same day, which is very simple for the current Duke. Following this was the cultivation of breathing techniques, and Duke devoted a significant amount of time every day to the practice of breathing techniques, solely to max them out as soon as possible. Within 2 months, Duke had maxed out both breathing techniques. Spirit Wind breathing technique. LV9 talent. High-level wind element affinity, Dragon Breath breathing technique. LV9 talent. High-level fire element affinity. After maxing out these two breathing techniques, Duke obtained talents for 5 attributes: earth, water, fire, wind, and light. Even contemplated that perhaps he need not rush to practice high-tier breathing techniques now, maybe encountering other attribute breathing techniques in the future. Because there are many attributes for energy particles, earth, water, fire, and wind are the most common and foundational 4 attributes. Light attribute is a more rare attribute, and aside from this, there are also wood, thunder, shadow, and other attributes. Duke does not hope to collect all these attributes, as there aren't that many varieties of breathing techniques. Breathing techniques essentially aim to help ordinary people improve their physique, involving only a limited number of attributes.